On the YouTube it is, on the Discord it's not, and it will not be.
Okay, well, let me know when I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speak.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Ultimated Judeo Christian YouTuber here to debate T-Jump on ontological Judeo Christianity / biblicism. So my syllogism, which is ultimative, is as stated. Premise 1, God's revealingly and ultimate truthful loving creator, parenthetically, doctrinally backing sacred / revealed theologies, namely
Is there a
the
cricket?
creator-creation dichotomy.
It's like a
Yeah,
cricket noise.
I'm outside. Is that?
Okay. I was just like wondering if it was a bug or something. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, if it becomes too much, I'm outside, so I could shift spot if it's too loud.
No, it's fine. It was just weird. It was just weird.
Okay, I'll just repeat premise 1. So God's revealingly and ultimate truthful loving creator, parenthetically, doctrinally backing sacred / revealed theologies.
How can you doctrinally
namely,
backly? What does that mean? Doctrinally backly? Is that what you said?
Doctrinally, so that I'm referencing PhDs, PhDs, BDivs.
What does it mean for doctorally backing? What does that mean?
So it means at an academic level, premise 1 supports doctors in theology, philosophy, divinity, etc.
So what are the doctors
So
support?
to continue, premise 1, this is my opener. I've set a time for around an hour. You're possibly trying to drag the time out. So,
well, I think it would be more helpful to go through each of your words in your sentences, because none of them make sense to normal human beings, and so you can explain what each of the words means.
Claim. We'll private message you the syllogism.
Well, that doesn't help.
So it does help because we can read it together, word for word.
Well, that doesn't help.
Like, continue
I heard the word
halfway
doctorally.
from.
I just didn't know what the doctorally meant. I don't know what the relevance of the word doctorally is in your argument.
It's just for emphasis. We can ignore what's in brackets, but for the sake of the audience, I'm laying out emphasis. Okay, so to continue where I left off.
Well, to help the audience get rid of all the emphasis.
Well, this is my opener. I assumed I was given around 5 minutes of open time. So that's what I'm trying to get through. Maybe less than 5 minutes.
4 or 5 times. What we want to do is try to make
it's been updated.
Okay, but what we want to do is make it make sense. We want to end the gibberish. We want to turn the gibberish into something meaningful. That's the goal. So to turn the gibberish into something meaningful, what we got to do is we got to go through each of the words and what you think they mean.
If you don't know what it means, you can't say it's gibberish. So allow me to finish.
wait. If I don't know what it means, that's literally
I'm not finished yet.
Wait, so let's.
If you don't understand a particular word, that's not a problem on my side, firstly, but I can tell you what it means. So to continue where I left off, perfect being theology, God's ultimate / brute factness, and God's prescribed laws of logic / thought. Premise 2, God revealingly created energy / matter and blessed the Bible / biblicism for ideal godly relational also scholarly evidentialism / epistemic foundationalism.
Are you done yet?
Parenthetically, doctrinally backing.
So like you're totally just spamming.
I'm assuming this is
no, you don't get an open. You're done. So there's too much gibberish, and you need to go through one at a time. So just start with one sentence. You get 5 words. Say 5 words.
Well, we'll just start from premise 1. So God's revealingly and ultimate truthful loving creator.
All right, that's okay. So what does any of that mean? Because that's all gibberish. No one in the audience understands that. That's all gibberish. What is the point you're trying to make with those gibberish words?
Just made a claim. You try to speak on behalf of yourself. So
I
what
speak on
premise
behalf of
one?
everyone in the
Hang
audience.
on, it's
So
my.
I don't care. So what are you trying to say with those words? What is the point you are trying to make with the gibberish words?
Well, firstly, it's in regards to the creator-creation dichotomy. So to tautologically explain that, God is ultimate truthful love. The opposite to God would be temporalities. So the only two things that can exist is God and not God. Because you are not God, you are subject to God, complementing a true dichotomy. Thus,
Wait. So
premise one.
go back. So you
Of,
said the only things that can exist are God and not God. That's what you said, right?
yes,
Okay. How do you mean by God there? What are the properties of God that only it could exist or not it could exist?
as I've stated, premise one,
I don't want to hear premise one.
God's
I want you to
revealingly.
understand. No. So this is a question. You said that only God could exist or not God could exist or something along those lines. So you need to explain, what do you mean when you say only, what properties does God have that means only God could exist? Because I think what differentiates God from quantum fields or physics or any of the other things.
Firstly, your question presupposes God. To address your question, God revealingly is an ultimate, truthful, loving creator.
Okay, well, the
The
question was, how do you
distinction
differentiate?
between, yes, the
Wait,
distinction,
stop. How do you differentiate between God and not God? What do you mean by these words?
so the distinction between God and not God, as I've already stated, so I'm paraphrasing here, not God would be temporalities. The opposite to a temporality is God.
What do you mean by
If you
temporality?
assert a finite being, so you are a created
Okay,
being
wait,
subject
what
to
do you mean by
God,
finite being?
a finite being, a limited in size being with height, depth,
Limited
and
in
width.
size. Okay, so the
Limited
universe
in
would not
size,
be.
yes.
So the universe is not limited in size. So is that not a finite being?
Your question is loaded because the universe has to be limited
No, in physics,
because it
there's no limit.
has. Hang on. You can't appeal to science as a universal claim. So the universe can't be
In physics,
infinite
one second.
in size.
You
Hang
said,
on.
yeah, the universe is infinite in size. Just Google it. So that's the consensus in physics. I don't care if you agree. That doesn't matter. So based on your definition, would the universe be a infinite being based on the definition of the universe in physics, where it's infinite in space?
No, because now you're possibly asserting panentheism.
No.
So if you assert, yes, because if you asserted space, that would be an immaterial particular. So if you're
Wait,
asserting
whoa.
two
Stop. So
eternal,
no, space is a physical particular. It's a physical particular. It's not non-physical, and it's infinite. So still, the question was, based on your definition, anything that has infinite space is a whatever infinite being of some kind. So based on the definition of physics, a universe has infinite space. Is it an infinite being?
question is loaded because infinite, the adjective infinite is a contingent particular.
Wait, what?
Infinite in size is more precise, or in other words,
Yes.
absolute.
The
If
universe is
you
infinite in
referenced,
size. What is the does that make it infinite?
it can't be because
Well,
the
this is, I don't
universe
care if you
consists of
agree. I
many
don't
parts.
care if you agree. The universe is infinite in size by the definition in physics. Now, if you agree, I don't care. But the question is based
I
on
don't
that
agree.
definition. I don't care if you agree. It's not relevant to the point if you agree. The question is based on the definition of physics, where it is infinite. Does that mean that it is one of these ultimate thingies you're talking about?
It requires clarification. So when you say infinite, you're possibly asserting an ad infinitum of particulars. So a circle expanding into infinity. So outside the circle would be an absolute, or in other words, infinite in size God defaultly.
No, okay.
So the
No, tell me what.
universe
So,
can't.
the space, or the universe has infinite space. That's it. And then, based on your definition, where you said infinite space equals the infinite being thing, then the universe is the infinite being thing. So, how do you differentiate the universe from what you're calling God?
Because to be infinite in size requires a mind, not subject to parts.
How?
Free
Why do you
will is
think?
not
Why do you think that?
subjected.
Hold up, hold up. Why do you think that to be infinite in size, it requires a mind? That doesn't make any sense. Like a potato could be infinite in size and it wouldn't require a mind. I don't see why you think it requires a mind to be infinite in size.
It does, because in order to be infinite in size, i.e. absolute, requires a mind
No, the
not
question was
subjected
why?
to anything.
Why do you think it requires a
Yes,
mind?
I'm explaining it. So be absolute requires a mind because free will is freely static and dynamic adversely
That's
without
a contradiction, but it
contingencies
doesn't make
backing.
sense. Nothing of what you just said makes sense. So why do you need free will to have infinites?
It does make sense, and you need free will to be infinite in size. So you're
Why?
possibly
Why do you need
conflating
free
infinite
will?
with ad infinitum.
Why do you need infinite to be? Why do you need free will to be infinite in size? That doesn't make sense. Like size has
It
nothing to
does
do with
make
free will.
sense
Like things with free will aren't bigger than things that don't
because
have free will. Whales are bigger than us and they don't have free will.
God's revealingly absolute, which
None
means
of that
he's
makes sense.
it does.
So the question
It
was is why
means
do
that
you
God,
need
I'm
free will?
explaining,
No, no. Using adverbs doesn't help me. I need something more than adverbs here.
I referenced a noun,
The
an
Lee, anything that ends
adjectival.
in Lee is an adverb.
Yeah, but I'm talking about God's absoluteness. That's an adjectival. So
There's
a
no such thing as
noun
an
and an
adjectival.
adjective.
I don't
Yes,
care.
it's
So
a
the
noun and
question,
an
wait.
adjective.
The
You
question
have
was is
to
why do
care.
you need free will to be infinite in size? That's the thing I'm looking for.
Yeah, this is maybe the third time,
Stop
so
telling me you're
try
doing it
to.
and just do it. I don't want any kind of
Yeah,
non-substantive
this is the
content. Just
third,
tell me
maybe
why.
the
Just answer
third
the
time.
question. Don't tell me how many times. Just tell me why do
You
you
have,
need free will
you have to
to be infinite?
paraphrase.
Stop telling
You
me
have
what
to
I need
yeah.
to do.
You have to paraphrase.
Stop telling me what you
You
need
have
to
to
do.
paraphrase my
Just answer the
answer
question.
this. I will answer it. I will answer it
Just
again.
answer it. Go.
So So to be absolute requires a mind because free will is not contingent on parts, backing the law of cause and effect,
Wait.
Newton's
I
first law
don't.
of
So
motion.
free will doesn't require parts. I mean that's false, but okay. How? What does that have to do with the thing being infinite? Why does a thing having free will and free will not being of parts have anything to do with the size of a thing?
Because to be absolute, i.e., infinite in size, requires a mind
That's restating the
uncaused
first. That's
and
restating the conclusion. That doesn't
immaterial.
help. Why do you need free will to be infinite? Why do you need a mind to be infinite? Now, if you're saying to be a mind, or you, it requires a mind to be infinite because you have free will, and it requires free will because it requires a mind. That's circular, so that doesn't help us at all. We need an explanation of why you need either a free will or a mind, and you can't use mind or free will in the definition here. We need something else.
You've made 2 points here. So, firstly, you're just repeating the same question, but phrased differently. It
No,
doesn't matter that God's, hang on, it doesn't matter that God's circular because he is an ultimate fact.
no. Wait,
God
come on, stop,
just is.
stop.
Hang
The
on,
circularity.
I'm not
One
finished
sec. The
yet.
circularity isn't an argument against God here. The circularity is an argument against us being able to understand anything you're saying. So, for you to have a meaningful explanation of why you need mind or free will to be infinite, you can't use a circular definition. So, like if I said, um, a potato is a tomato because a tomato is a potato. That tells you nothing. It doesn't explain anything about the content of the sentence. For us to understand the content of your sentence, when you say that to be infinite, something requires a mind and free will, You can't use a circular definition because then it becomes meaningless. It has no content in the sentence. This is not an argument against God. So if you want to explain why you think that to be infinite in size requires a mind and free will, you have to give us an explanation. You can't use mind or free will in the explanation.
You've made 4 points here. Let's see how far I can get. You've made, there's 4 points here. I've been taking notes. So firstly, it doesn't matter that what I am saying is circular because it's referenced to be easy ontology. So God is revelatory and we presuppose him. Hang on, it does matter. Hang on, that you've just gish galloped. So I'm taking this one at a time.
There's one point.
But hang on,
stop.
There's
I made
4
1 point.
points here. You've made 4
Stop talking.
points.
Stop talking. I'm going to mute you. I made 1 point. There is 1 point I want you to respond to, and 0 other points I want you to respond to. The 1 point I want you to respond to is you claimed that to be infinite in space, you need a mind and you need free will. My question is why? And when you're telling me why, don't use free will and don't use mind in the definition because that makes it incoherent. So tell me why and don't use free will or mind. That's the only point. That's the only point I've made. The only question I'm saying anything about. Just answer that one.
Yes. Firstly, you referenced potatoes earlier, so you did make multiple points.
Well, that wasn't a different point. That was an
don't stop interrupting me.
No,
stop interrupting me.
I'm going to interrupt you if you misrepresent the point. So my point about potatoes was an example to illustrate why you can't use the definition of free will and mind when you're trying to explain why you need free will and mind. It was not a different point. It was an example of the exact same point. So again, the same point is why do you think you need a mind and free will for something to be spatially infinite, and you can't use mind or free will in the explanation because then it's circular. So tell me, why do you need mind and free will for a thing to be spatially infinite?
To address your claims before I answer your question, you referenced potatoes in regards to its finiteness. So to paraphrase what you said.
No, I did not. I had nothing to do with it.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
I get to interrupt you every time I want to. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Note. You can take a notepad.
Last warning, I'm going to mute you. My reference to the potatoes had nothing to do with the finiteness of potatoes. I didn't care about the finiteness of potatoes. Completely irrelevant. I don't care. Just answer the question. There's 1 point. I've made 1 point. Just answer it, or I'm going to kick you because I'm pissed off from the bullshit I have to deal with listening to your garbage. Why do you need a mind and free will for something to be spatially infinite? Do not give me any meta bullshit. I don't want to listen to any more of your bullshit that doesn't answer the question. I don't give a shit. What do you think? I'm going to swear and more the more bullshit you say. So answer the question directly. No bullshit. Why do you think something to be spatially infinite requires a mind?
Every time you swear, I'm going to mute you.
I'm going to mute you. So answer the question.
So so again, this is maybe the 5th time. So
shut up, dumbass. I don't want to know numbers. That's meta bullshit. No more meta bullshit. Don't give me preamble. Don't give me explanations. Don't give me what your thoughts are about the argument. I don't give a shit about any of that. Give me a direct answer and nothing but a direct answer. I'm going to mute you every single time you don't give me a direct answer. No preamble bullshit. Why do you think a mind and free will is required for the infinite spatial?
Infinitely or infinite in size?
Bullshit. More bullshit. No more of the bullshit. No more of the bullshit.
It's a clarifying question.
Talking. Why do you think a mind and free will is required for something to be spatially infinite? Answer only. No preamble, no explanation.
That's not my position.
Wait, what? That's literally what you said. You said for something to be spatially infinite.
I said infinite in size, not infinitely. I've already stated this.
Infinite in size.
Possibly conflating.
Like spatially infinite. Infinite in size, spatially infinite. Those are synonyms.
They're not. They're two different concepts.
What do you think those two words
mean? You have to be
mean?
Very precise.
What do you think the difference between... Shut up. What do you think the difference between those two is?
I've already stated this.
Don't tell me you've already said. I don't give a shit. Answer the question, no preamble. What do you think the difference is between infinitely spatial and spatially infinite?
Infinitely spatial and spatially infinite. There would
What's
be
the difference?
that would sound like a tautology.
Yes.
I'm referencing infinite in size.
Okay, what is the difference
In
between
regard to
infinite in
your
size
assertion,
shut up. What is the difference between infinite in size and spatially infinite?
infinite in size would be a synonym to being absolute. Infinite is an adjective subject to an infinite in size particular. So
What
that
is the
and the
difference?
adjective infinite just explained the difference.
No, you just said
So
nothing. So what is infinite? I don't care if you use an N in the word. Infinite in size. What is the difference between infinite in size and spatially infinite? What is the difference? What property does one have that the other does not have?
infinite in size is a synonym to being absolute.
That doesn't tell me
Adjective
anything. Synonyms doesn't help
infinite,
me.
infinite in size. So
What property does one
um,
have that the other does not have?
the an infinite in size particular would be not contingent, eternal, all powerful, etc. Infinite particular
Okay,
would
so
be a
that definition
contingency.
exists nowhere in any philosophical book ever. This is something you've made up, it seems like. So you're saying that you've made up this term. We're going to call it the UJC term. The UJC term of infinite spatially essentially just means something that's absolute, a necessary being. That's what you just mean. You just mean necessary being.
On Google,
I don't want to
you're
hear about
making too
Google.
many
What do you
claims.
mean is necessary being? When you say space or infinite in size, do you mean necessary being? Is that all you mean?
Well, I can't address your claims. You make too many
This is a
claims and then you
this
ask a
one
question.
claim. When you say infinite in size, do you
Reference
just mean
philosophy
necessary
books.
being? Do you just mean necessary being? Is that what you mean?
Well, firstly,
This is a
ad
yes or a no
infinitum is
question.
reference. I'm addressing your
This
claim
is a
because you
yes or no
reference
question. Do you
philosophy
mean?
books.
Do
I
you
do
mean?
remember. I
I
remember the
don't care.
question.
So give me a yes or no. Start with yes or no, then give me the preamble shit.
So again,
This is a yes. You have to start with the yes or no.
infinite.
Do you mean necessary being when you say space infinite in size? Is that all you mean? Or do you mean something different? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. So there's a necessary being. So we got
Can
the
I
first two
address your
words.
claims?
Well, we just made sense of the first two words of your argument. So necessary being. All right. So you're talking about a necessary being, and what is the entailment that this necessary being follows from some premise. So go on with your first premise. There's a necessary being. So we figured out what two of your words mean. Yay.
Firstly, you're possibly conflating a premise to an argument. So
No,
an
this is
argument
we're
is the
no,
justification. Hang on.
no. The only I wasn't
Allow
no,
me
no. Shut
to.
up, shut up, shut up,
If
shut up,
you're
shut up, shut up.
making
No, no. So the only claim here I didn't was talking about in your first premise of your argument, you have lots of gibberish words, and we just made two of those words make sense. We're making progress. So two of your words that didn't make sense before, infinitely space or infinite in size, now make sense. We now know what you mean by that. You mean a necessary being. So that's all we're doing. This doesn't have anything to do with whether or not your argument is right or wrong. It's just making sense of the first two words. That's it.
this is your assertion. I said
What?
God is absolute. Your
Yes.
assertion of an infinite in size universe is contradictory because
What?
in order to be infinite requires a singular mind, not subjected to
Wait.
parts.
Stop.
The
You've gone
universe.
into your own language game again, where you're making up your own words that mean nothing to everybody else. When
I'm
you
not.
say infinite, you mean necessary being. So when I was saying infinite, I meant what everyone else in English means by infinite, which is something different than what you mean. So that's why there is a confusion there, because you mean something completely gibberish different when you say infinite, which was the whole point of the conversation. You mean necessary being. So you mean a necessary being requires a mind and free will. So why do you think a necessary being requires a mind and free will?
Bearing false witness.
What?
You're making too many claims.
It's one
I'm a
claim.
philosophy student, so it's you made claims again in regards to how I express words. To paraphrase what you said,
What?
if you copy and paste what I'm saying into Grammarly.com, I average a score of over 90. So I try to be as basic as I can.
I don't care.
So
I don't care about any of this. I don't want your preamble. I don't want your backstory. I
you
don't want
have
your
to
life story.
care.
I want the argument. Nothing but the argument. Nothing else. So, why do you think a necessary being requires a mind?
Because a mind is uncaused,
Why?
absolute, subject.
Why do you think a mind is uncaused?
Because it's by definition a necessary
What?
being.
No. Minds
It's
aren't
the
by
only
definition uncaused.
explanation.
Why are minds uncaused? That's the thing I asked. Why do you think minds are
A
uncaused?
mind.
Yes.
A mind, not the plural, a
Yes.
singular mind.
So I think there can be a necessary being that is not a mind. So necessary beings exist. I'm happy to grant that. It does not have a mind. And so I asked you, why do you think a necessary being requires a mind? And you said minds are uncaused. No, there's no evidence of that. So why do you think a
I said
mind?
mind.
I don't care. So
One
why do you think
mind.
a
You have to
mind? I
care.
don't care. Why do you think a mind is required for the necessary being? Why can't it be a not mind?
Because a not mind, or in other words, an impersonal particular, would be subject to something outside of itself.
Why?
For
Wait,
it's
wait,
to
why?
be.
Why? Why do you think that a
Well,
non-mind would be subject to something outside of itself, and a mind would not be subject to something outside of itself?
so I'll give you a analogy. So Rene Descartes' causal adequacy principle resembles ripple/domino effects, but in this case with two singletons. Thus, if
Okay, none of this
singleton
helps me.
one,
None of this is helping me. This is just more
it does,
gibberish.
I'm giving you an analogy. I'm
I
giving
don't.
you an
Yes,
analogy.
It's failed at explaining what you mean. So
I haven't
the
even
question,
explained
yes,
the
and
analogy
everyone
yet.
is already lost because what you're saying is gibberish. So
Hang on,
why
I
do you
haven't
think?
even explained the analogy yet.
If what you're
I
saying
haven't
is
even
gibberish,
explained the analogy
stop,
yet.
stop
I
talking.
haven't even
Shut
explained
up,
the
or I'm going to
analogy
mute you.
yet.
Shut up. If what you're saying is getting us lost in gibberish and we don't understand it, we're going to have to stop you and go back to try to make sense of it. So either we're going to have to go through every one of those words one by one on another tangent to make them make sense, or we're just going to have to say, no, shut up, go back to the point. The point was, why do you think a mind must be the necessary thing and not a not mind? Quantum fields are the necessary thing.
I've copied and pasted what I was about to say
I
to
don't
you.
care.
So you have to care. So thus, to go off from the analogy, I gave what the principle is. So if singleton one independently moved, then it has mindfulness.
None
Adversely,
of this makes
if an
sense.
outer course
Stop
move
talking. Your
does
analogy has
make
failed. Your
sense.
analogy has failed. Why do you think that
Can
a
you
mind is
paraphrase the
required for the?
analogy?
No, because it makes no sense. That's the point. It's failed. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't explain anything. So in order to
Well,
explain
can you read
something,
it out? Can you
I
read out the
could. I'm not
message I
going
sent
to.
you
So
word for word?
I could. I'm not going to.
Well,
So
then
the
you can't.
question is,
Can
I
you?
don't care. I
Because
don't
you
care.
may
Stop.
not
Stop
understand what I
talking.
am
Stop talking.
saying.
I definitely don't understand what you were saying. That's the point. That's why I'm telling you I don't understand what you were saying. The question was, why do you need a mind to be the necessary being?
I will explain this, but I don't know your level of education. So can you read the message that I private message
Pretend
you
I'm a
so I have
fourth
an
grader.
understanding of your
Pretend I'm a fourth
education
grader.
level?
Pretend I'm a fourth grader and I know none of the gibberish words you've made up because they don't exist in any English language. And so you try to use the regular English, not your English.
I am speaking
No, you're
regular
not.
English.
Stop. Pretend.
Can you read out the message I sent you so I know
No,
you
I will not do it. It's not
understand what
going
I
to
am
happen.
saying?
Stop. It will not happen. I am not going to read it. Done. So, can you use regular English, not your gibberish English, regular English that all human beings in America understand? If a human being in America wouldn't be able to understand the word, do not use it.
I'm speaking to you. So what of the message don't you understand? Can you
None
read
of
out the
the
message
words.
so I
No,
know
I've already told you no.
what
Say it again. I'm going
word?
to shut you the fuck up. Understood? Do you understand what I just said? Yes or no? Do you understand what I just said? You asked me to read something again. Your ass is booted. Do you understand? Yes or no? Answer the fucking question.
But
Yes or no?
I understand. I'm not trying to be condescending here.
I don't give a shit. Now answer the question. Why do you need a mind for the necessary being?
Yes, because a mind as a necessary being is the only explanation to be an unmoved absolute primary mover. Contrary of an infinite regression is fallacious because a set of particulars is contingent on an absolute in size God, aka our Judeo Christian God, which
All right, so it's not the only
supports
explanation.
premise 2.
That actually made sense. So we're making some progress. A mind is not the only explanation of a necessary being. Necessary being can be a quantum field, which has no mind. And so it's not the case that it is the only explanation. Therefore, your argument is disproven. Do you have a different one?
It's not disproven. You made a claim of quantum fields. When I asked you, well, I don't know if I asked you, but you said your assertion of quantum fields are physical.
Yep, that's
so
correct.
There's something that can't be, something physical can't be eternal because
Why not?
an absolute, as
Why not?
stated earlier, so I'll paraphrase, because to be eternal and absolute requires an all-powerful / omnipotent mind.
Wait, stop.
Not subjected
Begging
to
the question. Begging
parts.
the question. Wait, remember, the topic we're asking is why do you need a mind? So if in this argument you ever say that the necessary being is a mind, your argument fails immediately. So you can never say the necessary being is a mind because that's the question we're asking. Why is the necessary being a mind? So you can never say it. So the question is why does a necessary being have to be a mind? And so in your explanation, you can never say because the necessary being is a mind. That is not a potential explanation. So so there are other explanations. A necessary being could be a quantum field. A quantum field can be physical. And you think physical things can't be necessary beings because why? And again, you cannot say because the necessary being is a mind. That's
You're asking too many questions. Hang on.
there's
What's
one
your?
question. There's
You're asking.
one question.
There's
One
too
question.
many at point. There's too many
Stop.
points.
There's
What
one
was your
point.
last
There
question?
is one point, which is why do you think a mind is required for the necessary being? And you cannot say because the necessary being is a mind. What other reason is there?
Well, I was stating that in order to be eternal and absolute requires an all-powerful mind. In other words,
That's the
a
question we're asking.
particular that is
Why
it's
does it require a mind?
uncaused.
Why does it require a mind?
Because free will is not
Why
subjected
does it
to
require free will?
parts of an infinite.
Why does it require free will?
Because free will is not subjected to parts as opposed to an infinite regression, as
What does that
stated
have to do
earlier.
with anything?
That's in regards to your question.
Yeah, so I asked why does it require free will, and you said it requires free will because it doesn't have parts. What does parts
Said,
have
why
to do
does
with
it
anything?
require a mind?
Yes, and you said it because free will, and I asked why free will, and you said because parts. Why does it require parts or not parts?
I said a mind, to paraphrase what I said, a mind because free will is not contingent on parts.
Why does that matter to the
Alternative.
previous proposition? Why is this relevant? So if you ask me why does 1 + 1 = 2, and I say because a magical fart potato said so, that's completely irrelevant. It doesn't tell me why 1 + 1 = 2. So what we need is when you say it requires a mind because it requires free will. Why does it require free will? You said because it has no parts. Why does it require no parts?
Because the alternative, I've already gone through this. This is maybe the third time. Your assertion of it being impersonal is contradictory because in order to be a creation point, all mutability requires a personal eternal mind with free will, not subjected to parts.
That's an assertion.
So, for example,
why does it require that?
It's not an assertion, it's the truth.
No.
So,
assertion means you've made a claim with no supporting evidence. The question is why do you think it requires free will? Not just you said it, but we need to know why you think it is the case. We need evidence, not just your assertion.
Firstly, it's not an assertion. God has revealed this to us.
That is literally an assertion. Assertion is anything you say that is true. That's an assertion.
God has revealed this information to us.
That's an assertion.
So to address your, hang on, it's not an assertion. So to address,
what do you think an assertion is?
You hang on.
What do you think an assertion is?
Subjective claim without rationale.
No, it's just anything you're presenting that hasn't been supported by evidence yet. Like if I say the world is round,
same thing.
That's just an assertion. So anything, any sentence which is true is an assertion. This is not hard. It's not like a negative claim or trying to debunk your argument. It's just any claim you've said that hasn't been provided evidence in the argument yet. It's totally fine. Assertions aren't bad. If I say the world is round, oh my fucking God. If I say the world is round, but I've provided no evidence yet, is that an assertion?
Yes, I would say so.
Yes,
there's so many claims here.
Anything you say that could be true is an assertion. Anything you say is true is an assertion if you haven't provided evidence for it yet. So what I'm asking for is, what is the evidence for the claim? You've made a claim, which is the same as an assertion. What is the evidence for it?
God's invisible attributes. God has revealed himself to us. God, as stated within premise 1,
that's a different argument. The first argument you made was that there's no alternatives. I said there are alternatives.
It's the same argument.
No, that's like your first claim is that
stop.
You said there are no alternatives other than a mind. That is different than claiming that God revealed himself. If God reveals himself, that is a different claim than claiming there are no alternatives. So I'm going with the no alternatives claim for now. Why do you think there are no alternatives?
If you're going to make multiple claims, you need to speak slower. So can you start again?
Sure. So you've made two arguments here. First argument was that there's no alternatives to a mind being the necessary being. That's your first argument. Then you jumped to a different argument where you said God revealed himself. Now, I don't care about the second argument. We're going to ignore that for now. We just want to talk about the first argument where you think there's no alternatives. Why do you think there are no alternatives to a mind being the necessary being? Because it's logically possible for a quantum field to be the necessary being. Therefore, there are alternatives as far as I can tell. So what is your argument that there are no alternatives to a mind being the necessary being?
As stated earlier, the true dichotomy of the creator-creation dichotomy. So the only two things that can exist is God and not God. God is a necessary being. He is ultimate, entailing absolute eternal.
None of this is answering the question. The question is, why can't the necessary being be a quantum field? You said something about the creator-created distinction. Everything could be created by a quantum field. Problem solved. How do you think that this is not solved by the quantum field?
Because a quantum field wouldn't have a mind to choose to remain in existence with an all-powerfulness.
Because it doesn't need one. It doesn't need a mind. It just remains in existence. So it doesn't need a mind to remain in existence. It just does because that's its nature. So what's the problem?
It has to have the problem here is that in order to be eternal and absolute, it requires an all-powerful mind.
You've already said that that's the claim. That's
to remain. Hang on, you haven't allowed me to finish.
Yeah. So you said choosing to remain what?
You're
choosing to remain what?
Choosing or loving their existence without potential or actual self-destructiveness.
What is an omnipotent choose to remain in existence?
I should rephrase that better. It's God has to love his existence to remain in existence.
Why do you need to love your existence to remain in existence?
Because, as stated earlier, without potential or actual self-destructiveness, suicidal thoughts, so a mind has to govern themselves, the entirety of themselves. An absolute and size God has to govern every aspect of themselves, and only a mind is the necessary precondition.
Do just fine continuing to exist without any desires whatsoever. So why can't God be like a rock with no mind?
Your question is loaded because a rock is a finite particular. cusps.
Yes, it is a finite particular that continues to exist without a mind. So your argument was that it needs to love itself to continue to exist. And so I was giving an example of something that does not love itself, a rock, but it continues to exist anyway. So why does a thing that does not love itself, why is it able to continue to exist just fine?
The question is loaded because the rock in your question, it was created.
Why does
subject
why does
to
that matter?
our
Why does that matter? Like, are you saying that a necessary
does
being must love itself, but all other objects don't? A regular object doesn't need to love itself to exist, but a necessary being, it must love itself to exist because magic. Is that what you're saying?
not because of magic, because of eternal power. God's revealingly an ultimate, truthful, loving creator. I've already explained this. The alternative
Wait, why do you
of an
think a
infinite
necessary
regression.
being would have to love itself? Rocks don't need normal objects that we see do not need to love themselves. So why do you think that a magical necessary being would need to love itself? If rocks don't, why would a necessary being need to do it?
The question is loaded because
Not
a
loaded.
rock is not
No,
eternal.
no, no,
It
no.
is because a
That's
rock
the
is not
point of the question.
eternal.
The point of the question is that there are contingent objects that do not need to love themselves, like rocks. So that's a part of the question. Rocks are contingent and do not love themselves, but they continue to exist. So why do you think necessary beings, which are not contingent, do need to love themselves to exist?
The question is loaded
No,
because
it's not. That's a part of the
rock
question. I'm
is
literally asking.
contingent.
Rocks are contingent, but do not love themselves and exist. So if contingent things can exist without loving themselves, why do you think necessary things can't?
Because in order to be eternal requires a non-contingent mind.
I
A
already
rock
granted. No,
is
no,
a
no, stop.
contingency
Why does a necessary thing need to love itself when contingent things don't need to love themselves?
Your question is loaded
It is
because
not
it's a
loaded.
contingency. It
That's a
is
part
loaded
of the
because
fucking question. The question is specifically saying a rock is a contingent object. It's not loaded. That's in the fucking premise. A rock is a contingent object that does not love itself, but continues to exist anyway. Why do necessary beings have to love themselves or stop existing when rocks don't have that extra condition? You've added this extra rule to necessary beings that they have to love themselves, but that rule doesn't exist anywhere else in reality. So why did you add this rule? You must have some kind of evidence to show that this rule exists for necessary beings when it doesn't exist for any other object that we know about. What is your evidence that indicates this new rule is present in this necessary being realm when it's not anywhere else?
the evidence for God is his invisible attributes,
No,
as
no, no, I
stated
don't care.
earlier.
No, I'm not asking for evidence of God. I'm asking for evidence that necessary beings need to love themselves.
Yes, that's God is the necessary being.
That's no. The argument is
Invisible
why do
attributes.
you think any necessary being would ever have to love itself to continue to exist? This is not about God. I don't care about God here. God is not the point. Why would any necessary being have to love itself to continue to exist?
Because an evil God is fallacious, and a
What
God
does that have to do with it loving itself?
because God wouldn't self-harm. He
Okay.
loves himself.
Okay.
This is going down it's quite a lengthy word. I can't remember the word for it.
What?
Agathe,
Agape.
or something
Agape
like
love.
that.
Yes, but what is it?
Oh,
I'm not
not
following.
agape.
So I get if there's a God who hates himself and he kills himself, he wouldn't exist. Okay. If there's a God who has no mind, he wouldn't destroy himself and he wouldn't love himself. So why do you think you need a God who loves himself
Uh,
to continue to exist when one who's unconscious could continue to exist just fine?
Because a Garth-hierarchological God is logical because God is ultimate perfection. he loves himself.
Why can't a God with no mind continue to exist?
That's a loaded question because God, by definition, is mindful.
That's my bad. Necessary. Why can't a necessary being with no mind continue to exist for eternity?
Can you have to slow it down.
Why
Repeat that again?
can't a necessary being who has no mind exist eternity without destroying itself?
Because only a personal mind can be absolute and eternal for the
No, that's the question.
aforementioned
That's the
reasons.
question. That was the question we started with. Why do you need a personal mind to be absolute? Because if you don't have a personal mind, it'll destroy itself. That was your argument. So the question is, why do you think a mind or a non-mind would destroy itself?
Because God loves himself.
No, that's the claim. If God loves himself, he exists. That's fine. If God has no mind, he still exists. So why do you think a God who does not love itself, but also doesn't hate itself, why would that stop existing?
Firstly, God's lovingness is not a claim. And this
Wait.
goes into what I
Is
said
literally a claim.
earlier.
Why do you think a necessary
not.
being must be loving and can't be unconscious? You said because it would stop existing, it would harm itself. Well, a rock doesn't harm itself and it has no consciousness, so it could perfectly well be a non-conscious entity that doesn't harm itself. It doesn't need to be conscious to not harm itself.
Because an unconsciousness can't be absolute. I've stated this many times.
That's the thing we're starting with. You can't state that again because that's the question we're asking is why. And the reason you said was because it would harm itself. So we're asking why can't a non-conscious entity be absolute? So you can't just say it. You can't say that again because that's the thing we're trying to understand why you think that's the case.
Possibly misrepresenting me. I said unconsciousness can't be absolute.
Why?
Only a mind which
Why?
Because only a mind which entails personality can be absolute.
Why? That's restating the original claim. Why?
It's not a claim, and
it's literally what
I'm going through the because
you state is a claim. That's what claims mean. They're pretty general. Why do you think a non-conscious entity can't be absolute?
Actually, it's not a claim because I'm referencing God.
Stop saying it's not a claim. Stop.
Hang on.
Stop. I'm going to mute your dumbass every time you say a dumbass thing like that. It is a claim. I don't give a shit what your opinion is. Shut the fuck up. Answer the question. Stop telling me it's not a claim. It is a claim. Shut the fuck up. If you say it's not a claim, I'm just going to boot your ass because I'm tired of dealing with that dumb shit. Why do you think a necessary being, an absolute thing, can't be not conscious?
Because unconsciousness can't be absolute.
That's restating the fucking claim. That's just using the same words to say the same thing. Why?
Because a personal mind not subjected to an infinite regression is the necessary prerequisite for absolute eternalness. That's a true dichotomy.
That's the same fucking thing. Why is that a prerequisite? That's the question. Why?
Because it's a true dichotomy. It's the only explanation.
If it's the only explanation, that's not a dichotomy. Holy shit. Why do you need a non-conscious entity to be absolute?
It's not my position. I said we need a consciousness.
Why can't a non-conscious entity be absolute?
Because a non-consciousness would be a contingency for it to have functionality.
That's restating the same claim. That's no evidence. What is the evidence that you have that a non-conscious entity can't be the absolute thing?
Because a non-consciousness would have to be subjected to an external cause.
What's your evidence? What is your evidence for that claim?
As stated earlier, the Newton's first law of motion.
What?
I'm just repeating myself in different words because you're asking the same question in different words to possibly give off the impression.
So what about Newton's first law of something? What?
Yeah, so that's the evidence. I referenced the law of cause and effect as well.
How does Newton's laws show that the absolute thing can't be not conscious?
Because if you extrapolate backwards, it has to be an uncaused cause.
I
that
agree.
uncaused cause has.
I agree with that. A necessary being can be an uncaused cause, which is not conscious. So why can't a non-conscious thing be the uncaused cause?
It's because for status quo, or in other words, its point of creation requires a mind to have chosen to create. So to give an analogy for this, in regards to God's eternalness, and I'll just take this word for word off my project, if I could just find it here really quick. So analogously, God's eternalness is like falling asleep and feelingly causelessly aware.
That makes no sense. So why
Haven't heard it out yet. Haven't heard the whole analogy out.
The first few words, they don't make sense. The rest will also not make sense. Why
did I say? What did I say?
That something about God is like sleeping bullshit analogy. Now, why?
It's like
why?
It's the analogy. So that's in regards to us.
Why?
You have to care because it's in regards to creatures.
Stop talking. Why does the absolute thing? Why can't it be conscious? No analogies. Answers only.
Because of the alternative. So you're just asking loaded questions.
I'm asking why. So you can't say because not why. That doesn't help. This is the alternative. Quantum fields are the alternatives. They don't work because why? Because
again, a non-conscious being can't be absolute.
The question. Why? That's the same question.
Because in order to be absolute requires a mind.
That's the same statement. That's the same statement. That's not evidence or an explanation. That's just repeating the same statement. Why that? Because that's the exact same thing we've asked. That's the question we're asking. Why is that? So just saying the same thing of why we're asking the same thing doesn't give us an answer. It gives us no information. You need to say why is that the case?
It's categoricalism, so you have to appeal to the alternative. For in this case, a non-conscious being can't be absolute because by definition.
No, it's not by definition. There's nothing in a non-conscious being that says not absolute. If I go to the definition of Google and I say a non-conscious or I forget what the word is for it, unconscious, but no part of that says not absolute. There's no not absolute anywhere in that definition.
Well,
so it is not by definition.
It is by definition.
What definition? No dictionary says for non-conscious things that they are not absolute.
www.newworldencyclopedia.org/entry/absolute. It references our biblical God.
What? This is not
2021.
What gibberish is this?
It's
absolute. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google the definition. Google it.
I'll send you the link.
I'm not interested in your garbage link. I'm just gonna use Google because Google is the one that uses the most commonly used definition of the word. So we're gonna use Google. Say Google absolute, or what? Do you want absolute or what contingent? Absolute. Not qualified or diminished in any way. Viewed or existing independently and not in relation to other things, not relative or cooperative. A value or principle which is regarded universally. There is nothing here that says it can't be a non-conscious thing. No words. It doesn't reference consciousness at all. It's 0 points. Let's go with contingent. So absolute does not reference consciousness. Contingent. Subject to chance, occurring, existing only if certain circumstances are the case or dependent on. No reference of consciousness. None. 0 reference. Not in absolute, not in contingent.
It's in
0 reference. I just use Google. Google does not have it.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to. You can't just base everything off one source. So you have to
dictionary.com.
take into account there are other.
Dictionary.com. Absolute. Dictionary.com. Absolute. Free from imperfection, complete, perfect, not mixed or adulterated, pure, complete, downright, no mention of consciousness. All right, let's check contingent. Contingent, dependent for existence, occurrence,
It's implied.
Where
it's
is
implied.
There's no implication of consciousness anywhere in that definition.
It's implied because to be total or universal requires a non-contingent particular. A non-contingent particular would just be a definition to a mind.
No.
A mind?
No. Nowhere does it say that anywhere in the dictionary. No.
It's implied because
no, it's not.
Be the only.
No, it's not.
It's implied.
The author.
I gave you the link.
The author. They say it is not.
Why don't you click the link I sent you?
Because I don't want to check your bullshit. That's why.
Well, then I'll read it out then. So give me a moment.
I'm not interested. I just read the two.
You have to be interested.
I'm not interested in your creationists give link to creationist sources all the time. I'm not interested. I just use google.com.
This is New World Encyclopedia.
I don't know what that even means.
But New World Encyclopedia. I'll read it out. You have to care.
I don't care.
So I'm reading it.
No, you're not reading it out. So we did this. We went through Google. We went to dictionary.com. Nowhere in contingent does it mention mind. Does not happen. Zero parts mention mind.
I'm referencing a New World Encyclopedia. Absolute philosophy. There's even philosophy. It's even philosophy's referencing it. So the term absolute denotes unconditioned or an independence in the strongest sense. So just to cut through the chase. So absolute is conceived as being synonymous with the essential attributes of God and is characterized other natures of God.
Dumbass religious definitions are not answering the question. What you're doing is using a dumbass religious source that doesn't actually give us any content.
It's not. It's New World Encyclopedia.org.
No one uses absolute to mean that.
New World Encyclopedia.
Stop with your dumbass source. I don't care about your religious bigoted source. I do not care.
Nowhere. New World Encyclopedia.
Stop talking. You're done. I don't care about your bullshit religious source. I went to Google. I went to dictionary.com.
It's not a religious source.
Holy shit. Did you not fucking hear me? Do not bring it up again. I don't give a shit about your bigoted source. I gave you dictionary.com. I gave you Google. It does not mention it. You are done. Pick a different.
It's not a bigoted source.
Not fucking bring it up again, or I'm gonna kick your ass. I don't give a shit about your dumbass religious source. It's not evidence. Why do you think that you need a mind to be the absolute thing? And bringing up a dumbass religious source is not evidence. I don't give a shit. Why do you think you need a mind to be not the absolute thing?
Firstly, it's a philosophy encyclopedia.
Don't give a shit. Don't fucking bring it up. Do you fucking understand me? Do you fucking understand? Do not bring it up again. Do you understand? Yes or no? Do you understand? Do not fucking bring it up again.
Okay, but you're looking for a definition. So what was your question?
Why do you think you need a mind to be the absolute thing?
So to answer this,
fuck about your dumbass definition. Why do you think you need a mind to be the absolute thing?
Because this is maybe the fifth time. Because free will is not subjected to parts.
That's a part of a mind, you dumbass. I don't fucking care about free will. Why does it need a mind? Free will is a part of a mind.
That's the entailment. It's the entailment.
No, it's not, because you haven't explained why you need free will to be absolute.
Because free will, a mind.
We're already on the question of why you need a mind. You said because free will. Why do you need free will?
Because free will is uncaused.
The question is
free will is.
So why can't a quantum field cause everything? Quantum field, fundamental nature of
Because
reality. What
because
can't it do?
Because unconscious causes can't provision effects.
The
More
fuck does that even
precisely,
mean? Quantum
means in order for there
to why can't a quantum field? Why can't quantum fluctuations cause the universe? Why? What in physics
there are
prevents?
multiple there are multiple
Give one.
contradictions here. So, brute contingency of instant
I never said any of
so
those
when
words.
something when I'll explain it. So when something comes into
didn't say any
existence,
of those words. I don't know what any of those words mean. So why do you think quantum field can't create the universe?
yes, I will explain this. There are
Right.
multiple reasons. The first reason, due to the brute contingency of instant creation, because of irreducibly complexity, a mind, well, to address your question more precisely,
when quantum fields are not a brute contingency, the creation of the universe is not a brute contingency.
said the creation. I said the creation.
The creation is not a brute contingency, and there is no irreducible complexity. So none of that makes sense. Why can't a quantum field create everything?
Creation is a brute contingency. There is irreducible complexity, and
If it's a
quantum
brute
fields.
contingency,
Hang on.
Stop. If it's a brute contingency, that means it's uncreated. Brute contingency means it has no explanation. It means it's not created. That's what the word means. So if creation is a brute contingency, yes, brute contingency means not created. Brute contingency. Google the words. Brute contingency means a thing with no explanation.
Contingent on a brute fact, an ultimate fact, but the brute contingency here.
All right, that's your
instant
hour, and
creation.
Does anybody have any questions from the audience? Would anybody like to give it a shot? Raise your hand, and people in Discord, or if you want to join the Discord and ask questions, here is the link to the Discord, or you can do a super chat. People want to put in a super chat to ask questions, go for it.
I've got around 30 minutes left for questions.
Jen, do you want to ask a question? That'd be great. Can you shout louder, please? I don't know. It would be a struggle. It'd be tough. Can you ask him if he has sexual relationships with God? From Ray Rez.
Yes, I'm God. Yes. Favorite. You can ask God. As I've stated many times, if you want to verify my identity of being an ultimated Judeo Christian, then just ask God, and he may reveal to you through special revelation or his eternal power.
God, is this guy an ultimated Judeo Christian? I'm not getting anything.
God has chosen not to know certain people.
All right. God equals the square root of -1 asks, is UJC calling from a mental institution?
No. From outside, there is background noise.
Yeah, I can hear the crickets.
Yeah. What's the next? Is there a next question?
No Name asks, can God perform autofellatio?
What does that even mean, autofellatio?
I don't actually know. I mean, I know what fellatio is. I don't know what maybe it's on himself. Maybe, I think that's what it means, on himself.
I don't, how do you spell it?
A blowjob. Can God give himself a blowjob?
Try to refrain from these sexual questions.
All right. JJ asks, UGC, how can invisible be the evidence?
Because that's just who God is. For us to identify the alternative of physicalities, we have to reference a non-physical God. This is stated in Romans 1:20. So just to paraphrase it quickly, since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly perceived, so that no one is without excuse. So the evidence for God is his immaterialness.
Gotcha. All right, Tree Root Park. Did you have a question? I guess he went back down. All right. JJ, can you ask him to join the comment section afterwards? He's asking
Easy
you
to join chats. If you're a YouTuber and want to engage, then I'm happy to do so. But I'm not going to sit around a live chat. I study like
I think he means the chat
plus
beneath.
hours a day.
I think he means like beneath the video. Tree Root, we still cannot hear you.
Oh, do you mean? I'm assuming that he or she, are they referencing the YouTube chats or the Discord chat?
The YouTube chat. I think they want you to answer questions they have in the chat, I think.
Well, I'll just ask a question and leave. Has your guest ever done psychedelics like DMT or mushrooms or anything like that?
Don't do drugs. Try to stay on topic. Chosen to live sinless. So...
It's a fair question. Any questions are fine. All right. McGruber has a question, I think.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, couple of questions. Well, my biggest question is, Ultimated, you look for debates, right? But your YouTube comment sections are all off. So how do people actually engage with you?
Through my Patreon account.
Oh, so we have to pay you to debate.
Oh, you can private message me through my Patreon account.
Oh, okay.
Or on Discord, right? Like you can message him on Discord, I imagine.
He tends to be pretty unresponsive, even though he's on my friends list, but maybe that's just me. But Ultimated, I do admire your... I
was in a debate. You've messaged me in a debate. You've sent me 3 messages.
Well, it's fine. Debate. It's fine. Well,
yeah, that's fair. Like you can't expect him to respond within an hour. You got to give him like a few days. If you
no, it's been several weeks. It's okay. Gotcha. But
message me in the debate I just had with T-Jump.
Well,
don't lie.
It's fine. Anyway, Ultimated, I admire your taking the Bible as axiomatically true, because these atheists do need to understand that they just need to accept it. They just need to accept that God revealed himself and that he's ultimate and they're not God. And I think you do that really well. The sex with God stuff has got to stop, but, I think on balance you do all right.
Firstly,
you got a fan.
People self-proclaim to the atheist, and
right, true. Yeah, they're not really atheists.
You can't.
Yeah, Romans 1 verse 18 to 20. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the next question.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, sure. All right. Milk has a question. I actually got some super chats too, but let's milk up while getting the super chats. Milk.
So, if people are paying to spend time with you, would you consider yourself like a gigolo?
Sure, I'd be happy to be a gigolo. Pay me enough money, no problem.
Okay. So would you guys consider like doing like a co-op, maybe? Like photo shoot?
If I'm paid enough, sure.
Okay.
All right. Super chats. Charles and Solo, thank you for the super chat. Philip, please explain how shapes prove God and colors prove Jesus. Thank you.
Shapes prove God because shapes are contingencies. Colors prove our God of the Bible, as stated in Genesis 1:3, when God said, "Let there be light." So that should address that question.
Okay. Heinrich von 9 something. What differentiates God from the multitude of explanations and even unknown explanations? Shouldn't there be something empirical?
There's only 2 explanations. That's why I stated God or not God as a true dichotomy. If you want empirical evidence of God, you have to reach out to him. There is evidence of God through his invisible attributes. So
if they're invisible,
address,
how are they empirical?
I didn't say that.
You did say
he's
invisible. You said they're his invisible attributes.
I just said that's evidence. God's invisible attributes are evidence.
His invisible attributes are evidence.
Yes.
Okay, so what does empirical mean?
Something that you can touch.
Sense experience.
Tangible.
Means through sense experience, yes. So if they're invisible, can you sense them with your sense experience?
Yes, we know God exists through his divinity. He represents objective truth, ultimate truthful love, more precisely. If you want to call that empirical, you can. Maybe a way to fit that in.
Invisible is the opposite of empirical, right?
Not necessarily, because invisible can still be perceived, as stated in Romans 1:20.
Perceive. So you can perceive something that is invisible.
Yes, you can know that God exists without having to see him.
That wasn't the question. So the question is empirical means sense experience, but something invisible is the opposite of sense experience. Invisible and empirical are opposites. The
For
question
you to know
said,
you have senses. You to know you have senses, you have to reference God through his invisible attributes, complementing the creator-creation dichotomy. The pronoun I presupposes God, cogito ergo sum, because we are temporalities, we are subject to our Judeo Christian God. As a presupposition, which is revelatory, thus God is an ultimate fact. So you just have to accept God's awesomeness.
no idea how that explains how invisible and empirical are not opposites, but whatever. Next question. How much can we pay to avoid having to suffer mango again? It's a good question. I don't know. Say $500? I don't know. I'll guess. Put that up. Fine.
I'll actually open up the YouTube chat and see.
What? Anybody else have any questions? McGruber has another question. Oh,
yeah, thanks. Very quickly, Ultimated, why do you put the emphasis on random syllables like revelatory and like creation?
You gotta add a Lee. There's gotta be Lees somewhere. It's gotta have like 6 Lee words.
And why do you use the
purpose
word
of emphasis? Be forceful. I have to maybe raise my voice.
No,
be more...
that's not what I mean. I mean, why do you put the emphasis on random syllables in words? It's really off-putting. I don't know why you do that.
You can't say that it's random because to me it's not random.
Well, like I gotta admit, I've listened to probably dozens and dozens of hours of your content. And like, I think on the whole, it's fine, but I just wondered if there was a point behind the emphasis.
Yes, because if I'm repeating myself, then I may, for emphasis, repeat certain words in a more...
I think you're not getting my question.
I am answering your question. So,
well, you're not
answered your question
directly, but
I have.
Thanks, T-Jump.
Yep. Sunken forklift. Go ahead.
Hey, question is for Ultimate. Ultimated? Yeah, Ultimated. I'm also a Christian, but I would like it if you would retire because you're giving us a horrible name.
God's best friend. Ask God.
I did. He said you should retire.
Oh, God is touching the side of my head. This has been going on for years.
All right.
God has laughed in my. God has made like really cutesy noises in my room.
Oh wait, is this the Sex with God thing that I was talking about earlier? I don't
Yep.
know this person, so
Yep.
this is.
Yep. It was one of the
that
previous
sounds-
conversations. We went into
Alright.
that for a good 20 minutes or so.
That's pretty cool. Anyway, just think over my advice. Think about retiring. I think you could benefit.
Never gonna happen.
On the right, thank you for the super chat. He asks, will AI be Islamic or atheist and why? It will be atheist. Do you have a position on that?
Quran is false based off the first sentence. There's no reference of a creation point. Because God is ultimate truthful love and a creator, he would make the creation point known to us within the first sentence of his sacred book. To summarize that, loving God has created the universe and has made it known to us within the first
The
sentence
question
of
was
the
is when
Bible.
AI will come around and is conscious, will it be Islamic or atheist or Christian? What will it believe based on the evidence?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. I thought you were referencing a username. What was the
No,
question?
artificial intelligence. When artificial intelligence is discovered and it becomes conscious, will it be Islamic or atheist or Christian? Do you know what artificial intelligence is?
Well, that's I do. That's loaded because whoever created the AI would have had reasons, said creation, formation of things. Life is too complex. That's the awesomeness of God, the law of biogenesis.
So you're saying AI
Life can't just.
won't ever be created? Is your argument?
My argument is that life can't randomly born. Life has to come from life. The law of biogenesis.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Heinrich asks, feels like your God fails to exist. No way to differentiate between your God and other cults or other religions.
There is, because only one God can exist definitionally. My syllogism in regards to premise 1 indirectly proves Judeo Christianity ontologically because of Bible, the first sentence of the Bible. You can know with certainty that our God of the Bible exists. As a creator God would make the creation point known to us within first sentence. That answers the question.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions? Want to ask Scotty? Do you want to ask a question to UJC? Let's see. Raise your hand if you're in the Discord audience. I will post a link in the YouTube chat. And by the YouTube chat, have any questions?
How long have you got long left?
Probably.
I can stay longer, however, because I'm outside. Got 40 minutes left on my battery. I can stay as long as you want. Answer these questions.
What's the difference between a Judeo Christian and a Christian? From M9I Supreme, M91 Supreme.
Judeo Christian is in regards to both the Old and New Testament. A Christian can mean a loving person. So the adjective Christian has multiple meanings. It's very important that Christians who self-identify themselves as that start with identifying themselves as Judeo Christian to give off the theistic distinction. That answers the question.
Hey, strong atheist, you got a question, right? Anybody else got any questions in the chat? Yes, strong atheist. Invite to speak. Are you able to thought experiment a world with no God? From JJ.
You know, hypotheticals, but have to reference God first.
So I think no. Strong, you there? What's up?
Yeah. How do you think the world would be different if there were no gods?
Question is loaded because there wouldn't be a world to begin with, as absolute nothingness has no causal powers, thus only alternative is an eternal God. Bond?
So nothing could exist without gods. That's your response?
Oh, I said, paraphrase, absolute nothingness is impossible. Alternative is an eternal mind. So that's if you assert a trichotomy of temporalities, God, and absolute nothingness, that's fallacious. So only a true dichotomy is actual. God or not God entails temporalities.
So if you won't accept that anything could exist without God, it seems like even the most simple thing couldn't exist without God. So why would God exist as opposed to something simple?
What is simple? Divine simplicity. He is absolute.
Wouldn't God's attributes make him complex?
Not necessarily. God is simple, at the same time irreducible because of his aesthetics, so his visuals. God has an appearance. Even though his
Oops.
to be simple, singular. God is depicted to be. Yes.
Do we know of anything that could intentionally create a universe? And wouldn't that entail complexity just on its own, even without any omni properties?
Need omni properties. The universe is contingent on an eternal mind. Be eternal requires an omnipotence / all powerfulness. Alternative of absolute nothingness has no causality for the brute contingency of instant actualization. As to be, reality requires absoluteness as a precondition. So it's impossible for an infinite in size particular to spawn without a cause. If you assert eternal physicalism, that's fallacious because the universe can't be all powerful with a mind, as the universe consists of many parts. So in order to be eternal and absolute requires a mind. That answers your question or response.
Well, what I'm questioning is your assertion of divine simplicity, in that just the attributes alone, even if you want to say God is immaterial, which in my opinion means doesn't exist anyway, but even if you want to have the benefit of the doubt on that one, just the attributes of intentionally being able to create a universe, even without the omni properties, that entails such complexity. We don't know of anything that could intentionally create the universe. And so I think that really goes against a claim of divine simplicity.
Divine simplicity is not an assertion. Universe can't causelessly spawn nothing. The only alternative is a God, this puts God to be a necessary being. And if you take a look at the size of the universe, the weight of the universe, many particulars, the colors, all of that to spawn instantly, all at the same time, requires a cause.
Thank you for the super
This
chat.
is
On the
why
right,
we have the law of cause and effect.
on the right says.
So mindful
One
causes
sec.
provision, codependent effects.
Can you guys wait 1 sec?
Do you accept the Big Bang?
Can you guys hear me? 1 second. Can you guys hear me? Testing.
From nothing
Apparently
or
not. Wow.
Well, the Big Bang
eternal
was
physicalism is false.
Big Bang wasn't nothing. The Big Bang started out as the singularity, compressed energy, approximately 13.7 to 13.8 billion years ago. Do you accept that?
No, because a finite singularity would be subjected to something outside of it for it to move. You assert panentheism of a false god with both an immaterial and a physical aspect eternally is contradictory because a mind has to reside with material attribute. So to summarize that, physical energy / matter can't be eternal
Can you guys
because
hear me right
by
now?
definition, the only alternative is a god.
Nope.
All right, saying you don't accept the Big Bang, right? That was the answer. I couldn't quite get that part.
Big Bang, millions of billions of years. No.
To fix my
Okay,
audio.
even though the evidence shows that to be the case with the cosmic microwave background radiation, you just don't accept that, right? Because I mean, some theists still accept that, and they just give God credit for that.
Hey, can you guys hear me right now?
I don't know about these radio back. Science is not really my thing.
Okay.
Whoops.
Okay. I was wondering
Hey,
about
what-
your just
can you
statement
guys
that you had just
hear me?
made regarding that being creation, energy / mass being created or destroyed. You know, we have the first law of thermodynamics, and that seems that energy
Testing.
/ mass could always exist based on the first law of thermodynamics. How do you respond to that?
Hey, 1 second. Can you guys hear me yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My audio went out for a bit there. On the right had a super chat. Just wanted to get that in real quick. He said, could you define an argument from incredulity for UJC?
It's based on biased. Is that the correct answer?
Wait, he's asked, could you define...
Argument based on bias.
Oh, close, but it's just...
Forgot what it means, yeah.
Well, argument for incredulity means that you can't understand something, therefore it's false. That's close.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase many times, but I just forget. I'm really precise with what I learn and study. What was your response again, Strong? Or do you want to say something to Jump?
No, I was just reading the super chat. That was it.
I was asking how you would respond to the first law of thermodynamics, that energy / mass can't be created or destroyed, and why you would think that that would mean that, having considered that the universe or mass or energy couldn't be eternal.
Firstly, those principles of thermodynamics are not universal populations. So God created energy and matter, so he supersedes those principles. They shouldn't be classified as laws in a universal sense. The laws of logic can be classified as universal. The zeroth principle, if you want to say, of thermodynamics refutes an eternal cosmos because of thermal equilibrium, because there are so many stars out there, the temperature would come to an equal state. So this is what's called theophysics. So if you're referencing secular physics, that's fallacious.
The laws of thermodynamics are laws because there are no known exceptions. When there become any exceptions, if ever, then it would no longer be a law.
Should be principles not universal laws, because God created matter.
We got another super chat from Emperor 3000. He asked, "Do you think your idea satisfies Occam's razor?"
Yes, because God is simple. Occam's razor is not really used for absolute claims. If you assert Occam's razor, well, then I can respond by saying that God is simple. He's not made up of parts. That answers the question.
Well, that's why I was asking you before. Even if we give you the benefit of the doubt that God is immaterial, just the attributes of being able to intentionally create a universe, we know of nothing that could do that. Wouldn't that alone entail complexity? Seems to me it would.
God is simple. You can just visualize something in your mind. I can visualize a phone in my mind. That's how I would say God creates things as we are made in his image, because God just is who he is. He can actualize things into existence.
Well,
It's just who God is.
Doesn't just being able to actualize things into existence entail some complexity? We don't know of anything else that can.
Complexity from the cause or the effect?
Any way you look at it, God has certain attributes, especially God's as defined in the Western world, have attributes that would entail complexity. I've heard plenty of arguments for divine simplicity. I don't see where any of them are coming from. I heard one person who says God has no attributes. That's another thing that would seem to mean God wouldn't exist. But once you start giving God these attributes, I don't understand where you're coming from with simplicity. You have a hard time understanding how anything could exist without God, but you don't have a hard time understanding where this being that could create a universe would originate. It seems so contradictory there.
Oh, well, firstly, you're referencing God as you are talking about him. And God created because out of love. So God is simple. Universe is complex. Complexity can't just emerge out of nothing. Complexity requires a mindful cause that provisions codependent effects. So for something height, depth, and width to spawn instantaneously and instantly into existence requires a cause.
We got a few more super chats. We got one from Heinrich. He asks, "What would change your mind? What would or can change your mind?"
God's existence, nothing. It'll be nothing can change my mind.
Got it. And we got one from Super Squid Hunk. "If all knowledge of Christianity was forgotten today, how would we reason ourselves back to it?"
All knowledge of Christianity was erased or something. How would we know about it? Or we would indirectly, we would go, some people would go from a direct connection with our biblical God to an indirect connection to our biblical God.
Okay.
Any other questions? Or do you want to say something strong?
Well, I just, you understand there's no empirical evidence for God, right? You accept that?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like something that you can, show someone else that this is the actual case or novel testable prediction or anything like that. There's no real empirical evidence for God, right? You accept that?
Oh, I would say there is, because God's invisible attributes, we can say there is an immaterial God, your empiricism requires clarification for me.
How could you show someone else that God exists?
Well, God has revealed himself to everybody.
I disagree with that respectfully. He has not revealed himself to me, and plenty of people that I know that's the case for. And the people that assert that to be the case, I really question, because we know that plenty of people have dreams and hallucinations for various reasons. We know they exist. We don't know of anyone that's had direct communication with any kind of a God. And if they did, you would think they would be able to give some kind of novel, testable prediction that would back that up.
Firstly, I can show people our God of the Bible exists, and you did reference God, the pronoun I somewhere, because for you to identify your limitations, in actuality, you have to appeal to God's ultimate C. Implementing a true dichotomy, God or not God, only God has the necessary attributes to be eternal, absolutes, and so forth. The opposite of God would be a temporality. God, by definition, is ultimate, truthful love. He has made himself known to us through his invisible attributes. So people suppress the truth, but can't get rid of the truth.
But you can't actually show someone else that God is true. There's no way for you to do that, right?
Our God of the Bible, yes.
How can you do that? I mean, I know you can give assertions that that's the case, but I can't see how you could actually do it. I've never heard anyone actually be able to do it. If you were able to do it, you'd be the first.
First sentence of the Bible proves the Bible. Stated earlier, so I'll state it again. Loving God has created the universe and would want to make this known to us within the first sentence of his sacred book, the Bible. We can focus on loving him, not having to waste time reading other false religious texts, implementing the greatest commandments, to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. If you're talking about a God in general, well, God has revealed himself to everybody. So we can talk about God. Some people may be able to articulate his attributes better than others, but fundamentally, we all know that an ultimate perfect being exists. So often, if you ask somebody, what is your definition of God? Sometimes they get it incorrect. So you can be ignorant on certain things, but not to an ultimate perfect being. But some people suppress the truth so much that bargains with their mind, because
We got another super chat from on the right. He asks, God exists because it is impossible for him not to exist. Argument from incredulity, question mark. You don't understand naturalism, discuss.
odd conditions, naturalism, and naturalistic
the first part
pantheism
is,
is fallacious.
God exists because it is impossible for him not to exist. Argument from incredulity, question mark.
It's not. Have faith in God, what that means is that without fully understanding God, know that he still exists. God loves when we have faith in him, as stated somewhere in the Bible. Those who live by faith. A belief is different to faith.
All right, that's it for now. You guys can keep chatting.
God exists as he has revealed himself to us. He is ultimate truthful love and has created temporalities, implementing a true dichotomy of God or not God. Because you are not God, you are subject to God. Only God has the necessary attributes to ground dichotomies. Do you want to respond to that?
Did God reveal himself to everyone except me? Doesn't seem fair.
It's fallacious because God is love. So he would want to reveal himself to everybody, refuting agnosticism, atheism. You can't be ignorant on God's existence because God is love, entailing universal revelation. Because God is the greatest being conceivable, he doesn't have a defeater using atheism.
Well, it sounds to me. Sorry, go ahead.
Atheism, agnosticism references God within the title.
It seems to me like you're backing up one empty assertion with a bunch of other empty assertions. You have nothing really to put on the table. You haven't not shown that you can show someone else that God exists. You can make an assertion that everyone knows God exists, but there's nothing really backing up that assertion.
2 points here. So, firstly, I can't assert God, as God is an ultimate fact. In other words, an eternal fact. I can't conceptualize out of nothing an eternal fact. Eternal fact has to reveal themselves to us, because God is the source of information. Information is absolute, eternal, and revelatory. Us, information is just a label to God. I can show again that our God of the Bible exists, and I can teach people how to express the innate knowledge we have of God in words.
Got a few more super
Implementing
chats.
ontotheology.
Tatted Tech asks, okay, so discount rate comfort is back. Ultimate truth is that dino nugs are the best kind of nugs. I don't know what that means exactly, but appreciate the super chat. Peter Wint asks, UGC might be suffering from dysprosody.
I don't know what that is.
Prosody. I don't either. It's a neurological disorder which cases are compulsion to emphasize syllables at random. It's very rare. Super Squid Hunt asks, does he think these arguments are convincing in any way? Think about it from an atheist perspective. Does he genuinely think he's changing anyone's mind?
God has done all the work for me. No one is without excuse. You know, everyone knows that ultimate truthful love exists. It's just
so
a
the question
definition to
is,
God.
do you think your arguments convince anyone? That's the question.
Yes. I've converted many people.
Okay.
Fundamentally,
Mantu Florin asks, can you ask him if he can be wrong?
Can't be wrong because God is love. He wouldn't lie.
M91 Supreme asks, can he specify who the people who are suppressing the supposed truth are? Who are the people who are supposedly suppressing the truth?
Some unrighteous people, as stated in Romans 1:17-20. So some people don't like that there is a God, so they suppress him.
All right, and the last one from Sham Shrew. Ask him in the Hindu Bhagavad Gita, God says, Aham Bahij Prad Pita, meaning I am the seed-giving father, and it's 3,500 years senior to Babel. So why not believe Hinduism is true in the original religion?
Because of the Bible, I haven't even read the Veda. I've only read the first sentence of the Quran. Busy to be reading these false religious books. First sentence of the Bible is all we need to know, proving the Bible. God has made it so simple for us. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. God is, by definition, revealingly ultimate, truthful love and a creator. So the Hinduism, fallacious.
Okay, I got another super chat from Peter Wentz. Has he been doing the misemphasis since childhood?
Emphasis. I
You're-
don't know what that means.
The God of the Bible, the long elongated middle parts of the words, your speech patterns, is imbibly.
Is that?
He's asking about your
Am I
accent.
doing it intention? I don't know if I'm doing it. I'm not doing it intentionally. That's what the question's about.
Yeah.
Big Daddy is asking, is invisible the same as immeasurable?
Not necessarily. Immeasurable would just be something very big.
On that subject, we do know certain things exist that are invisible, like air and gravity, but we have like evidence of the effects of these things. Do we have any actual effects?
Absolute invisible.
Do we have
Material.
do we have any actual evidence of effects that could only be God and nothing else?
Yes. Ultimate truth or love. But when I state that God has invisible qualities, what I meant to say is he is immaterial, or in other words, absolute invisible. Obviously, something small like an atom can be invisible to the eye. So that's a category error.
What's the difference between immaterial and not existing?
Existing would be nothingness. Material would be sourced in God and our souls.
Oh, it looks like Piggy Butt has a question in the Discord. I'll give him an invite to speak. Piggy Butt, go ahead.
Hey, hello, what's up? Finally, I got on.
Yeah, what's your question?
Strong atheists, you asked the question saying something along the lines of like you're asking about God. I was gonna say just because you don't know that or you can't comprehend something or don't have experience with a thing doesn't make it not true. So that's it. You're over here saying, "Oh well, why doesn't God make me understand him? Like if other people understand God so much, like it's not fair that I don't understand him, so he's not a good God." It's just like, no, that's not how reality works. Like if you're
Well, just to
incapable of
clarify, sorry to
understanding
interrupt.
something.
UGC said that God has revealed himself to everyone, and Strong Atheist said, well, he hasn't revealed himself to me because I haven't noticed him. That was the argument. So he wasn't specifically saying that because he just doesn't.
I think he has, revealed himself to everyone, and some people are just stuck in a certain mentality, and they're unable to realize the truth because they want to accept false truths.
I would prefer to believe in God if God existed. It's much better than what I believe in. There's just no evidence for it. And I always have a hard time understanding why people believe anything without any real evidence. And if they do, why don't they just believe everything without real evidence?
Beliefs presupposes God, ultimate truth.
Your evidence, believe it or not, is a form of a belief. Like your scientific method and irrefutable evidence and substantial this and that, that's still all based on a belief system. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, it's the best criteria we have for what we believe in.
I know,
Do you have
believe
a better
exactly. Wait, that's based on a scientific belief system, not on like an indigenous belief system. They're gonna be like, yeah, we knew all of this stuff already. Like you're saying something we've been saying, and you just barely realized that like 100 years ago. We've been saying that for thousands of years.
Is there a better criteria for belief than evidence?
You consider evidence to be a scientific form of only evidence for you is a scientific thing, and that's where you limit your perspective, because if it can't fit a scientific model, then it's wrong, or you can't comprehend it. It's you're unable to understand it. So I don't know what to tell you. Like that, your thinking is limited.
Do you believe other things besides religious stuff without evidence, or just the religious stuff?
What do you evidence and proof is like beauty. I would say it's in the eye of the beholder.
Can you answer my question?
What is evidence?
You know what evidence is. Why do you have to be like that? Theists understand every word from every sentence going on for hours and hours, but when you get to the word evidence, somehow you don't understand what evidence means.
Because you want to say
respond to what I said, Strong? I have to go soon. I'm low on battery, but can you respond to what I said, Strong? A belief presupposes God. Is he his ultimate truth? Respond.
They can't respond. It goes over their head.
It seems like he got deafened, so we had to go somewhere real quick. That's all right. Anybody else got any questions for UJC before he goes? And we can continue the conversation afterwards, because I have nothing to do for a bit today. So anybody got any more questions for UJC? Put them in before he has to go. If anybody in the audience would like to come up and speak and ask a question, raise your hand.
I've got about 8% left, so.
Okay, I got a question for you. Do you think the Bible, God's supernatural, right? Do you think it's possible because some people say the Bible is like non-changing and God's word stays the same or whatever? Do you think it's possible for the Bible to be altered, like whether it be through corruption throughout history to manipulate the masses, or like some kind of supernatural, like demonic intervention to just like corrupt the world? Do you think that's possible? For the Bible to change?
Because the main themes of the Bible are consistent. That would be special creation, young earth creationism, flat earthism, Christology, salvation. All of those main themes are consistent. Anything else in between, like translation errors, it's not really, I wouldn't say it's a big deal, because in order to claim a copyright, at least 10% of text has to be altered to resell again. This is what's called biblicism. Proving the Bible, all we need to know is the first sentence. A created God would make. Yep.
Who even decided which books go into the Bible? Because supposedly the Bible is just supposed to be a historical account of history, right? Of what happened, but there's a lot of stuff that's not taken into consideration, and even in the Bible, there's a lot of things that are like contradicting each other. Like in one verse, they say that Jesus said Jesus's last words were this, and then in another book, they're like Jesus's last words was this other thing. It's just like, what did Jesus say last? Because there's a lot of conflicting information within the book itself, and not to mention like a lot of shit that's excluded from the book altogether. So like who even decided which books go into the Bible?
I'm really low here. Firstly, we can't. You have to have the original Bible to point out contradictions. This is why I use the first sentence of the Bible to prove the Bible.
And you think God wanted us to? You think God wanted us to read a book in order to communicate and understand who he is, instead of just like a direct communication or like a relationship? You think he wants
It's
a
for
book?
relational. Yeah, it's for relational reasons and to show that Jesus died for us.
Okay.
The way to show that God loves humans more than angels. That's why Jesus died for humans. The fallen angels, who we call demons, they can't be forgiven. John 15:13, greater love than this. Greater loves, I can't remember. There's no greater love to die for your friends. Thus, Jesus is God.
You understand that the Bible is the claim and not the evidence, right? Like when somebody
I
says
respond what I said earlier. Otherwise, I have to go soon. A belief presupposes God as ultimate truth.
who are you speaking to?
You, I think he asked you earlier when you were deafened, like to ask to respond to that or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you ask the question one more time? I'm sorry.
Said beliefs presupposes God as he is ultimate truth.
Beliefs Well, I mean, it sounds like it's an empty assertion. Don't you have to like show that God's the case? I mean,
It's
you're
not
saying you
because
have
for
to
you to identify an assertion presupposes God. I have to interrupt you because I'm very low on battery here. And if an assertion still presupposes God as ultimate truth, so it comes back to your creaturely. Everything comes back to your creatureliness. So for you to identify that you are finite, you have to appeal to God as he is ultimate perfection, implementing a true dichotomy. So beliefs, anything you say is incoherent or assertions, etc., all references God. You can have the last word because I have to.
Oh, I'll just say presupposing God still doesn't make it based in reality. That's fine if you want to presuppose it. I mean, it's just jumping the gun. There's no real evidence. No one's ever been able to provide any real evidence in thousands of years. No one ever will be able to because it's not a real thing. I think that people that believe it are generally victims of childhood indoctrination.
Can you give me any scientific theories that don't start with the pre-assumption?
Can I just say one more thing? Then I'll have to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just to Strong. So if you're a YouTuber, Strong, then we can continue this discussion. Otherwise, I'm just too busy not to engage YouTubers. So I'll end it there. Thanks, T-Jump. I'll upload soon.
Sure.
Bye.
Peace out. All right, Piggy, did you have more stuff to talk about? More God stuff?
Yeah, real quick. You Strong Atheist, answer my question real quick. What scientific methods are you aware of that don't start with a pre-assumption?
Well, I mean, you have to like presuppose existence, I guess. So I guess everything would have that, but there's evidence for existence. And so, is it really? You know,
just pre-assuming existence? That's a really broad statement. That can mean a lot of things.
So, do you deny that we exist?
No, I'm not denying that.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess as long as we exist and anything else we have evidence for, I don't know that much gets presupposed. I mean, initially, you have to presuppose things to perform experiments, and then you can confirm or not confirm.
You keep on saying like we have evidence. Like if we're not over here drawing these like subjective conclusions to subjective, what's it called, like observations that we're making.
Like, what do you think there's not evidence for in science? Do you think there is?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm literally saying you're over here acting like this evidence you're referring to is not a subjective. What did I just say? Fuck.
Pre-assuming. It has to be pre-assumed. You're saying?
No, you see a rock fall, and then you draw the conclusion that it's because gravity.
Right. I think that What, Isaac Newton?
Right.
Right.
So you're not even thinking that. You're just literally regurgitating something that you don't even understand or even thought of, right? Basically,
Well,
because
but
that's what a lot of people do in science. They never even thought of the idea. They never even like try to conceptualize a different idea. They just run with the first thing that they were told their whole lives. What's the difference from that and religion?
so I'm not sure that you understand the difference then, because there's actual evidence for gravity, and your example was fine. Falls to the ground, an apple, whatever, falls to the ground. That's actual evidence. Whereas with religion, there's
You're
no real
drawing a
evidence.
conclusion.
I'm in the
You're
middle.
making
I'm
an
in the middle of a
observation.
sentence. I was in the
Okay,
middle of
sorry,
a
I didn't
sentence.
mean. I'm sorry.
No problem. So, like with religion, there's no actual evidence. All it is a bunch of empty assertions with nothing backing them up, and that's the difference between science and religion. And I'm sorry to tell you that religion is, the science is the enemy of religion, generally speaking.
I think you're in a really like simplistic, like kind of like childish mindset, thinking that you're being objective by doing science. I think it's
Okay.
an attempt to be objective, but it's not in reality.
Well, science shows evidence. There's evidence backing things up in science. With religion, there's nothing backing it up except for other empty assertions to try to back up the initial empty assertions with. So I really don't understand why you don't know the difference. I don't understand why some believe anything without any real evidence. And if you're going to believe stuff without any real evidence, why don't you believe every single thing that anyone tells you?
I definitely had people have had these experiences that we call what is it called, synchronicities, or even like epiphanies, like these just sudden realization of knowing, and you don't need to have all of this external information in order to like draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can just know something without knowing how you know it.
Well, somehow you can think you know something. Do you actually know it when that's the case?
Epiphany.
When there's nothing.
Yeah, there's a word for it. It's called epiphany.
Right. Is there like any like real evidence though to back that up with?
My God.
Just an exception. Well, put it this way then. Are you going to believe every epiphany that anyone claims to have?
No, but an epiphany is like a thing that happens to an individual. It's like something that you personally experience. So I mean,
right. So you're
if
not
you have an epiphany, that's one thing. But if someone tells you about their epiphany, that's not you having an epiphany.
So you're
by
not
definition.
You're not going to believe everything that anyone says. That's what you just said. You admitted that. How do you determine which ones you're going to believe and which ones you're not?
You're missing what I'm saying. Like somebody can understand something without being able to explain the thing they understand, and that's a part of an epiphany. Like just because I understand something and I try to explain it to you doesn't mean you're gonna come to the same realization or understanding of what I'm talking about or realize.
Yeah, well, what's your criteria for which epiphanies you're going to believe and not what other people say?
The
Which
criterias are the one that makes me understand more. That's the criteria that makes me believe the.
Okay, right. So it sounds like you're just going to pick and choose which ones you want to believe. I mean, it doesn't sound like you have a real criteria like that's going to make it based in reality. It's just you're going to pick and choose.
So what scientific method would you use in order to determine which epiphanies are correct and incorrect?
I would tend to not believe any of them unless there's evidence. Like if they're going to have
what is an epiphany again?
Let me finish this sentence. But if they're going to have an epiphany with a novel testable prediction, and then that would be real evidence that would back that up. But if they're not, if there's nothing, they're just saying that this is the case. I'm generally not going to believe it, especially if it's not based in reality. Like if it's like something common, that happens every day. Okay, I can accept it. But if it's something that's not common that happens every day, that's like a substantial claim, I would need something to back that up, and I don't know why anybody wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, especially again, if you're unable to understand or mentally go through like this process of computation, where you can hear something and then realize just by hearing it, oh yeah, that's logically possible based off of all these other things that I know about reality. You know, if you're unable to do that and you need to be like, no, I need you to show me because I can't comprehend it with the words that you're saying. It makes no sense until you show it to me. Then I understand where you're coming from. If you're literally mentally unable to comprehend what's being said, somebody needs to physically show it to you. That's fine. Perfectly fine.
So, like, if somebody says, I bought a dog, okay, I have no trouble with that. People do that every day. If somebody says, I just went to Mars, you know, I need some evidence for that. I'm not going to
Yeah. We're talking about
So,
we're talking about like scientific possibilities, not just like things
yeah,
that people are
yeah,
doing, and that's
yeah.
not
It's
like impossible
scientifically
either.
possible. It's
Yeah,
scientifically possible
exactly.
to get to Mars. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
If somebody says they did it, I still am going to need evidence for it. So that's what we're speaking of. You know, it depends
Or
on
if
how
somebody
much.
says it's possible, because we're just talking about the possibility here, about God being real, not about if it's possible to go to Mars. And we're saying the possibility. What are the possibilities of reality here, and the foundations of it? And you're over here talking about like these things that people can obviously do or not do. That's not being taken. We're not questioning that. I'm not questioning that.
I'm giving you an example of, you know, what someone should believe, you know, and something that without evidence, and something that somebody should not believe unless there's real evidence backing it up. Like, there's mundane claims, that's fine, and there's like serious claims that you need something to back up. That, you know, you can't just make an empty assertion and say this is real and everyone should accept it.
This reminds me a lot of what atheists like to do. They like to like mix scientific processes and like scrutiny with legal processes and jargon and lingo, and you try to combine like the two systems into one. And yeah, you can't use like the legal system to like to suss out scientific processes and people.
Yeah,
That's not how that works.
this reminds me of what theists do. You mention the word evidence, they freak out. They have none. Some of
I'm
the
not
honest
freaking out.
ones will say, "Okay, there's no real evidence. They just have faith."
Evidence, dude.
Some of the less honest ones will try to play word games to try to distract you from asking for evidence again.
The evidence is
have none.
the evidence. The guy already told you. The evidence is all around you. It's literally the information. Like without information, all the information without the information that currently a long time ago, like somehow came into existence, everything that we have would not be structured the way it is. Like this is all built based off of structural, informational, like communication of some shit going on. Like there's this quantum communication of information happening.
So
And
all of it's better explained as happening from naturalism being the case. Okay, we actually have a track record of naturalism being the case. Anytime anything supernatural has been asserted, it's later been found to be natural, or we still don't know yet. But nothing has ever been shown to be supernatural. So I mean, until you have something that can buck that trend, I mean,
what is
natural
what
be
is
the
natural
default
again?
that everything's natural. Nothing is supernatural.
Okay, so
Everything
you win.
occurs.
So basically, you just win. That's like the trump card to win any
Well,
argument.
unless you have like some evidence, then you can buck this trend of naturalism. Do you have any?
But anything I point to that you would be proof for you, you're gonna turn around and be like, oh yeah, that's proof because it's in the natural world, and therefore it's natural, so I win.
Well, yeah. So he asked for a definition of natural. He said, "What is natural?" And he just said it's all natural things. So I think it would be fair to give him a better definition of natural.
Well, anything that just happens by normal processes that we know of, not supernatural. Supernatural is what we're looking for a God claim. That's above and beyond natural. You know, something such as a miracle or some ghost.
Is order natural?
Is order natural? I would say everything is natural. I'm a naturalist, so I think everything is natural.
So chaos too is natural.
Sure.
So that's what I'm saying. Like if order is natural and chaos is the opposing, like direct opposite of what order is, and you're saying that too is also natural. Like okay, it's like okay, well then you're saying basically everything. How is that not God then? Why are you replacing the word natural with God?
So there's
because that's what I'm saying God is.
So everything has opposites. everything is natural. All opposites, both sides of the spectrum, are going to be natural. That's what the track record shows. There's been large monetary rewards offered for anyone that could show anything supernatural to be given evidence for, and no one's ever been able to claim any.
Natural. What's normal? Is there a difference between normal and natural? Because you were saying natural is what is normal. I heard you say that earlier.
Well, we're talking about nature, what occurs naturally, without supernatural. We're talking about. We're saying natural as opposed to supernatural.
Well, supernatural, from what I'm hearing right now, is just a made-up word that doesn't mean anything.
Well, as opposed to supernatural, which would entail gods, ghosts, spirits, psychic things going on. These are what they generally consider to be supernatural. Miracles. There's no evidence of any of these things. No real evidence. So, until you can provide any real evidence of something supernatural, natural is the default position based on the track record.
I could give you an example of how the virgin birth is a thing that occurs all the time, and I guess just because we haven't seen it in humans, it's just like it's impossible, even though it occurs all the time in nature.
But it doesn't occur in humans.
Wait,
okay, but you're
virgin births. What?
Asexual reproduction, like birds and lizards have offspring all the time without needing the opposite sex to reproduce with.
Right, and you're saying that's equivalent to what happened? Is that?
No, I'm saying it happens in nature, and if it happens with I'm pretty sure it happens with some mammals too. If you look it up. Like there's some mammals that happens to. Yeah.
What is your point? So if asexual reproduction happened, you're saying that's how Jesus was made or something? Like
I'm saying, how do you know it's not possible that something similar to that, which occurs in nature already, happened in humans, and that could be considered a miracle, right? But
why would that be considered a miracle if it was just a natural phenomenon?
Because it's something that doesn't happen all the time, and it hasn't happened since.
So you're just saying anything that happens rarely is a miracle?
No, anything that God makes happen.
Well, if it happens naturally,
normally happen.
Like if it's abiogenesis, does God make abiogenesis in snails happen?
Yeah, God made everything.
Well, so everything's a miracle.
No, God made everything, but not everything. Well, yeah, reality itself. This universe, it's a miracle. Existence is a miracle. Like people.
So how would you be able to differentiate?
We're still stumping our heads and trying to figure out how it works.
How would you be able to differentiate a miracle from a non-miracle?
Existence is a miracle.
How would you be able to differentiate a miracle from a non-miracle?
As long as you exist, everything is a miracle.
So you can't. So that means you wouldn't be able to tell if everything was a miracle or if nothing was a miracle. You have no way to tell the difference.
Anything that is natural is a miracle.
Well, so if I said everything that is natural is a magical leprechaun, how would I be able to tell if something wasn't a magical leprechaun?
Well, because there's certain properties of magical leprechauns, isn't there?
Right.
Yeah, it has to be green. It comes from Ireland. Right. It likes gold.
Right. So you'd have to say there's some differentiating factor to show that the property miracle is different than the property existence. Because if all you're saying is the property miracle is the exact same with no difference than the property existing, you have no way to tell the difference, right?
Yeah, there's no difference. Miracles are unexplainable. They're incomprehensible.
Well, reality can be comprehended just fine. Like existence can be comprehended. Resistance can.
No, we don't know how reality came into existence.
Well, that's not the same. Like we can comprehend things that exist. We can comprehend existence, things that exist.
Our existence is not fully understood based on the pure fact that we don't know where we come from is a perfect starting point for that.
Well, that doesn't matter. So, like you said, it. Miracles are incomprehensible. Right? You said that, right? The miracles are incomprehensible, or something like that, right?
Yep.
Reality isn't incomprehensible. Existence isn't incomprehensible.
Okay, so let's ponder existence then.
Sure.
Okay, go. Where do we come from? Where are we going? Why do we exist?
What does that have to do with me being able to understand existing things? Like I can see there's an existing thing right there, and I don't need to explain where it came from. Like incomprehensible means it can't be thought of or understood. I can understand, hey, look, there's a thing that exists.
I think it's more about understanding it. You can perceive of it, but to understand it is another thing.
Suppose we can't understand it. Does that make God true? No, it's just a God of the gaps argument or an argument from incredulity. Just to try to get someone to say that they don't understand something does not get you to God.
Do you agree that this reality is intelligently designed?
No?
No. Okay. Do you think it's self-forming at least?
Yes.
Okay. Good. We're starting somewhere. We
Before
can
you
agree at
go
least.
on, good question asks super chat. Thank you for this super chat. A virgin birth produces a bastard? Question mark.
No, because he's a child of God. God is his father.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
All right, you can continue on with your line of questioning.
Yes, the universe naturally formed.
Okay. So okay. With that being said, the universe is self-forming. Can we say that the universe has consciousness? Because we are conscious and we are a part of the universe. And like you said, there is nothing that is not natural. Everything that is natural is a part of the universe, right?
Sure, but consciousness didn't occur for billions of years after the expansion of the Big Bang started.
This can be argued. But I'm not arguing that. I'm just merely asking you if consciousness is a part of the universe.
Sure.
So the universe is able to self-form, and it is able to self-form consciousness in different and just on with that being said, we as humans aren't even fully aware of what consciousness is as well, right? You can agree to that or no?
Sure.
Okay, so you cannot you can't argue with me, or we can go into the argument on where is the line drawn between conscious and unconscious or subconscious, which goes into a whole nother thing. Like, even if you're not conscious, there is still this
What is this?
inherent property.
What were you leading
There's an
to?
inherent property. The reality itself is conscious. There is this inherent property of conscious and subconscious. There's a duality, and you can't have one without the other. Even if you think an atom is not conscious, it's still in some sense conscious because it is subconscious.
I think that's a composition division fallacy. You're saying that there are parts of the universe that are conscious, therefore the whole of the universe is conscious. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there is two states of consciousness. There is the subconscious and there is the conscious. You are either conscious or you are in a subconscious state. Those are only two things in
why couldn't you be not conscious?
Because in order to interact and have any form of experience with reality, there needs to be some form of consciousness involved.
Well, obviously, to have experience, you have to have consciousness. But why can't things not have consciousness or experience?
Well, like what did you just? Can you repeat back to me what you just said?
Why can't things exist without?
No, you said obviously. When you said obviously, what?
Obviously, to have an experience, you need to be conscious.
Uh-huh.
But rocks don't have an experience. They are not conscious.
You think there's not this subatomical interactions going on with
interactions? Yes, they have interactions. They don't have experiences.
In order for those interactions to occur, they must have some awareness of those particles or whatever, and that's a form of experience, the awareness. Why not? See, now you're becoming the true philosopher between the two of us.
Why do they need to have experiences? Why do particles need to have experiences to interact? Rocks can interact and not have experiences.
You literally explained. You told me yourself it came out of your own mouth.
I have no idea what you're relating. I have no idea what I said that you think answers that question.
That you have experience without consciousness.
No, you can have existence without consciousness. You need consciousness to have experiences. You can have interactions without consciousness.
So you suppose, right? Or you
No,
just know.
I know.
You suppose. Okay, so now this is where you show your true God king.
Well, what is the logical contradiction?
Trumpness.
What is the logical contradiction in things having interactions without being conscious?
The logical contradiction lies with you putting all of your faith in your logic.
What? That's not a logical contradiction.
Yeah, because logic it's in and of itself is not logical. So
what? So I know it's possible for things to interact without consciousness because there's no logical contradiction there, and if it doesn't have a logical contradiction, then it's by definition possible.
So there's that different forms of logic that exist.
There are different forms of logic. And they all think
you don't think
things
reality
are possible if it's no contradiction. That's what possible means in all of them.
No, that's not true. There are forms of
what
logic.
Forms of logic define possible in a way that isn't consistent with the logic. So, like, as far as I know, every single form of logic defines possible as logically possible with the system of logic.
They have scientific. Why I say scientific? They have computer program. They're doing computer programming in which there's different forms of logical systems that allows contradictions to take place within.
Even the ones that allow contradictions still define logically possible as possible within their system of logic.
I know, and I'm saying there's different forms of logic, and one of them allows contradictions, which you're saying no, all forms of logic do not allow contradictions. I'm like, no, that's not true.
So some forms of logic allow contradictions that other forms of logic don't allow, but they don't allow contradictions within themselves. They're still consistent within themselves.
Now you're confusing me. You don't know. You're not making any sense. I'm sorry.
So, like,
T-Chump.
A non-standard logic says that something can be both true and false at the same time. That would be a logical contradiction in standard logic, but it's not a logical contradiction in non-standard logic.
Yes, I agree. That's what I was saying.
So in non-standard logic, anything that's a logical contradiction with the non-standard logic would be impossible. But anything that's not a logical contradiction in a non-standard logic would be possible.
Okay, can you give me an example of this contradiction in a...
No, I'm not saying there is a contradiction.
That wouldn't be possible.
It doesn't matter whether or not there's a contradiction. Any logical system defines something as logically possible if the logic can describe it. So if there's a non-standard logic, it defines logically possible as something that is consistent with the logic, the system that it's using.
Yeah, I know, and and then you continue to say that in a system
if something is logically possible, like two objects that are not conscious interacting, then it is possible for objects that are not conscious to interact. And that's possible in all forms of logic. In non-standard logic, in standard logic, in quantum logic, in fuzzy logic, in many-valued logic, all of the logics say it's logically possible to have objects which are not conscious interacting.
Yeah, I feel like it's just oversimplification. I feel like I'm just hitting a nail with a hammer into like a brick wall or something right now.
Okay.
Like I don't think we're getting. I don't think we're getting anywhere with this. Like, okay, I think reality is conscious, and consciousness is an inherent property. And you think that I don't know what you think.
I was asking questions. I was, why do you think that you require consciousness for like particles and rocks? Seems like it's perfectly logically consistent for rocks to bang into each other without consciousness. You're saying nope, it can't happen. And I asked why.
Happen.
Why?
Because there is this interaction, this exchange of information that's occurring and in order to process information, you got to be aware. There's certain things that qualify.
Not in physics.
And physics.
No, in physics you can process information just fine with physical systems. You don't need consciousness for it.
What is awareness again? Because you're when I say aware, and it like triggers
conscious
you.
Perception.
Aware. Perception. So perceive. Like a calculator isn't able to.
Calculators are not aware of anything. No.
The ability to calculate isn't a form of like
awareness.
Perception?
No
perception.
No, it's not a form of perception. No.
You don't know your words. You don't know you need to learn your words.
Do you want me to Google perception for you? I'll do it.
No, it's fine.
I'll do it.
It's fine.
We can test to see if perception, the definition of perception, is consistent with a calculator. We'll find it.
Okay.
Google will tell us the answer.
Yeah, let's go to our God King Google. What does it say?
All right, I'll let Strong continue.
Oh, no problem.
I just want. You have a super chat though. Yeah. Before we do that, good question. Has a super chat. I think his definition of interacting is chatting while drinking beer. That's that's a good one.
Funny. Why? Because I'm Mexican. I gotta be drinking a beer.
Well, no, most Americans drink beer. I think it's because he was making fun of your definition of interact there, not the beer. The beer part wasn't what he was making fun of.
Or is it because I speak slowly? Or is it because
he likes beer too? He likes beer too. He was saying that what you define as interacting is like particles doing what we humans do.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing. Like you don't have to think that much if you drink a beer and you just don't do anything. It's the same thing.
Sure.
In fact, you can be blackout drunk, like not even conscious, and be interacting and be considered conscious. If you wanna go down that line of thought. So there, I win. Thank you for that super chat.
You win the super chat.
Oh, the argument. The super chat just backed me up here. Gave me some good arguing points.
Sure.
Like drinking alcohol, being blackout drunk, not even conscious, and still interacting with the world. How can you say that person's conscious, even though he's doing the same thing that what you consider a rock or molecule is just interacting with their environment to be doing?
Well, if they have passed out drunk, then they are no longer conscious. They are unconscious.
I said blackout drunk. No,
blackout drunk, they're still conscious because they still have a conscious experience. Their eyes are open. They're saying things. Rocks do not do that.
Yes, they do.
What?
Rocks have rocks. Have you ever done any hallucinogens? Bro, see, this is the problem. Like, this is a problem with mainstream science. Like, they want to deny other cultures' experiences and methodologies in learning information. It looks like we got a hand raised in the crowd. I think I triggered somebody.
Sure, sounds good. Let's invite him to speak.
Hey, thanks for having me, T-Jump.
Yep.
So, Piggybud, you were actually just talking about science, and I kind of wanted to understand what you know about science. Would you be interested in answering some questions?
Of course. Finally, somebody who can test my knowledge on my expertise in science. Yeah, that's where you want to start.
Well, you said your expertise. So, do you claim to have an expertise, or would you say you're a layman? What would you say?
I'm a layman.
Okay. So, well, you're getting into hallucinogens. So, if you're a layman in science, how can you critique the science?
And because I would consider myself like a prodigy genius, layman.
Okay,
choice.
So I'll give you 30 seconds here. What is a p-value?
A p-value. That has to do with math. That's a math thing.
Okay, you get 1 point for that. Anything else about it?
No, I like the way I work is my brother gets mad at me. I like to get the gist of understanding concepts. I'm not like the devil's in the I'm more like the devil's in the detail kind of guy. I just like to get the pure truth, the understanding of a conceptual idea, not the mathematical formulas. I'm not a math guy.
Well, but you don't even need to know the math. The math is not the point. The p-value is
Well,
the probability of result or result more extreme happening by random chance probability given that the null is true. So what that means is when a scientific experiment is done and an observation occurs, they're looking at probability, which is just, likelihood of something occurring given an initial assumption was true. So either they can retain what they initially believed or reject what they initially believed. So this is important to the scientific process. And the problem here is if you're going to critique science, that's where you triggered me, then I would hope you have an understanding of science. And I understand you might have some understanding, but I don't think you have the necessary understanding. I don't know if T-Jump has comments on this.
Nope, I'm good.
I want you to say the p-value one more time slower because I was trying to keep up and you went a little fast.
Well, you're a prodigy, man. I tried to do that speed that you would maybe be able to take it at. No, so in better sense, imagine this. I claim to you I have a pink elephant in my garage, right?
No. Repeat the sentence just a little slower. The same sentence.
It's pretty much Googleable. It's the p-value is the probability of our results or results more extreme happening by random chance variation given that the null is true. That's pretty much what you see on Google.
Okay. Same. Okay. So it has to do with like probabilities, right?
It has to do with the likelihood of what you see. So you have an observation in the natural world, right? Does that make sense? So you see something happening.
Unless you're like schizo or crazy or like able to have more senses than other people because they would consider that to be hallucinating.
We're talking about like the scientific method here. We're not talking about like psychology.
I thought it was about observation.
Well, okay, so let's take an example. Let's say someone claims to you that they can run like a 6-minute mile. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay, so your friend says that to you. Now you go out and you watch them run a 10-minute mile. Now, does that result, you seeing them run a 10-minute mile, seem likely or unlikely given their claim?
I feel like this is like real elementary.
Well, yeah, so they say they can run a 6-minute mile, right? And you watch them run a 10-minute mile. The observation is the 10-minute mile.
Uh-huh.
So does it seem likely that they're a 6-minute mile runner or unlikely at this point?
I would say unlikely.
You are right. So that means a low probability, a low p-value. This is where you might say you reject the null hypothesis and you would say, I have evidence you're not a 6-minute mile runner. Does that make sense?
Yes, I get how some people gather evidence. That's not like the only way to get evidence is just like, again, a subjective like perspective of that's just a subjective perspective of like
no the evidence of what you see, like gravity.
Proof.
Well, no,
oh my god,
proof. You don't use proof, and you don't prove things. Evidence is observation.
It's supposed to be proof,
and of course, we as a being have to intake evidence. But when you measure someone's mile time, you'll have precision and accuracy in measurement of their time. Like the observation of someone running a mile, other than the person who's taking the time, should have a true time. Like that person ran the mile in, let's say, 10 minutes. Would you agree to that? Like if we could measure it exactly. Okay. So then there's a claim. The claim is they say I can run it in 6 minutes. And then you correctly said that p-values are related to mathematics and probability. So we could then calculate a probability if they are a 6-minute mile runner, given the null is true, what is the probability they would run a 10-minute mile? And that seems unlikely, as you said. And that's where you'd say you have evidence against them being a 6-minute mile runner. So there's no subjectivity in the mathematics, and that's what makes it beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like you're talking about methodology, and I'm more focusing on ideology.
Go ahead, T-Jump.
Nope, I'm good. You keep going.
Well,
I mean,
this is the thing that I like is there's no subjectivity to this. You said it's math, and math doesn't care about how we feel. It's just going to tell you if this is likely or unlikely.
Yeah,
So this back to the psychedelics. So if someone is doing proper scientific research on psychedelics, we could argue if their methodology is correct or not. But if someone follows proper methodology, then they will come to conclusions that are warranted on psychedelics.
I want to respond to what you just said a second ago. Did you just say it's pure? There's no subjectivity involved in that.
There's no subjectivity in mathematics. Mathematics doesn't care about how we feel.
Okay. I feel like there is this bias against feelings, and I'm just telling you how I feel right now. Okay, so I just feel like we have a problem, scientists specifically. I put myself in the box with feelings and this subjectivity like monster, and I don't think it is even possible to be intelligent without having subjectivity. Like subjectivity is a key component in true intelligence. Without subjectivity, we would be literally robots. We would be computers.
Okay, so what you're talking about is probably bias. Does that sound? Have you ever heard the term
I'm
bias?
talking about subjectivity. I'm talking about the ability.
Yeah, everyone's
to
got their own
reality
lens and filter, right? That
from
they
your
take
own perspective.
Yeah. How about? Have you ever heard of blinding, double blinding, and triple blinding?
I know that the way you do an experiment definitely has a large effect on the end result, like the questions you ask and how the experiment's set up.
Correct. And so that is things like response bias and good surveyor bias. There's lots of biases, and you try to minimize bias. Yeah. So with this right here, it looks like a lot of good comments in the chat. So with this right here, when we talk about blinding, double blinding, and triple blinding, if the people being researched knows the point of the experiment, it might bias them towards a conclusion. If the researchers who are administering the treatments know it, it might bias them. And triple blinding, which very few people know, if the person doing the data analytics on it knows the point of it, it might bias them towards a conclusion. So when you blind things or blind people, you remove the ability for them to know kind of what the treatments are. So it's just anonymized data for even what is being tested. So even if someone has subjectivity, they're not going to be able to know which way the results are going, because once again, the math doesn't care. I do agree people are biased, but when you blind all the people involved, they're going to have no way of pushing towards a desired outcome.
You don't think they're just going to push towards whichever direction they want the experiment to go towards? Isn't that a possibility?
Blinding.
I know, but still, just the fact that we're subjective and it still happens. I think if a robot did it, that would be like the best bet if we had robots do it than humans.
Yeah, but what you said, please listen into this again. Blinding means that people either
don't know. I know.
Yeah, so how is someone going to push towards a desired result?
Because they could perceive the experiment to be or whatever for this or that, and people are going to tell them if they blind them towards the experiment, they're going to tell them something. They're not going to just be like, this experiment, we're not going to tell you anything about
standardization, standardization of experiments.
Yeah, that's a big problem with science right now.
Big
problem with science
is a big problem with science right now, and I'll admit the replication problem is huge.
Okay, finally, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's
Trump. You heard that? You heard that, T. Trump? We have problems. We have a bone to pick with the scientific method.
There's other problems.
There's
other problems like p hacking. I'm sure some people in the audience know what p hacking is. John Oliver did a great segment on it a long time ago now. But there are problems with science, and the problems with science is that there's not enough science. It's not the scientific method, it's the lack of replication, and also people trying to spin the wheel of p-value to find things that are really not practically significant. So when people say science is bad, no, we need more science to have better science.
Well, I think when people say science is bad, they're referring to like all the inhumane, animal and human experiments, and like the guns and the torture machines and like the constant push for like this imperialistic, mentality. I think that's what they're talking
You
about when
said
they
the
talk about
guns
science
and
being
the
bad.
torture machines. Can you clarify that? The
Science.
guns and the torture machines, and T-Jump might want to jump in on the guns.
Well, actually, we got Frederick has his hand up in the audience.
Yeah, Frederick.
Yeah, I'll go leave.
He's been having it
Thanks
up.
for having me on, T-Jump. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, please stay in case
I'll
Frederick's question is brief and doesn't want to.
Yeah, he needs all the help he can get.
Yes, I do need all the help I can get. Frederick, what's up? Cannot hear you.
Hello. I think he's fixing his mic.
Yeah, try closing, restarting. If I can speak. Still nothing. Try closing your window and restarting it. And while we are waiting,
I want to hear about the guns and the torture machines. What are you talking about?
Oh my God! Seriously, now no one knows. No one knows the horrific atrocities that has been committed under the names of science and technology. Now that's just like swept under the rug. No one knows what I'm talking about.
What's an
atrocity? You don't know what atrocity is?
Atrocity?
You don't know what atrocity is?
I don't think there's an H in that word.
There's issues, and I can name a few. I'm wondering what you're talking about. I do not know torture machines.
The slaughter of thousands of indigenous people. That's what I'm talking about. All of the pollution of the earth. The cutting down of the rainforests, the polluting of the rivers due to like oil and fracking. Like all this stuff is not good. It's due to our advancement in science and technology, and it's supposed to be like bettering the planet, and we're not.
Science is amoral. Science doesn't have a morality. Science is a methodology.
And the people using it are not good.
Like if I give you a hammer isn't
just like the people using it.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
like the people using it, they're evil.
Yes. No, it's like if I
you already said it.
Wait, real
I gotta go.
Piggyback real quick. It's like if I give you a hammer, you could build me a house with that hammer, or you could go and harm people with hammer. Oh no. He's coming back, I think. A hammer doesn't have morality, if you can still hear me.
Hammers are immoral.
They are. Oh, darn it.
All right. Anybody else? Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm back. I just wanted to say I won that round.
I think Frederick had something to say about the null hypothesis. I could read it if you want, or if I don't know, what do you prefer, T-Jump?
All right, I'll invite him back up, see if he can speak,
Okay.
and then if he can't, then we can read it.
Nope.
Yeah, T-Jump, I was interested in a conversation we had the other day, actually, about your moral theory, if you don't mind. I was saying that it contains a conjunction of two inconsistent propositions.
Yes, and you were wrong about that.
And in virtue of that, it's going to be impossible because you're taking the normativity out of moral
because
facts.
I think your definition of morality is wrong. It is empirically demonstrably wrong, and we can prove it's wrong with using something like the Euthyphro dilemma.
True. I agree with Trump and T-Jump.
Well, that's the thing. So if you're not able to demonstrate the incoherence,
so I can already demonstrate. Is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral?
Yeah, so I still don't see how that's demonstrating.
Answer the question. Is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral?
Look, I don't need to answer the question,
or I'm going to kick you off the stage.
Why are you dodging?
I'm not. This is a direct answer to your objection.
No, it's not, because you need to demonstrate.
This is a direct demonstration that oughts are not required in morality. So, is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral?
It doesn't matter, like I said.
This is a direct answer to the question, so it does matter.
I would love
last chance.
This
is a proof. This is a proof that you are wrong. So if you can't answer the question, you're going to get kicked off the stage because you're wasting my time. So you got to answer the question.
No, you're wasting my time. You need to demonstrate
the last chance. You get last chance.
Demonstrate the incoherency of the notion that there are two inconsistent propositions.
To audience. So since he's gone, I'll answer his question. Is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral? Pretty much everybody says you ought to do something because it's moral. What this demonstrates is that oughts are not entailed in morality. The first horn of the dilemma, ought you do, or is something moral because you ought to do it, illustrates that if oughts were actually intrinsic in morality, this is the answer you would give. It's not the answer anyone gives. They always give the second answer, that you ought to do something because it's moral, which means you have some set of facts that are something as moral, and once you know this set of facts, only then do you apply the ought, which means you can have the morality entirely with all these facts without the ought. And once you have that, then you apply the ought, which proves you don't need oughts in morality. All right. Anybody else got any questions? Piggy and Adam, you guys can keep chatting about stuff.
Piggy, my issue is, I think if you talk to a lot of scientists, and this is what I like about scientists, like take Dr. Josh Bowen. I regularly hear him say things like, that's not my area of expertise. Scientists are very, and I'm sure T-Jump, you've probably seen this too, right? They're very laser focused on what they know, and they don't want to talk outside their area, right?
Yes,
Compartmentalized.
No,
Some might say.
They don't like great scientists know what they know and know what they don't know, and they'll refer you to somebody who actually has studied in that field. So scientists consider themselves experts in certain areas. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's why I say compartmentalized.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent. I would say they're experts in their field, but they don't want to, like if you go to Dr. Josh Bowen and ask him about Egypt culture and stuff, he'll probably say, no, I do ancient Near East. Like I don't really know much about that. Here's someone you could talk to. Mm-hmm. So when you come in and you're very much critical of it, I don't understand your grounding for being so critical of it. Does that make sense?
My grounding is the people who follow science, like the indoctrinated masses that just regurgitate scientific talking points. Like the whole school system, indoctrinates the masses to believe a whole bunch of BS. And
give me one BS they indoctrinate us to believe.
Let me see. One thing, taxes.
That's really not science. I asked for one, but could you maybe go with something science related?
Science related. Okay, let me see. One BS thing. Science in general, just the whole just the way they even like go about science.
What's BS about the way we go about science?
I'm writing a paper. I'm literally working on this paper with arguing points and like examples and
your top example about the BS way we go about science.
I cannot reveal that at the moment. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm working on something.
So hard to tell sometimes.
T-Jump, in a couple of days, I'll show it to you. I'm gonna argue with you.
Charge $75.
Okay. Now you're doing a Destiny on me. I'm gonna go to Destiny's stream and just go argue with him for that much.
Piggy,
but fine, I'll pay you too. I'll pay you. I can do that.
Right. I can give you 3 problems with science right now off the top of my head. Okay. Problem 1, p hacking. When people abuse finding results by running endless amounts of tests. Problem 2, replication. Many of our foundational understandings are built on studies that have not been replicated nearly enough. And number 3, people probably finding things that really probably based on small sample sizes, which could have skewed data due to some outliers. So probably just the problems in science is just not enough science, as I keep saying. So there's 3 problems right there.
Fine. I'll give you one since you gave 3. I'll give one. Yeah. My main problem with the scientific method is the fact that scientists will say, this is the only way to be able to explore the world or get truth or to have some understanding of reality. And by doing these scientific processes, and I don't believe it is necessary, like before we came up with this official scientific method. We were doing quote unquote science for thousands of years, like ancient ancestors. We were doing science, and just because it wasn't the exact methodology that's used today doesn't mean it wasn't a form of science.
Do you know what modus ponens is?
No, enlighten me.
Well, I consider myself a scientist, and I think one can come to truth via modus ponens.
Okay.
So now you have an example of someone who considers themselves a scientist and believes there are other ways via logic, which logic logic is not science. Science does have philosophy, I can't even speak today, in its underpinnings with metaphysics, but modus ponens is just, if P then Q.
Yeah, Matt, you agree math as well has philosophy along with science?
Well, you
as
have
a
to
under
have
as
axioms
an
in
underlying.
mathematics, and there's a lot of philosophy underpinning what we do. But here's the problem. I want to point out the problem with what you just said. Is you're saying scientists say, well, one, you never told me what scientists said this. Two, now you have an example of someone saying, no, science is not the only way to understand the world. So your problem doesn't
I don't have a
seem
problem.
justified. Can you tell me a scientist you've heard say this, like
All of
Richard
them.
Dawkins, or what scientist has told you this?
Every person, T-Jump, please.
You can't say every. I didn't.
No, I don't
T-Jump-
think science
T-Jump
is the
always says
only
this.
way to gain knowledge. Like, I agree.
Yep.
Analytic truths can be learned with non-science. Science is the only verified way to gain knowledge of the external world.
So we can all agree right now. We can, if I give you some salvia, Devinorum, some hallucinogens, we can do it.
No,
and
I don't think
then
hallucinogens give you
learn
any knowledge
something
of the world. No.
And then we can learn some stuff from
Not
the
about
universe.
the external world. No.
Yes, about the internal and external universe.
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's possible. How do you know that this isn't possible? But automatically you're just like, nope, ridiculous, crazy, not possible.
Because
not
it's been tested and
It's just
proven
like,
false.
why?
Because it's been tested and proven false.
No, it hasn't. What are you talking about?
It has.
There's
That's those
science being done right
p-values.
now.
P-values we were mentioning earlier. Does visions from hallucinogens give you any knowledge greater than random chance? The answer is no. We've tried it.
You're just scared.
I'm scared.
You're just scared.
How is that scared? How is p-value scared?
You take T-Jump to experience.
I've taken them.
Reality for more than what it is.
So people take hallucinogens all the time without having to claim that there are truth you learn about the universe from them. Like, they're not scared of hallucinogens because they don't think they give you knowledge. They give you relaxation and relief mostly.
You're right. That's true. Some people don't come to the conclusions, like they can see an atom or like a mathematical formula and they won't be able to like process the data or like learn anything from it.
What does
But
that
I
have
think
to do
some
with anything I
people,
said?
because I think there is data and information within plant chemicals, and some people process that information and actually gain some knowledge out of it, and then others just benefit off of like the side effects, which make you feel funny. So
yeah, okay.
That's all I got. I don't know what to say after that.
Well, thanks for having me on, T-Jump. I appreciate it, and maybe talk to you again sometime.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta go to work. Oh wait, T-Jump, are you still doing that thing where you can like get money for pooping in bags? Because I want to try that.
Yes, poop donation pays about $2 to $4 grand a month. Everyone should try it.
I want to try it. Okay,
Cool.
I'm gonna look it up. Okay, I gotta go. It was fun talking to you. I'm gonna probably.
One of the mods in the
soon.
YouTube chat mind blocking Christ brings a sword. Those kinds of comments are not good.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Anybody else have any questions? I'm bring Freddie back up. See if he can answer the question this time. So Freddie, did you hear the argument that I made? Did it make sense?
Yeah, sorry, you caught me off guard. I was eating. Yeah, no, I heard your question. I was trying to move the conversation along, see if we can get somewhere, but
No. So
again, the idea
that is a response, a direct response to your argument.
It's really not.
So it
I
is.
can explain
It
why
is.
it's not. Okay.
So
can
yeah, if
play
you
my
have a
song.
counter argument, that's fine. That's perfectly legit. Go for it.
Well, you didn't give it. You asked me a question. You didn't give me an argument.
Well, no, the
issue is that
the question was an argument. The question was an argument to show that oughts are not intrinsic to morality.
what kind of inference is it then?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't even know what type of argument it is, but it's an argument.
It's still an argument. You
So
need to know what kind of argument it is. So you still need to address.
Subsumed under the notion of a moral proposition.
No. You have to address the argument. You don't get to evade. This argument disproves your
I'm not
entire
evading.
point.
You're the one dodging again.
No. I brought
you
up
didn't
a
give me.
direct
You
counter
didn't know the
argument.
form of the argument. You're saying it's an argument.
Whether I know
the
the form doesn't make it untrue. Shut up. Whether I know the form doesn't make it untrue.
Oh, so you're arguing.
Wait,
your argument.
Right,
you don't know the.
So again, dodging. Whether or not I know the form of the argument doesn't make it not an argument. So if you can't address the argument, you don't get to evade. And so you're back in the audience. There you go. Anybody else got any questions, comments, want to chat about stuff?
I'll ask you a question if I could.
Sure. Based theory, yes, I want to ask. Join the Discord link. There's the QR code right there, and you can come join the chat and ask questions. Go for it. Strong, what do you got?
What do you think is outside the universe? What the universe is expanding into?
Another universe. The multiverse.
But is there evidence of a multiverse?
No.
Okay. Multiverse would be other universes, so other big bangs occurred elsewhere.
Sort of. Like the multiverse is like the thing that makes, or string theory makes up all of the different constituent parts that create a particular space-time. And so a particular space-time would be expanding into this other quantum field state. That is the string theory or quantum fields or the multiverse, if you want to call it that.
Okay. I hear some people say that the universe is expanding into nothing or nothingness.
I don't think they even understand what it means to say that.
Okay. Where would be the next closest universe? I'm just having a hard time understanding the multiverse. I believe it's possible, but it seems like it would be far away, and the universe would be expanding into, I don't know, something or nothing, whereas other universe.
Different fields. Space-time is a particular kind of a field. There's another field, so it's kind of like salt water and fresh water. And so the space-time field that we're in, our universe, is expanding into a different kind of a field. And so what it's going into is just converting that other kind of a field into the space-time kind of a field. So it's like salt water spreading out and converting fresh water into salt water. That other stuff is not space-time. It is a different field, a quantum field. And as space-time expands into it, it converts the variables of the quantum field into space-time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Anybody else want to chat in the Discord, or don't think that's or questions in the YouTube chat?
Piggy Butt wants to come back up.
Okay.
Okay, I caught my work and I got 30 more minutes to spare. I told him I was sick.
Science.
So where do I want to go from here? I think there is evidence for multiverse. Do you know, if you're aware of the fact that this reality is a fractal, we live in a fractal reality that can suggest a multiverse. Who just said, what am I talking about now? Who said that?
I think we were all thinking it.
Okay, I think I was hearing things then. But for real, yeah. We live in a fractal universe. I don't know if you're aware of this or not.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, obviously you wouldn't know what a fractal universe is, right?
Well, I don't know what you mean by those words.
You're right. I'm just kidding. Okay. Let me explain. A fractal universe means that everything is basically a smaller version of itself, which includes consciousness.
And why do you think the universe, everything is like that?
Because if you look at your like your cells in there's a pattern. There's this consistent pattern that you see throughout the universe, and it is down from the atomic scale all the way up to the universal scale. The same pattern you will see everywhere, and
Not
that
really.
is what you call a fractal.
Not really.
No?
No.
Explain how. How
The
am I wrong,
distance
please?
between an electron and a proton is not equivalent to the distance between stars and planets or galaxies.
Why?
Because they have different
why
numbers.
can't you make so? But there is you agree there is this
They're both
relationship or
things?
like similarity, yeah, where there's a circle spinning around another circle and there's a large distance in between the two. No,
electrons.
That's not what happens in the solar system.
No, electrons do not travel in disks like stars or galaxies do.
You don't know that.
I do know that. In fact, that's been demonstrated in science many ways. Electrons travel in little bubble shapes and all kinds of different kinds of bubble shapes.
Yeah, the universe is a big bubble.
Right, but galaxies, planets, those are not.
How do you know? I'm talking about the whole universe as a whole. It's like one big bubble, right?
What? No, like you said, there's an analogy between different things in the universe, comparing like stars with electrons or whatever. They're not the same.
You're literally saying like that they travel in like little bubble like things, and I was like, yeah, like the whole galaxy, the whole universe.
Galaxy doesn't travel in bubbles.
No, I meant to say the universe.
The universe doesn't travel in bubbles.
It's one giant bubble.
Electrons are not one giant bubble.
What is an electron then? If not one giant
way
bubble?
The way it moves is in a bunch of different bubbles.
Why do we keep? You know what's funny? We need to say another word than bubbles because this is not scientific. This is not scientific. Just repeating bubbles back and forth.
Bubbles.
Yeah. Bubbles. Come on, guys. I know we can make better content than this. This is not. I'm just losing my train of thought here. I'm sorry.
Can you guys post a link to this in like politics or PNR? People like Scotty, other mods who are here. Maybe I could put that in the chat. Because I think that's a good idea. I think that's why Taco and Randolph do so well, is they post the links in other Discords. I think that would be a good idea. So let's go to I can just do it this way, can't I?
Yeah, we need some more opposition here.
How do I send an invite link to the stage? Main stage. I don't even know where it is. Main stage. Invite people. Copy.
Go to Destiny's Discord. I'm telling you. You want me to post it in Destiny's?
Sure. Yes. Please post it in Destiny's. That would be great.
Okay, let me see.
I want to go to Taco.
Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Oh wow. Yeah, they're not letting me. Destiny, he's got a strict ban on that.
Links?
On links to other Discord people, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
What a oppressor.
George Hagel.
What a white oppressor.
Sure. And good questions. Invite to speak. What is up?
Hi, teacher. Thank you for taking the call.
Yep. Whichever one of you wants to go first, that's fine.
Okay, I have some questions about morality, actually.
Sure.
Okay, so first, I think objective morality is real, and I'd like to put some questions there. So I will start from the point from your point of view that any imposition of will is immoral. Okay.
Yep.
That's right. My questions are: do you agree that all immoral actions, being that they damage organs, they are physically hurt or they are psychological, can cause some kind of pain?
What about pain?
Yeah, so do you agree that all immoral actions cause some kind of pain?
No.
Not even psychological pain or physical pain?
No.
I see. Well, I guess that's the end of my my questions. Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much what I think is that morality is objective, and what I ground in the ground of that objective morality for me is the nervous system, right? And part of the nervous system is for sure the brain. And the way that I think about the brain is that it interprets damage of all kinds, psychological damage or physical damage, as painful. And in the higher levels of the brain, the neocortex, in an abstract way, we classify all kinds of pains, in non-physical, physical, as bad, and those are classified as immoral by us humans, right? And that's what we call immoral, right? And yep, pretty much the common questions that Christians ask: how do you ground objective morality? I would say is the nervous system, the grounding of that. Yeah, but you don't agree with the first question, so I guess you will not agree with everything else that I said.
Right. So I think that even if something doesn't cause you any pain physically or mentally, if someone says they don't want you to do it, then it's immoral to force them to do it to them or whatever, regardless of the pain. The pain isn't what makes it moral or immoral.
So on what you just said, let's say that you force someone to do something, right?
Yep.
Do you think that forcing them causes them some kind of struggle that translates to a kind of pain?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, got it. Yeah, well, that's it.
Yep.
Thank you.
And George back up. And George left again. All right. We need more people for these. We need more like theists and stuff to jump into the stages.
I'll ask another if I could.
Sure.
Do you think there is a hard problem of consciousness?
Sure.
Okay. You think it just can't be accounted for?
Well, no, I think it's just the hard problem of consciousness is how does a conscious agent account for consciousness? Because they're going to end up using consciousness to do it. And so trying to come up with a solution to discover consciousness is a difficult methodological problem. I don't think the hard problem is necessarily unsolvable. I just think it's a genuinely hard problem.
Where do you think the line is drawn between manipulation and guidance? Because if I think manipulation falls under immoral act, and guidance is more of something along the lines of trying to help somebody for their own benefit. Yeah, so and I feel like there's a thin line that gets drawn between manipulation and guidance.
Well, I consider manipulation like presenting false information to get somebody to do something, or presenting incomplete information to get someone to do something they wouldn't otherwise do.
Do you think you could manipulate somebody for a good purpose?
Sure, still be manipulation though.
Well, at what point is it guidance? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is what's the difference?
When you give them
guidance?
all of the complete information that they're asking for, so that they can make an informed decision.
Okay.
Critical. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, T-Jump. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I was just gonna ask a quick question. It's probably not gonna devolve into any debate, I wouldn't think. But yeah, I saw that you're gonna be debating R and Raw coming up, right?
Yep.
What's going to be the topic for that discussion?
Is religion more harmful than helpful, or something like that? Has religion caused more harm than good in the society, in the world? Something like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I was just curious about, like, what you and Arn Ra would be disagreeing about. So, are you trying to take
good?
It's not.
I think
more harmful than good?
Yeah, I think religion has been more good than harm. So
that's your stance?
Yep.
Whoa, that's crazy. I wasn't expecting you to say that.
So, like, religion has caused lots of useful emotional things for billions of people. Like, made them feel good, comforted, give them motivation, confidence in things. It's done a lot of things. It's done a lot of, like, hundreds of millions of people's lives have been destroyed by religion, but billions have been helped by religion. And there's a reason that it's so popular in the world. It's covered, like, the vast majority of people are religious, like 85% of all humans or something. Which means it has evolutionary advantages. And so there are reasons that religion has evolutionary advantages. If it was predominantly negative, then you wouldn't expect most people to be religious, because you'd expect it to die off because it was evolutionary disadvantageous. So obviously the fact that it has permeated most of society means there are evolutionary advantages to religion, which are most likely having to do with the psychological states and motivational states.
So are you equating, like, evolutionary advantage with good?
Not necessarily, but in this case, I think so. So I think that in this case, the evolutionary advantages are psychological comfort, motivation, confidence, all good things. Like, obviously, there could be an evolutionary advantage where someone, like, some evolutionary trait just forces people to become subservient slaves that produce lots of babies or something, and that would be bad. But in this case, it seems like the predominant benefits to religion aren't subservient forcing people to do anything, but are just literally comfort giving, emotional community stuff that helps people to integrate better and to relate to one another better, which helps societies to grow more. And so I don't think it's a predominantly negative basis. In this case, it seems to be positive.
Could you not also make, like, a similar argument for, like, some other kind of ideologies that maybe provided comfort for people psychologically, or provided a sense of purpose or motivation, say, like, the Nazis or something, that was, like, maybe that was good for a lot of the psychologies of a lot of the people that got really, really into it, and maybe it provided some sort of evolutionary advantage on a societal level that made them very cohesive and economically productive, but maybe as a whole, that maybe wasn't a good thing.
So what was the Nazi
Yeah,
religion? I thought they wanted to kill,
that doesn't
like,
matter.
Jews.
Doesn't matter. The question is can you make an argument that the Nazi ideology could potentially have caused more good than harm if it benefited the lives of the Nazis or something? Like, I don't know what the numbers are there, but if the number of lives benefited outdid the number of lives cost, would it have in total caused more good than harm? Sure. I don't think it did, but it's possible. You could make the kind of argument if you had the data for it. I think that it's clearly the case that religious ideologies do significantly outweigh good for harm, unlike Nazis. I think Nazis, it would be a tough call, like, let's say, probably not even close. But in the case of religion, it's definitely in the positive favor by a huge margin. But I agree that they have caused lots of harm.
You're largely using, like, a quantitative criteria to determine these things. I mean, you were basically saying, like, let's count.
The topic is, has religion caused more harm than good? So it's literally a quantitative question.
That's fair enough.
How many religions are you aware of that? And how many cultures sprung up without some form of religion? I don't think we can name many at all that happened, right, in history.
Well, all of them started without religion.
All of them, really? Like,
Yeah.
can you reference me like what you're referring to? I don't know what you're talking
Humans evolved about 200,000 years ago. We didn't have the intellectual capability to have religion yet, and so religion didn't evolve until after humans did.
Whoa. That's a big false claim, I think. I mean,
Yeah,
we had
that's
the same
definitely-
intellectual capacity then as we do now. I mean,
Wait, what?
like anatomically.
Wait, what? No.
200,000 years ago, we were still anatomically modern human with the same
No.
kind of
So
intellectual capacity.
prior to being humans, so before being humans,
Yeah.
there were a species of apes that were not as intellectually as developed as we were, right? And they evolved into us.
Sure, like
right?
Australopithecus.
Yeah. And so at some point, they had no religion because they didn't have the intellectual capability. And then they evolved and had more intellectual capability and then had religion, right? So the society started with no
Sort of.
religion.
Assumptions.
Yeah, I would say two things on that. Like one, I mean, I guess if you start with humans instead of Homo sapiens, you'd go a lot farther back than 200,000 years. I could see your point because like there's some evidence that Neanderthals had some kind of religious rituals, archaeologically speaking. But I would also say that there are some like chimps that show the very seeds of like developing a religion. Like there are chimps that will greet a thunderstorm.
Do chimps have a religion?
But,
right now?
Yeah. So let me. I was in the middle of explaining why. So there are chimps that will greet an incoming thunderstorm as if it were a rival male chimp.
Do
which
chimps believe
is
in a
like
god?
the
Do
basic seeds of
any
religion.
chimps on the planet believe in a god?
I mean,
I don't know. I'm not a chimp, but
they show
do.
characteristics
Hold on,
of,
The answer is no. So
Hold
the
on,
answer,
please.
wait, stop. The answer is no. There is some point in evolutionary history where zero of the ancestors of humans believed in a god. They evolved into humans, which means every single society, the starting point of humans, 0% of them believed in a god at one point, and they evolved and then grasped ideas and then believed in a god. That's literally the only point being made here.
I don't think that you can claim that though, because as I was just saying, there's evidence that chimps can anthropomorphize, but like the chimp version, different natural phenomenon, which is the base of how a religion would develop.
Yeah, can they understand the creation of the universe, the origin of everything? No, they can't. This is very, very basic. No chimps have concepts of like the origin of the universe, beginning of time. No. Humans
T-Jump, you're forgetting we're trying to give you good like arguing points for you to like present. We're not arguing with you. We're trying to help you out.
This is a terrible
No,
argument.
Iggy, that's not what I'm doing.
Oh, I thought I was.
No, you're doing that. I'm not doing that. I was going to say that with Australopithecus in particular, because that would be the earliest thing that's not fully human, we just don't know. I don't think that you can make these claims like that they definitely 100% of them did not believe in any kind of gods
Literally
or
irrelevant. Literally irrelevant. Again, at some point, doesn't matter what species, the precursors to humans did not believe in a god. They all started no god. Every single society ever started no god.
I'll agree with that.
That's the only point. So everything started no god, and they came up with the idea of God.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we had this because at first you were talking about 200,000 years. So at least
that was just an example.
I feel like I've pushed back. At least I've pushed back to where you've refined your language that you're using to describe this to where now it is accurate.
I would say it's probably, I'm going to say pretty much every single anthropologist is going to agree. Probably no religion about 200,000 years ago either.
Yeah, I don't think that they would all agree with you.
Pretty sure they would. I'm pretty sure that's the consensus. That
okay.
The oldest religion that we have evidence for is
evidence.
the oldest religion we have evidence for is Jainism and Hinduism, which is about as old as 6,000 years. Prior to that, there is no evidence of religion at all.
Well, now hold on. Now, that's a big claim that they would not agree with because there is archaeological evidence.
You can literally just Google oldest religion.
That is a different question than what you were talking about. You're talking about the oldest religion currently.
That was literally the claim, was to have societies evolved without religion. No, I didn't say currently. I said all evidence of oldest religion at all, ever.
Well,
oldest
we do
religion
have
ever.
evidence for way before that. We have ritual, like archaeological
we do not
evidence
have any
for
concrete
ritual
evidence
activity.
for any of that actually corresponding to religion at all. That's an assumption that you're making. Could it be a religion? Maybe. Is it? Is there any evidence that? No.
Well, I wouldn't say that there's no evidence for that, but it's true. You can't really tie that because we don't know about what their religions were like. But to claim that there was no religion, that is an assumption.
The only evidence, there's not an assumption, it's based on evidence. The only evidence we have, the oldest religion is Jainism. There is no further evidence of any other religion prior to that.
Except for all of the archaeological evidence
There
of
is no
religious
evidence.
rituals.
There is no evidence of any religion prior to that. There are evidence of rituals. Do you know they're religious? Nope, that's an assumption. There's no evidence there is any religion prior to that at all.
Okay, so you want to claim that these were all secular rituals? I think that's a little ridiculous.
What's rituals?
Like, show me
whether or
show
not
me
they-
all of the secular religion, like rituals that hunter gatherers are doing.
There actually were lots of them, but I don't know what
Like
the point there is.
like what?
Like people have done rituals all the time. Like everything you do is a ritual specifically related to work and making it function. So like that's how all rituals
Yeah, like hunter
started.
gatherers. Like we're talking about hunter gatherers here doing rituals. We see
Yeah,
archaeological
rituals are
evidence.
social things that are done in a society. That's it. That's a ritual.
And which ones are not religious?
Like all of them that started.
Oh,
off.
all
Like,
of them.
what
Okay,
is
so that's
this?
a little ridiculous. I think that it's a little bit of a
No,
baseless claim that you've made.
Rituals are like a pattern that you do in society. That's it. Nothing else to it. So like getting coffee in the morning is a ritual.
It can be religious.
Yeah, you're moving the goalposts.
No,
and
I'm
you're
not
stretching
moving the
it out
goalposts.
further.
This is anthropologically a ritual. It's just any pattern a society does. That's it. There's nothing
You're
else to
stretching
it.
this argument ad absurdum.
I think
that's just what a
I
ritual
think-
is.
I think it's true. Like religions do have this ritualistic aspect to them, but rituals don't necessarily mean religion.
Well, yeah.
Because religion, I think, is a certain ideology. That's what involves religion is a certain ideology, and rituals specifically involves action that you are doing. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what you're thinking
Well,
about the
I mean,
action.
Jump earlier just said, "Hey, bro, just Google it." So I just Googled it, and it says credible evidence for ritualistic religious behavior from around 45 to
Ritualistic
200,000 years
religious
ago.
behavior
First result
is
on Google.
not a religion.
Oh,
So that is not
First
evidence of
result
religion.
on Google, man.
Dumbass. That debunks your argument. That agrees with me. Ritualistic religious
No, it
behavior
doesn't.
is not evidence of a religion.
Religious behavior is not evidence of, of a religion.
Ritualistic religious behavior is a post hoc description of different kinds of actions. It is not evidence of religion. It's evidence of rituals. Did people do rituals before religion? Yes. Rituals do not equal religion.
Maybe you just have a different definition of religion.
No. So this is anthropologically pretty simple. People do rituals without religion. Religion and rituals are different things. The fact that people did rituals is not evidence they had a religion.
I don't know if they're religious rituals. I think it is evidence.
No.
I mean, I don't know. There's a whole lot of like burial practices that would seem to imply some
That
sort of
doesn't
spiritual
imply a religion
belief.
at all. There are burial practices that within secular societies that does not imply a religion. You're confusing different
T-Jump.
rituals with being religious rituals. Those are two different
It-
things.
It sounds like you're in the camp that which believes that all babies are atheists when they're born. Is that what you
Yes.
think?
Yes.
Well, I think that's a little bit.
knew it.
I think it's a little bit of a secondary question. I think that basically there is no evidence that T-Jump would ever accept for any of these religions from like 100,000 years ago.
No, there's-
I don't think
like,
there's anything
You
that
can go back
T-Jump
and see
would.
it. There's lots of evidence I would accept. That's a stupid claim to make. Clearly, if we
Like
could go
what?
back and see them, yes, that would be great evidence.
So
Not the
the
ones
evidence, physically time traveling back 100,000
Yeah,
years.
you said
I mean,
there was no evidence. You were wrong. There it is. There's an example. A very
okay.
obvious
So
example.
again, you're reductio ad absurdum. I mean, this is like you're just
that's not
being
a
ridiculous.
reductio ad absurdum. That's a reduction to the absurd, which that was not. You said there was no evidence. I gave you an example of evidence. Like there are much more easy,
absurd
there are much more.
evidence.
No, that's irrelevant. You said there was none. I presented one. There is non-absurd evidence. Like for example, like if there was an idol or something that people were worshiping, that would be great evidence of like an actual being they believed in.
Okay, well we have that.
We do not.
Look at the cult of the skull from 20,000 years ago in the Near East.
Yes, that's not necessarily.
Those are
an
idols
idol.
that people were worshiping.
No, those are objects that people worship. Were they idols? We don't know.
Oh my god! So there is no evidence.
No, there is. I just gave you some, but I'm bored with you.
No. All the
You're done. You've been debunked. You are done. So yes, what the best evidence I would accept is if the actual experts in the field said there was evidence of a religion prior to Jainism. That would be great evidence. The anthropologists who are experts, they can decide what the right evidence is.
Hey T-Jump, have you used ChatGPT at all?
Not really, no.
Wow. Why not? Why have you not used it?
Nothing I can really do with it.
Nothing you can do with it. That you're talking about experts. Literally, you can ask it any question and it's basically better. It's a better expert than the experts.
Well, what would I ask it? I have no value in asking it anything.
Well, literally, this question we were just asking. We were just arguing. You were just arguing about for the last.
I already know the answer to that question. I don't need to ask it anything.
Oh, so you just know everything. You're just better than a quantum supercomputer.
For stupid questions like what's the oldest religion that I've checked many times. Yeah, yes, I'm very familiar with that one.
I mean, information's always changing. I'm just saying, we don't know everything.
Not really, no.
Especially the longer ahead in time we get, the more we realize, like, oh yeah, look, this actually proves this, and we were actually retarded for thinking that, and the
fact that some information changes does not mean all information changes, and it changes very rarely.
Lies. The laws of physics
change very rarely.
Have been shaken by the quantum Newton's laws.
Very rarely.
That flew out the window. We threw the baby out with the bathwater.
So how often do the laws of physics change in science?
All the time. You're just unable to be aware.
What percentage of history did they change?
Every day. The laws of physics are physically changing.
Really?
We're moving into like quantum different dimensions, and you don't even realize it, because if you don't know,
Einstein published his paper and the next day he was wrong. Is that how it works?
Next day things change. No. That's the one thing that doesn't change is change.
How often
all the time.
How often do things in physics progress and change?
The laws of physics are constantly changing.
No. Was Einstein changed? Was Einstein's law changed the day after he published it?
Yes, the very act of observation changed that which was being observed.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You want to argue your
wise ape,
your pseudo debate for why religion's good?
No.
Hey, I'll jump in whenever I get a moment here.
Feel free. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I wanted to contact you about the Chat GPT. Like you would use it in a way like whenever you need to Google something, like you don't know maybe what an archaeological study said or whatever, but it's now there's restraints on it. Humans put like they can use like coding like Python and stuff to limit what type of response it'll give you. But it absolutely would be a wonderful tool for someone like yourself, Tom, to use. Like now, however, like the Christians could hack it to like skew the answers. Like I've been using ChatGPT to write narratives and like get my thoughts out, but like it will like soften the response I want to give somebody. Like it'll make it more polite than I want it to be, and I'm like trying to work with it right now to say, hey, don't do that. I'm dealing with a person that's that hasn't been an honest interlocutor, and so.
But like, why would I want to do
really
any of that? Like, it's none of like, what would it help? What would it do? How could I use it to expedite my methodology? Because I don't think I can.
It would enhance your
productivity. Hold on. Only if you were like interested in writing a book or something, like you could basically put your own words down and say, edit this for me. Like it could edit something for you if you're interested in doing something that, or if you say, you could do something like, what would a Christian's response to this argument be? And, it's just like, as an artist myself, I use paints and brushes and stuff, but I also use photographs as references and stuff. This is just another tool for intellectuals to use. And I mean, it's it's up to you. You know, it's like, hey, I got a good pair of underwear. I don't need another set. You know, but
what could I use it for? How could I use it to speed up my methodology? Because like if I'm writing a
Ask
book
it.
on
Ask ChatGPT. Ask Chat.
Say I'm writing a book on my morality, which I wrote. Do you think it's going to be able to answer questions about my morality?
Yes, it will.
Yes, TJump.
Explain
This is
your
science.
morality.
This is science fiction, TJump, coming into fruition. It's not an old it's not an old bot that we had in the early 2000s
I know
or whatever.
What it is. I'm a fan of AI.
Okay.
Well,
but what
he's
could I
telling you
possibly
yes.
use it for to speed up? Like if I ask it a question,
Describe your methodology.
If I make up a character
All right.
in my head and I try to ask it about questions about that character, it's not going to know because it has no reference material.
Yes, it will.
Shut
will
up,
because
shut up,
it
Piggy.
asks
Shut up,
you.
Piggy. Shut up, Piggy. So if I have a character in my head and I want to know things about that character and I ask ChatGPT, it would have to get the information from me. So if it's just an extra step, I'd have to give it the information, and then it would give the information back to me. And so it'd be a waste of time, right?
Oh no, let me tell you why. TJump, if you let's say you were writing about characters on a book or something in a book, or in a Word document,
my imagination.
You know,
this only exists in my imagination.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, right. If you wanted to produce something, like if you were working on a project like your church or whatever, so you're writing things down, you're brainstorming, you're putting it into the Word document. Now, the ChatGPT is a tool embedded in that Word document that could it could highlight things. It's just a tool that would save you time and resources and make things apparent. Like if it's an intelligence embedded into documents. So it's not embedded into our brains yet, like brain computer interface. So it's not going to be able to help you with things that you have not expressed out of your mind. Right? If you just want to keep everything in imagination, it's not going to touch it at this point because it doesn't have access.
This is
to
a specific question. How could I use ChatGPT to make my method faster? Because I can't right now. There's nothing, because I don't really do anything. Like I can make videos. If it could make videos for me, that would make it faster.
All right, I'll tell you. Right now, when you're speaking, you need to set up a software program that takes your voice, puts it at, like you write up. You're going to have to make an application for this, but it'll take your voice. It'll put it through the application that has ChatGPT, and you could set up like functions that you want it to do. Like
no, that's the question. What would I want it to do? What is there that I can't?
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Maybe it would just like when you're talking to someone else, also have it run it through the application, and like when you ask somebody, like, I don't know. You choose whatever you want it to do, but like,
no, that's the question. I have nothing I would want it to do. That's the point.
I want to answer your question.
I know it's a powerful tool. The problem is I have nothing I want it to do that could benefit my job.
Let me answer your question, please, because you're asking why is Ape and he's not giving you one.
What?
I think a good answer would be to use the. Well, are you serious? I was quiet like for I don't know how long now.
What do you say? Go ahead.
No, every time he asks me like, what can I use it to do? Like which is fine, man. But like I'm trying to answer, but you're also in this. You were here before me, so respectfully, like whatever. But
like, see, yeah, I let you talk. Like literally, you could say whatever you want to him about.
Go ahead. Just go ahead, Piggy.
You could use ChatGPT as a moderator. It could be the non-biased third-party moderator.
How would I do that?
Whenever
you got to write an application.
Whenever two people you're arguing about a specific topic or disagreement, you could just be like, okay, well, let's ask ChatGPT, the moderator. We're gonna give it our scenario or perspective, and then see what it spits out based off of all of the information it has access to, and which one of us is more correct based off of what it knows. Because it's not going to be spitting out false information. It tries to be as accurate as possible.
Well, that's again something that I wouldn't want, because it's not going to convince people if it's in ChatGPT, at least not yet socially. And
a non-biased party.
It wouldn't make a difference. So like if I was in a debate with a theist and I said ChatGPT says naturalism is the most important thing, they're not going to be like, oh God, I've been defeated. What am I going to do? So until ChatGPT is accepted as reliable by the vast majority of people, then it's not going to be effective as a means of communication or moderation in a debate. So that's the thing I could use it for, but it wouldn't help me at all in my process. So
against theists, it would help against people who do
the primary people who I debate against. Yes. So the question is like, what could I use it for that would actually save me time? And if I have to write an application that does not save me time, especially for something medial that I don't really do anyway. And so like writing a book potentially could help.
True.
What you could use it for is actually your replacement. You could sit it in your chair instead of you. If you wanted to save you time to do something else, it would basically debate these people.
Well,
but
again,
like I said,
it can be. It would fail. It would fail miserably.
No, it wouldn't.
Again, I want to have. I'm presenting my model of morality, which is not on the internet. People, ChatGPT will not find my morality on the internet and be able to explain it. It cannot do that. Only I can do that.
That's true. You'd have to upload your model of morality, and then it could sit in your armchair and respond to people if it knew your. Yep. So
I again have to upload all of my ideas in a way that was meaningful to ChatGPT. And since the amount of data would be essentially just my paper that I wrote, it would just be an extra step. I'd have to write a paper, give it to ChatGPT, then ChatGPT would have to give me my paper back. That's just an extra step. It wouldn't help me at all. It would just add extra work.
Maybe, possibly.
Well, if you're getting a lot of comments and like, let's say you can't respond to everybody, the ChatGPT would be the next best thing to getting your responses, but
sure. It's like give it like a backup or something. Somebody in the chat wrote, I think a plant could beat most of the people or a lot of the people you debate. I agree. It's true. Like UGC, I think could be beaten by a plant.
Yeah, and as far as like changing the world and dismantling some of these theologies and stuff, resources like ChatGPT could be extremely helpful because it could sit with the theist and walk them through like in a street epistemology type of way. It would be a personalized like tutor that could really sit with them as long as possible. But here's the thing: I know a lot of theists that they're like, why would I want to take in information that would challenge my belief in the God that I have right now? It's like, well, yeah, if you don't want to know true things and have justified true beliefs, then I guess they probably wouldn't use the application. But it's not advantageous to have these theologies permeating society. Their cosplay-ness, like the religions, like are more than cosplay because they infiltrate into our weddings, into our funerals, into these personal aspects of our lives. Are even if we had rituals, now it's a religious ritual. So like to the point where you can kind of see this if somebody said like, oh thank Odin, in a society where Odin isn't respected, but it would sound strange versus like saying, oh thank God. Or like if you were to say to somebody like, may the force be with you, if they just told you about like their struggles. If it's more acceptable to say like, oh, I'll pray for you. Yeah,
I agree. I agree that ChatGPT is extremely useful and will definitely be useful in those kinds of cases for sure. It's just I haven't found a way for it to be useful for me yet. Until it can make shorts. Once it can make shorts, then it'll be very useful for me.
It could do that. Show
me how it can make shorts. Like if you can figure that one out.
I don't know how to write any codes. I don't know how to make any applications. And I've asked ChatGPT how to, and it's like given me the instructions, but I just haven't like personalized it. But I don't know how to I don't know any coding languages like Python or that's not what I've been exposed to. But you would have and I asked ChatGPT, I was like, what language are you written in? And it said it was a like neural networks and shit, and I don't even know.
That's not a language.
And I was like, well, you're gonna. I know it said it wasn't, and I was like, you're gonna have to explain that to me because, like, I don't.
You don't know what a neural
I don't know
net
how
is?
to. Not really.
Well, a neural net is
the answer I was given.
Brain is.
No,
it's
right.
a
That's what they
setup
told me, and
similar to your brain.
Like, so languages like Python, and with different languages, you can all write neural nets with different languages. All languages can write a neural net. It's just a way of processing information. So it's not a language.
So let me give you an idea of what like something like ChatGPT could do, because you also have the versions that take that make digital art and images, right? You've heard of that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking here, if I was to have like a lot of things would have to be written in applications, but I could take a picture of my room with all these like cups and shit everywhere, and it's a little disorganized, and then feed it to the application and say, give me 10 different images of how this room could be organized in an appealing way. And it could do stuff like that. And if we had an actual,
the reason I keep asking that question is like, how can I use it to improve my job? I know what it can do. I know everything it can do. I'm very well versed in AI and ChatGPT, but it can't do anything to help me with my job yet. That's the problem. I'm very well versed. It's very on the right says, I just use ChatGPT. It knows you. It can describe your moral philosophy adjusted. That's really cool. Post like a links and pics. That'd be awesome on the right.
Oh, I know how you could maybe use it if you wanted to use it in this way. You keep asking me the question, and I'm not giving you a satisfactory answer. So you say, "Oh, hold up, Wise Ape, shut up, ChatGPT. How could I do?" You know what I mean? So
just ask
if you're
that's what I was thinking. Just ask it.
I listen to debates all the time. The people aren't fucking giving you the right answer that you need, you know, and you keep asking and be like, okay, you want an example? I mean, I guess you could come up with it yourself, answer it yourself, but some scenario like that, you know.
Give him the position you're in. Just be like, this is a position I'm in.
Well, the point of my debates isn't to
actually
win the debates. It's to get money via YouTube. So
okay, well, say that in the
okay, but
conversation.
we're done with the ChatGPT. I've already answered the questions enough. I'm very familiar with ChatGPT and what it can do. A good question. Did you have a question?
Yeah, maybe I can help a little bit with ChatGPT.
No more ChatGPT. He's done
and actually,
shoving it down his throat.
I'm a computer programmer, and I understand neural networks. Pretty much, ChatGPT could be a better Google for you.
It cannot be a better Google. It cannot be a better Google. I don't even use Google. I don't care.
Right. Okay. Or a search engine, right?
It cannot be a better search engine. I don't use search engines that much. I don't waste my time with them.
Okay, it's a better Discord.
I agree with you, TJump, that it's not going to do the creative work for you. Absolutely agree with that. Because it doesn't have the information that you have in your head. Right. Absolutely agree with that. It's just a better tool to speed up searches. And actually, if a search gives you something confusing, you can ask it to clarify it, and it will gather the information that it already stores, and it will give you a very clear explanation of why and what that thing was. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah, but that's not.
Also,
that doesn't really help me very much.
I just want to say for the record,
too, so.
strong atheist banned me from his room, so I can't even talk to anybody normally on your thing, Trump.
Then why are you in the strong?
I don't even have a room.
Yeah,
I don't even have a room, and I don't have mods.
I'm like banned.
Not me.
We can't go to nobody's.
So.
Room.
I find that there's a problem like with atheists who say like I can't convince my parents to deconvert or see my position, and I don't know, TJump, if you're like, I mean, deconverting people or like the people you debate with, you're probably not going to change their mind on the spot, but that's where I think like the extra help. You could say, hey, I just said something, but make this more attractive or appealing or something. And it could do shit like that.
Sure, but again, my goal isn't to convince people. It's just to make money on YouTube.
True. Yeah, let's just stop talking about it. Who cares about it? I think it's gonna
Yeah.
blow up, explode in its face, and just end up crashing and burning anyways.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, do you think your goal to make money on YouTube will change when everybody does have like this sort of technological access to where, right, it's a universal income type of thing, and we can just all go around philosophizing on roller skates and
Once we have a universal income, I don't need to do anything. I'm going to probably not be spending time doing it.
You'll be hanging out with supermodels.
Exactly.
So that's beautiful. Finding purpose in life is something that theists tell us we can't have without a God. And it's just a false dichotomy. They scare the shit out of us by saying, do you know what it feels like to have no purpose?
So you are scared. So you are scared.
No, well, yeah, it's like, well, guess what? God takes that all away. And it's a false dichotomy. It's like, choose my God or have no purpose and feel like shooting yourself. It's so sad that they say that to people, because they don't say, like, you could find purpose in life with a supermodel, or you may like working at the supermarket, or, who fucking knows? But I've lived too long to see that accepting God does not necessarily give you a purpose. I've seen the theists like despair, and it's a nice thing that they want to give people purpose, but it's not like the best answer.
Yes, it is unfortunate that Christians and religious people think that religion is the only way to find purpose, and negate the other ways to find purpose for other human beings, and think that they are not legitimate. It is very sad.
Yeah, so I'd like to see like ChatGPT, and as an extension of yourself, being able to help those Christians find that there's a way to build society. And what attracts me the most to people is like these romantic examples of, like, I don't know, the Wild West or Rome, or you know what I'm saying, like these things that may be appealing, like being able to go to a fair and pick out an apple pie, just things where, because people work together, they made these things. And I think theists say, without theism, these types of cooperations wouldn't be possible. And it's just, I think it's a stumbling block for them that they believe that, and that's why they want to hold on to their religion, because I
think that's backwards.
There's really,
so I think that's because they are religious, they think that religion is the only answer. I don't think they think religion is the only answer, therefore they are religious. So I'm pretty sure that the religious belief is why they're biased in the way that they are, that makes them think that religion is the ultimate answer. I don't think it's that they genuinely originally thought that a religion was the answer and that caused them to be religious. That's usually not the case.
Well, let's follow this example. What, in my own experience, like my father would say, "Oh, you really like that apple pie? Like, all good things come from God.
Yeah.
Without God, you wouldn't have that apple pie."
Yeah, so that'll be the exact same, where he started with his religious belief in God, and because he has a religious belief in God, he thinks that God is the only way that can explain joy or whatever. But it's not. If he started with like just the sensation of joy, he wouldn't then conclude God. It's because he already has the bias of God. He uses that to answer questions about meaning and purpose and whatever.
Oh yeah, perfect, bingo. I get it. Yeah, it's his presupposition. So that's where I want to start people off with, hey, let's just enjoy the apple pie first, without the presuppositions that tell you it comes from God. Like they say, oh, see all this creation, that becomes your presupposition in it. So creation must have a creator, right? Where if we could start out saying, look at existence, like existence proves something exists, more along that lines and something like that. But it is very difficult when you have the presupposition of God and then like you challenge that. Like if I on a side note, like about this satanic panic going on in Hollywood and stuff, so the theists will say absolutely Satan is horrible, because in their minds they relate Satan to murder, theft, all these things that go against our well-being, right? So they see someone cosplaying Satan and they think, oh, that's tied to that.
Yeah.
But however, if they could see that, like if they're Christians and Yahweh and stuff, he's the one responsible for torture. Especially, most of us are going to go to hell, right? Maybe under some interpretations, torture, murder, the flood, to where a skeptic views the Satan as not responsible for like the bad things like torture, murder, and theft. But so I'm getting a little lost here. But like Satan is more like a cosplay. It's definitely cosplay when Hollywood is putting on a little dance with around the theme of Satan. But then like Fox News says, oh look, Satan is real, and we're fighting against. Like it's almost as like that cosplay's performance is responsible for the rape and torture of,
You obviously never seen. You obviously never seen a
ahead.
ghost or like a demon or like exorcist, huh?
No, I do see
Never
them.
seen that.
I
Never seen that.
I see them in my imagination, and so like when someone says pray about it and see if you can what your answer gets. Like if I do get a yes, right? But if I take that yes to be describing reality accurately, if I think that's what it's doing, then I don't know how to use my brain or my thoughts to come to true justified beliefs. I see ghosts and shit all the time in my imagination. Now, if I didn't know how to distinguish imagination from reality, then I could
So you think all people throughout history, throughout religions, like are just delusional and they just been imagining ghosts?
they got the same. I think they got the same imagination I got, and I think they're in the same spot that I've been in, where if you start out with that as a presupposition, then
start off as what? That there's a ghost?
That there's a ghost, that there's a God, then I'm sorry if I'm boring too, but
I'm not starting anything up. If I see like some shit slammed down on the floor, like if I'm talking to my mom about Jesus not being like a good person or something, and then my bowl of beans explode, then I kind of draw a conclusion that there is some like cause and effect happening there.
Yeah, there's cause and effect, but whatever you're contributing the cause,
That's a
you're
supernatural
infallible.
thing. A bowl of beans exploding is not natural. Like I don't think. Have you ever heard of that happening? A bowl of beans exploding?
Yeah, I've heard of things exploding like that. Rocks explode if they get too hot or something. It might have been something in the bowl, like the pottery.
Yeah, I checked the temperature.
I've heard of things.
That was the first thing I checked. Was the temperature. It was not hot.
Maybe it could have been hit by a neutrino buzzing through our, the universe or something. So
okay.
You're not going to tell me it's supernatural and convince me, really.
Yeah, obviously, if you're gonna jump to neutrinos,
got more evidence for them, supposedly. I mean,
yeah, supposedly.
But that's why you got to question things, I mean, if you got the answers on that, if you know that for 100% certainty, that's great. And I hope I discover it someday too.
I seen a door slamming back and forth for no reason. A wooden door just slamming back and forth constantly hard. And then it stopped after my mom's boyfriend left. Like it was doing it. It was slamming at nighttime. That's not normal. That is not normal. And there was a correlation again. That was that I made a connection between the guy who my mom was with and the door slamming. Like he was nowhere near the door. He was in the whole other room, and my door was slamming back and forth.
You know what's not normal and what's also quite frightening to consider, or is well, it may be normal too, but false memories and shit. Like I'm hey, my experience. I have dreams, you know, and I experience things that I haven't experienced in this life. Like as far as, you know, like a mixture between my mind consists of a mixture of dream memories and real memories. And fortunately, I think that my mind works well enough that I can distinguish the two. But if I'm honest, when I self-reflect and stuff, things get a little murky, and it's quite scary. And I like retreat from it. Then I'm like, I'm just gonna go.
Do you think
play
it's
video
possible
games.
do you think it's possible that there are some people who have this problem that you're talking about, where they're unable to distinguish reality from their imaginings, and then there are some people who are actually like cognitively capable to be able to distinguish the difference? Do you think that's possible at all, or everyone's just like you and
I'll explain.
we all just remember everything?
No, it's a mixed bag. So I had one brother. Okay, he was not able to distinguish between these things. He was schizophrenic, developed that at a very young age, and was not. It was eye-opening and terrifying thing to observe. This happened to a young boy that just was so troubled and wrecked, destroyed, you know. So of course, I mean, I have the ability to think about to parse out my imaginations from reality, and
a little better than your brother, right? And I'm saying, like, I'm pretty sure there's other people, because you're talking about me misremembering. I'm pretty sure.
I'm not making that claim.
Remember?
I said that could be one explanation for things that you say there was no reason for that door to slam or something, you know, like, not saying that is the reason, but there are reasons.
What would the reason be? Because other than you saying I just misremembered it, because that's just like a cop out.
It's not a cop out.
If you don't want to talk about this, it's up to you, because this is your stream, and I know we don't want. If you don't want to talk about ghosts,
I'm working on stuff on my Twitch. I'm not paying attention.
Okay. Yeah. So what kind of proof or evidence can you give me for somebody saying a door slamming, other than me just being delusional or misremembering it?
Well, you're going to take those options off the table. We could think about something else. Have you ever seen somebody like throw a little ball and it goes through this obstacle course and it like lands in the target? It like, might roll down the floor and the steps, and somebody taking a fantastic shot and making the hoop in basketball.
Like you're reaching and like you're making a stretch, or what are you? And you're losing me. What are you trying to say?
All right. So with that in mind, picture something happened like that with the door. Like it
constantly?
Was like
every night for a couple of
constantly. Okay. So the story.
If you have a pressure differential in your house, that's going to cause the door to slam.
Yes, I'm aware of how pressure differential works.
Okay, so there you go.
That's not what was occurring.
How do you know?
Because I know the effects of a pressure differential take place in a house, and this door was repeatedly slamming back and forth. That doesn't happen when the pressure changes in a house, like typically, unless there's a door that's opening and closing constantly, and that wasn't happening. It was nighttime, and my door was closed, the windows were closed, the room I was in was pressurized. The only thing that was opening was the door. I know how pressure works in a room.
Have you checked your house for neurodivergent cockroaches that have evolved to do that?
That was the second thing I checked for.
Okay.
So you're claiming that there is no natural explanation for why your door was slamming?
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm literally asking, how the hell did this happen? That's what I'm saying. Because
well, how the hell did you concluded that it was a supernatural cause? How the hell did you conclude that?
Because I told you, my mom's boyfriend was staying there, and the door started slamming. And yeah, typically whenever shit starts levitating or drawers start opening and closing and doors start slamming, that typically relates to some kind of ghost or
what do you mean typically?
Poltergeist.
Does this typically happen?
Poltergeist. Yes, poltergeist.
I think you're just confusing.
Look up the definition of poltergeist.
I think you're confusing movies for real life if you say that levitation typically entails ghosts.
I just asked ChatGPT what is poltergeist, and it said ghosts that levitate or open and close things. So if you don't believe ChatGPT, you're retarded. I'm sorry.
What I believe is that it was a pressure differential that caused your door to slam. Okay, like a window was open. Maybe your mom's boyfriend opened a window, dude.
What are you trying to say?
And if you can roll out cockroaches, I think we can roll out the poltergeist in the same way. I think if we examine the house, we're not going to see. We're not going to see.
Almost anything's a better explanation than ghosts. There's absolutely no evidence that ghosts are real. It's just a fictional thing that people assert with no evidence to back it up. I mean, it'd be more likely to be anything than ghosts.
Consciousness is the only evidence I need for ghosts to exist. And the fact that energy does not get destroyed, it's only converted.
That's stupid.
So how does that follow?
Consciousness.
How does that follow?
Consciousness proves consciousness. It doesn't prove ghosts, and it doesn't prove leprechauns. It doesn't prove a god. These are imaginations that we add on to consciousness. Yes, consciousness might seem like a ghost, but as far as we know, it's tied to a mind.
What he's claiming is that consciousness is a form of energy, and if energy can't be created or destroyed, then consciousness cannot be destroyed. But what he's failing to grasp is that consciousness is a process. It's an event. It's not a thing. The energy that it takes to power consciousness can be transformed into other kinds of energy, but the consciousness itself goes away whenever the process stops.
Yeah, and the process never stops because the universe is always processing this information.
No, your brain is causing the process.
Okay, Piggy, I think you need a little bit of help here as far as consciousness. So if you want to have consciousness the way that you do, you have to sit there and say that a unified consciousness requires a simple substance or a unified substance, something that's simple. If it's simple, that means it can't be destroyed. So if it can't be destroyed, that means it would exist beyond death. That's what you want to do. So you don't reduce consciousness to energy. You want to basically explain that consciousness comes from a simple substance that can't be destroyed. There you go.
Yeah, and the only way consciousness affects a door is if the consciousness is inside a body that can move the door. Like, I've never moved the door with my mind, and I've never heard.
You're pre-assuming that this reality is not a subjective one.
What? So were you hearing the door slam, or only, or were you actually seeing it?
There's different states of consciousness, and the universal consciousness is what allows the laws of physics to act in the way that they are acting at them.
All the states of consciousness require a brain.
Yeah, the universe is one giant brain processing information.
No, it's not. Where's your evidence for that?
That's not necessarily true. You could have it that the brain is more like a receiver, like a radio. So the signal is not coming from the radio is receiving the signal. So
Okay, fine.
again, as far as
that's a good point too. Yeah, that could be another way of putting it. There's different ways of looking at it, and I think multiple ways are true. It's just hard to understand the full picture.
No,
yeah.
One way has empirical evidence. Okay, that brain.
I'll come back if I can.
That's
try
where you're
to
wrong.
invite me
You
back
think
in,
only
but I
you're
gotta
right. Your answer is the right way. Like that's where you're wrong. You get
Show
religion.
me.
Well, hold on. Can I?
Without a brain.
Okay.
If you can win if you show me a consciousness without a brain.
Okay, so there's correlation
Can I get
between
my
brain
input on
states and consciousness. Just because there's correlations, that doesn't mean necessarily the brain is causing consciousnness.
Yeah,
it could be. It could be.
wait,
It's
wait,
just
wait,
as
wait.
much
mind are
explained
ontologically
that
distinct.
consciousness is the brain is like a receiver of
Wait,
some
Nightclock.
sort.
Wait, because what you're pointing out is correlation, not causation, right? That's why we can do experiments, right? You can determine causation via experiment, where you control an independent variable and have a dependent variable, right? We can do this with the brain, and we can show it is causative.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you
Well,
able to
you just see
analyze someone's,
correlations.
are you able to analyze someone's brain and see their thoughts through science?
Yeah.
Say it.
No, the answer is no. You cannot see people's thoughts. You can't see what they're experiencing through any sort of science. That's because the mind and the brain are ontologically distinct.
Yeah, there is an explanatory gap between the third person scientific perspective and the first person one. Reed kind of nagels what it's like to be a bat. So the basic idea is you can't go from a scientific understanding to know the first person qualia that people are experiencing.
Exactly.
There is that explanatory gap. You can't sit
but
there and
you
sit
can
there. Well,
tell what you're thinking. Like there are certain
No,
neurons
you can't.
in your
He
brain.
just said
Hold
you
on, let me
can.
finish this out. Let me finish the sentence. There are certain neurons in your brain that only light up when you think about Jennifer Aniston. So if I see those neurons light up, I know you're thinking about Jennifer Aniston.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's correlation, like you said earlier. It's not causation.
I mean, do you dispute the fact of what I just said about like certain neurons only
heavily.
occurring during when you're thinking about certain things? Because that's like a fact in
Well, no,
neuroscience.
I don't dispute that that's happening, like that there are neurons acting that way, but what I'm disputing is that points towards like what thoughts people are having. You can't ever know what people are experiencing through analyzing the brain and how the brain's working.
Why not?
Yeah, and consciousness
you know
directly
that
is connected to experience. And where is the line drawn between experience? Because if you're talking about experience is only considered things that have a brain, well, there are jellyfish and sea sponges and stuff without brains that are definitely having
This is the
experience.
Vedic Brahmin. This is the veil of Maya. Right, Nightclaw?
oh, hey, Clark, how are you doing? I didn't see your new name. I thought that was you for a second. But
The
again, there's a
Vedic
different
Brahmin.
metaphysics. Oh, okay, that's the Vedic Brahmin is just the idea that the unconditioned reality is pure being, consciousness, and bliss.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the idea. Yeah.
But it's really easy, right, Nightclaw? All you have to do is take the brain and the mind into conceptual analysis and just see if there's logical entailment. And there's no entailment because the brain is propositional, the mind is non-propositional. So if there's no
There is
logical
entailment.
entailment, then there's no we can't establish ontological identity.
Okay, actually, to put this in a
Topics you can
language,
change the mind.
okay, to put this in kind of an easier language. So the way we to understand it is something like this. Okay, what is matter? Okay, when we say materialism, how do we understand materialism? We would
Energy.
understand it as basically space-filling properties. So we would
true.
understand something reducible to like an atom or a corpuscle or a subatomic particle, that it's solid, it's extended, these space-filling properties. Now, that would be the substances under materialism. You would have these smallest possible particles that interact with each other through efficient causation. Consciousness, on the other hand, has the attribute of intentionality. That's a fundamentally different attribute than matter. Now, to posit consciousness coming from matter, that would be a form of strong emergence. Now, strong emergence is seen to violate ex nihilo nihil fit. Since ex nihilo nihil fit is true, it makes consciousness coming from matter impossible. That's basically the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, also what is, like, if we essentially experience a mental reality, like we experience a reality of qualitative experiences in our mind. So, like, apart from that, if this all comes from just physical stuff, like, what is the physical stuff? What is the experience without those qualitative aspects? That's why I think the nature of what we're experiencing isn't physical. Even though there is a reality outside of our minds, the nature of that reality is mental. It's not physical.
Yeah,
It's
because
subjective. Sure, there's such a thing as subjective experience, of course, but I don't see. Okay, Nightclock, could you explain about why it's not possible for consciousness to arise from like matter? Because that didn't make any sense to me.
Okay, let me give you an analogy that would help. So let me say I have an Excel document, and in that Excel document, I have 2 columns which are just numbers. Okay, and I also only have mathematical functions: plus, minus, subtract, divide. Now, from these, someone tells you, well, they just have this column that generates letters. What's your response going to be? Your response is it's not going to be possible given the data that you have and the functions that you're allowed. It'd be like equivalent if you were going to have computer program and you actually had a data set that was called in, which just was numbers, and the functions were only mathematical functions, and someone said they generated letters from it. The idea, it is not possible given the data that you inputted and the code that you have. You would have to have something like a convert number to letter function. So that's kind of the way to understand this to begin with. You have matter has certain attributes. It's a substance which means something separable, durable, and identical. It has existence. And a substance is known by its attributes. So what is a material substance? A material substance we have to understand is space filling, spatial, this kind of geometric. So again, the idea of an atom to ancient Greeks. What does atom mean? Atomos, indivisible. So you have the smallest possible particle, which is solid and extended.
Can you maybe be direct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's
now,
almost like what we think of.
Okay, so hold on, let me explain this a little bit further. Now, the functions that are allowed in materialism is basically efficient causation, which basically would reduce to change of location. So one particle interacts with another particle, moves it, and so there's this movement within space and time. Now, the idea is consciousness is a substance with a fundamentally different attribute. It has intentionality. That's the phenomenological idea that consciousness is consciousness of something. So the idea is, given materialism, given the metaphysics of materialism, it's impossible for consciousness to come from it because you would have to posit strong emergence. That's the idea.
Why is that? Materialism says that everything is deterministic. And
that's a different issue. That's a different issue. You're confusing it. That's a different issue. That's a different issue.
Let's just not have Nylog have the conversation here, Piggy.
That's a different issue.
Yeah,
what you're talking about deterministic would be more of a transcendental argument against materialism, which would basically sit there and say that when we give reasons for something, when we think of some things, to have knowledge, the justification element, we have to separate ourselves from the causal nexus and evaluate reasons as reasons, and then do that. That's a different issue.
You talk a lot, but I feel like you did not answer my question. I asked why is strong emergence impossible, and you concluded
because it violates ex nihilo. Hold on, because it violates ex nihilo nihil fit. That's the reason why.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Nightclock, can I just bring up something to piggyback? So, like, if all material
I want to know why. That's the whole thing I asked is why, and
because it violates ex nihilo nihil fit. That's the reason why. Okay, strong emergence is a violation of ex nihilo nihil fit. Is that hard to understand?
Explain why.
Because of the fact that if consciousness has a fundamentally different attribute than matter, so matter is solid and extended. And the way that change happens is through change of location. One particle occupies a different part. Then you don't understand it. I don't know. This should be you don't get it. Obviously, I can't explain it any further. You're not understanding it. That's basically it.
Let me repeat it back to you so I can guarantee you that I do understand what you're saying. You're saying that because consciousness has intentionality, that is a quality that is not found within the parts that make it up. The materialistic matter parts don't have intentionality. So you're saying that there's a disconnect, and you're saying that strong emergence cannot account for this because
strong emergence does not. I'm saying that it would have to be strong emergence.
Okay, so why is intentionality emergent?
Because intentionality doesn't come from the attributes of solidity or extension that are part of matter. That's the idea why.
He's just saying it's the best explanation.
No, I'm not saying it's the best. I'm saying that basically, according to that metaphysics, it's impossible given the fact that because if you have a substance, that has a specific attribute to it. Its
Hey, Frank.
attribute is a space-filling attribute. It's solid, it's extended, and the change happens through change of location, through efficient causation. And now you're positing this reality of consciousness that has the attribute of intentionality. There's nothing in the more fundamental substances that it supervenes on that can possibly generate that intentionality, since
not?
everything that it
Oh my God,
because
dude.
everything that it supervenes on is extended and solid. I mean,
All
like that,
all
you
you're
just
doing
keep
is
asking
repeating
why.
yourself over
oh,
and
okay,
over.
you're
and
not
over.
getting it.
Do
Obviously,
you
No,
realize
no,
it's
stop,
the
stop,
issue,
stop, stop.
Frankel?
So
Like, if we did the same thing to
wait,
you,
wait, wait,
you'd
wait,
fall
wait. Stop
into
one
the same
sec.
issue.
Stop one sec. So you've made an
Okay.
argument that intentionality can't come about by like natural forces. You've given no reason why it can't, other than the fact that you can't imagine it can't, because you don't think the combinations of the properties we see can generate the combinations of the properties of intelligence. But they could be emergent, and so there's no logical contradiction with physical processes in space producing intentionality. There's no logical contradiction there. If you want to say it's impossible, you need to prove there's a logical contradiction.
I'm going to say it violates ex nihilo nihil fit.
It does not.
That's it.
It does not.
Yes,
no
it does
logical-
violate it.
There's no logical contradiction, therefore it does not.
Well, it doesn't
No,
have.
it doesn't have to have a logical
It does.
contradiction.
Yeah,
Ex
it doesn't
nihilo
have to
nihil,
be a
ex
logical
nihilo
contradiction.
nihil fit
I
can be
try to
denied
explain
without
that
a
to
logical contradiction.
I tried to
can-
explain that to him. He
hold
doesn't
on.
want to listen.
No,
Okay.
It does not. There's no such principle. Your principle is made up. It doesn't violate anything. There's no logical contradiction with.
I didn't say it
about-
violates the logical
No.
contradiction. I said it violates ex nihilo nihil fit.
Then it doesn't violates nothing. It violates nothing. That's not an objection at all. It's just nothing.
Hey, Mike Lott,
It doesn't,
no,
it
it-
doesn't have to be a
I think
logical
ex nihilo nihil
contradiction.
fit. Okay, so here's the issue, and I think this comes from what I would call really bastardization of Hume. That if something does not involve a logical contradiction, then it's possible. Yes, you can sit there and say that ex nihilo nihil fit.
What is ex nihilo
is
nihil
not.
fit? What does that mean? What is the actual English of it?
Oh, out of nothing comes
sudden-
nothing.
That
out of
isn't
nothing
a
comes nothing.
violation. There's no violation in that
Are
of
you
anything. I said.
serious? Are you
None.
serious?
Okay, so strong emergence does violate ex
I
nihilo
never
nihil
said
fit.
strong
That's
emergence. I'm
accepted.
saying weak emergence.
Well, it's not weak emergence because it has a fundamentally
No, it
different
can be
attribute.
weak emergence just fine. There's no logical contradiction with weak emergence.
But it's not by definition, since
No,
it's
it's not.
fundamentally a
No
different
one says
attribute.
that. No one in science says that. There's no
It's
logical
not sci-
contradiction with weak emergence. It is weak emergence is the consensus. You're wrong.
No, the consensus as far as hard problem of consciousness is
Is
that it
weak
is a form of
emergence.
strong emergence. It's not
no,
weak, it's
weak
strong.
emergence. Weak emergence is the consensus. No one says strong
No.
emergence. Nobody in neurology, nobody in psychology, no one says strong emergence. It's all weak emergence.
Philosophers will say it's strong
No
emergence.
That's
That's the
philosophers
argument.
take strong emergence. No philosophers
That's
take
not
strong
true.
emergence.
No, you can actually, I can find something
stop,
right
stop. No one does. It is equally as ridiculous as panpsychism. It is the single digits. No one takes it seriously. Weak emergence is the consensus.
Nyquil, let's find
in
one
all of them.
person that does, so we can shut this down.
No, I'm just going
He
to
can,
kick
he can
your
go
ass.
bug the philosophy.
No
he can go
one.
bug the philosophy
When I say no
papers.
one, I mean the consensus dumbass. So the consensus.
Why does that matter? We're talking about a higher order logic issue. Why does
Because
the
you're a
consensus
dumb.
matter? This is
Shut
the
up.
issue.
Shut
This
up,
is the
dumbass.
issue you
Let me
ran
kick
into with
you.
Jay
Left hand.
Dyer.
Shut up. You're getting kicked. The position. No one takes strong emergence seriously. Weak emergence is the consensus in all academic fields. So you addressing strong emergence is a straw man. No one cares.
Why
Then
does the
why do you think
consensus
there's a
matter?
hard problem of how do you understand the hard problem of consciousness?
Because we
then?
don't
Just
know how
out
to
of
solve
curiosity.
what consciousness is using our consciousness.
Yeah, but do you understand the idea that the problem comes from the fact that they're positing
epistemic problem. It makes no
different
difference.
attributes?
Makes
No,
no
there is
difference.
also the reason that
no one
exists
is
in
positing
metaphysical
different
one.
attributes. They can be weakly emergent just fine.
Okay, so do you deny that consciousness is understood via intentionality? That's the attribute for consciousness. The phenomenological
No, it's
axiom
not
consciousness is
understood via
consciousness of
intentionality.
something.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's actually wrong. It's
so
understood
So
via
then, how do you
qualia.
understand it then? What is consciousness then?
Qualia experience. It's what it's like to be something. Even if you have no intentionality, you can still have what it's like to be something.
oh, okay, do you know what intentionality means in the phenomenological context?
What does it mean? Go ahead, explain.
Okay, it just means the aboutness of consciousness. It's not talking about a willed state. It just means consciousness is consciousness of something. There's a
Then
sort of
that's just tautological.
intentionality.
It's
It means that
pointless,
it's
and you just wasted
directed.
all of our time with a nothing statement.
But I'm just
So
that's
don't
what
use
they call
tautology.
it in phenomenology.
Then why did you
But
waste our
that's what
time
it's-
with a tautology that has no actual content to it? Don't say stupid statements.
No, I'm trying to say that's how it's understood.
Then
So it's
why did you
understood
waste our
from the-
time with a pointless tautology?
Well, the point is that if consciousness is that? If consciousness is basically this sort of aboutness, consciousness is consciousness of something,
by intentionality you mean consciousness, it's a tautology and there's no substantive information there. You said nothing. You haven't refuted weak emergentism and you haven't shown any contradiction with it. You've shown nothing. You've just shown nothing and you just repeated yourself and saying intentionality is consciousness. Okay, show an argument against weak emergence.
Okay, so the idea is that if that's its attribute, again, a substance has an attribute. If that's by definition its attribute, that attribute is so fundamentally different from the attribute of, that's based upon the attribute that's understood in materialism as far as space-filling properties.
Sufficiently different because nobody else thinks that. Nobody in academia thinks that. That's a dumbass position.
Are you serious? Do you understand the hard problem? Okay, you don't get the hard problem of consciousness then. That's
all of the academics perfectly well understand the hard problem of consciousness. Nobody thinks that it can't be explained with weak emergence.
Then go bug the academics. Why do you keep being like an intellectual parasite and just feeding off what the academic consensus is? That's not
Shut up. Oh, you're a dumbass. Now, so again, I've debunked your argument. You've been defeated completely. Weak emergence is perfectly fine. No one in any academic position, none of the consensuses think that the position of what consciousness is can't be explained by physical emergence. So why do you think that it can't be explained by emergentism? Because you're just asserting that there's sufficiently different based on nothing, based on your intuition and nothing else, that it can't be explained because it's not the same based on your intuition. So why do you think that?
Because you're just doing ad hoc and post hoc.
Piggy, hold on. Because okay, so as far as how I understand the metaphysics of materialism, I understand that to be space-filling properties, solidity and extension. I understand consciousness to have the attribute of intentionality. If a substance is defined by its attribute, a substance is its
the question
attribute.
Is why do you think intentionality can't be a product of spatial temporal things? That's the question.
Okay, because spatial temporal things by definition is solidity and extension.
Okay, by definition, there's no definition. Definitions don't matter. Those are things we've made up. The question is, in reality, why do you think the reality of the physical processes can't cause the reality of intentionality? If intentionality is a real thing, in reality, in space-time, because it is, our spatial, we have intentions in space-time, we're in space-time, why can't that be explained by physical processes?
Because the way that I would understand materialism is that it is through solidity and extension a change in location. The reality would be basically these small little particles that are extended in space and time and interact with each other. There would just be a movement of these spatial parts in a rearrangement. There would just be a change of location. That would in no way account for or explain a new substance arising.
No. You have to show it's logically impossible. You have to show it's logically impossible.
No, I don't have to show it's logically impossible.
Because it can't. If it's not logically impossible, then it's logically possible that physical movement can account for intentionality. If you want to say it's not logically possible, you have to show how it's not logically possible.
I'm not saying that's not my argument. My argument, it violates ex nihilo nihil fit. It's not that it's logically
there's no
impossible.
violation
It's that it violates
nothing to come from nothing. That would have to mean that no emergence of weak emergence is logically possible. That the only way it can violate the nihilo principle you're using is if it's logically impossible to get a weak emergence.
No, okay, look, to be honest, I mean, you can deny ex nihilo nihil fit without
I'm
a logical
agreeing with it,
contradiction.
dumbass. I can agree
Hey,
with
fuck
the principle.
you.
And
Okay,
say, guess what?
don't-
If you don't prove it's logically impossible to get weak emergence, then it hasn't violated the principle. Dumbass.
Okay,
Guys, let's be
and I've
friends here.
explained this to you, okay, as far as strong emergence versus weak one. A strong emergence would be a fundamentally new type
I'm
of
not
substance
arguing
or
for
new
strong
type of
emergence.
occurrence.
No one argues from strong emergence. Weak
But it's
emergence.
not.
You have to prove
It's not weak emergence. It's not weak
you have to
emergence.
prove
Why
weak
not?
emergence is logically impossible to argue that anything is a violation of the nihilo principle. Because if it's not, then it's not nothing coming from nothing.
Okay, I never said that weak emergence violates ex nihilo nihil fit. What I said is consciousness coming from matter is not weak emergence. It's strong emergence due
And
to a
I'm saying
fundamentally
it's weak
different
emergence, and if
attribute.
it's weak emergence, that debunks your argument. So you have to prove it's not weak emergence.
And I showed it by the fact that these
You haven't showed
substances
anything.
have different attributes.
Nope,
they
that's
have
your
different
bullshit.
attributes.
That's begging the question. Because if it can be
No,
weakly
it's not
emergent,
begging the question.
then they're not sufficiently different. So you have
Okay,
to
so
prove
my
that they're sufficiently
response
different.
is obviously They are different attributes.
Obviously, based off of what evidence? What other than you pulling it out
based
of your
upon an
ass?
understanding of consciousness and materialism. Obviously,
Based
you don't
off-
understand the
pulling it out of your ass,
metaphysics,
so
so
other than
that's
pulling it out of your
basically
ass,
it. It's
what-
kind
what
of
is
pointless
understanding?
now.
You're
What
right.
understanding other than
Could
pulling it out of your ass?
Obviously, you don't understand the metaphysics.
No, I
That's
understand it
not
better than
gonna-
you
No,
do.
you don't.
Why do
No,
you?
you
What is
don't.
the evidence other than you pulling it out of your ass? You say an understanding. That means you pulling it out of your ass. Where did you get this
No,
understanding from? Is there correspondence to reality? Is there any evidence, novel predictions that confirm this, or did you pull it out of your ass based on a definition of your intuitive understanding and have no actual evidence to confirm this? What is the reason?
I have no problems with using philosophical intuitions, and in
Right,
this
so
sense,
you pulled it
I
out of your
understand.
ass.
No, okay, then basically we want to play this game. Then
No,
if
this
we
game
want to
is you
base,
pulled it
okay,
out of your ass. You
no,
made up,
no,
you
if
made
we
up an
want to play
arbitrary
this
definition.
game,
You made up an arbitrary definition.
If we want to play this game of,
You made up an arbitrary definition because you're a dumbass and you assumed that arbitrary definition. And then because you assumed your definition, you assume the alternatives must definitionally be false. You're a dumbass. Pwned.
Well, I wanted to ask him,
Adam.
does he
Adam.
think that intentionality could be an emergent property? He seems to think that like consciousness has this intrinsic property of intentionality, but if intentionality can be emergent, then
that means it's a hard whatever he said. I forgot what it was called.
it's hard.
Yep. It's hard.
He's talking about the hard problem of consciousness, but
No,
Tictok pretty much owned him by talking about weak
So-
emergence.
Can I talk?
Then it's a hard
Yes, you can
emergence.
talk.
That's what it'd be.
Well, no, it's either weak or strong, and there was no
Oh,
sufficient
wait.
reason provided why it can't be weak emergence or why it's not weak emergence. There was no argument for that.
Yeah, he just said it was by definition, by his definition.
Yeah.
He gave no justification for his definition other than he defines it as.
I think Shadow wants to say something about it.
I'm just gonna give my 2 cents here. Hey, Teen Chum, hope you're doing
Hey.
well. I just asked ChatGPT. Oh, fuck.
You asked it,
I'm
oh,
tired.
fuck?
Chat GPT about consciousness. It's a very great tool. I'm gonna get straight to the point. I define consciousness as the awareness and the ability to make decisions based on perception. That's how I defined it. Do you agree with that?
No.
No. It's just all the experience.
Yeah, your thermostat could do that.
Yeah, and you're dumb too, because if you think about it, you're dumb.
And I don't want to
Wait,
talk to you guys. I want to talk to T-Jump.
So,
I
yeah.
just played it. Just joking.
So what do you define consciousness?
Quality experience. What it's like to be something.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with self-awareness?
Not necessarily, because self-awareness is a further state of being able to recognize that you're something that's like to be you. But it could be something that's like to be you without your ability to recognize it.
Okay. I'm gonna keep this very short. I asked the ChatGPT if I would define consciousness as the awareness and ability to make decisions based on perception, would this agree with modern theories?
I would agree with some of them.
Okay. See,
Which ones do you agree with?
the
So you
exact
can write
words
it down.
that your definition of consciousness of the awareness and the ability to make decisions is generally in line with modern theories. So
No.
that's what
in line with
that's
some
what,
of
no,
them.
no. That's what the chat spewed out.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna step off. Thank you.
No.
Okay, well,
I think-
before I leave, I just wanted to, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just want to say that what we were arguing about earlier with like the evolution of religion, I think it is the consensus within archaeology and anthropology that like religions arose sometime in the Paleolithic between 45 and 200,000 years ago. And I can provide a citation for that if you are interested.
Nope.
On the evolution of religion
Nope,
using
get the fuck out.
comparative
No, stop wasting my
anthropology
time.
and
Stop wasting my time. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
kick you
get him out. Someone get him out of here.
Okay.
Get him out of here.
Well, if you guys don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I just wanted to make that point.
Anyways. Yeah, I think that's a good start, Shadow. That's a good idea to ask questions with ChatGPT based. Just let the robot think for Just no. That's not what I meant to say. I'm getting brainwashed already. You use the robot to expand your thought process. Yeah, that's a better way of thinking about it. Don't let the robot think for you, because that's bad.
The robot does think for you. Like thoughts come to you, and if you want to look at it and you're all robot.
Like, are we our thoughts, or like who are we, right? What are we? Or are we our bodies?
That's the thing. We have that quality of experience, the consciousness. That's just. Is that how you feel?
Is he breaking up for anybody else?
Yeah, I can't hear anything he's saying. It sounds like he's like underwater or something. I didn't want to say anything.
Oh, how about now?
Better.
Is that better? Sometimes my shirt goes over my microphone. But is qualia experience, is that what you defined consciousness as?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's weird. When you said we don't want to let the robots think for us, it's almost like that's the case right now. Like this is some sort of
everyone wants to be all objective and like act like feelings and subjectivity is a bad thing. That's what happens. You start acting and being a robot.
Yeah, well, when I watch a movie, like I'm experiencing it. I have qualia experience, but I'm letting the robot influence me. So I'm welcome to have the robot influence me, because I don't even consider me a thing, right? Like I'm experience something like the quality of experience. My consciousness is me, I guess. But the thoughts and everything that's what I mean. But the inputs aren't me, right? So that my own thoughts aren't me, right?
Yeah, and your thoughts, your body's not you, your thoughts aren't you, so your experience is the only thing that is you.
Well, has anyone ever read?
Hold on. No, nobody said. I don't think anybody here said that we're using that chat TTP to think for us. Okay, we're just using it.
Well, if you've ever read the book, if you've ever read the book, I Am a Strange Loop,
I don't care.
It's a very interesting conception. It's a very interesting conception of consciousness as the loop of like metaphorical data processing between inputs and outputs.
Like I understand what I am colloquially. Like there is an I.
like to listen to other people's arguments, and that chat, I asked it to spit out arguments from other philosophers, and it did exactly that. It's a great software.
Yeah, but what are you? Are you your big toe? Are you your?
Can't create this information loop.
Do you not agree that it can be used as a great tool, or you're just another idiot? I'm sorry.
Of course, it can be used.
I like to use it.
No,
I use it all the time.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I love it. It's just like a fork, Like
so where did the thought of having the AI thinking for you came from?
Because that can occur. People will start stop having genuine thoughts and just start like becoming.
You'll think about its responses. Like you could have it quote unquote think for you, but you'll think about what it said. If you're a skeptic,
even though I just said specifically that it could be used as a tool and not necessarily to think for you, but whatever.
Iggy, do you think that this same argument could have been used when books were first invented, and people will be like, "Oh, well, people will just start reading books and they won't think for themselves; they'll just regurgitate what they read."
Yeah, you might as well use that
argument.
Exactly
what happened. That's exactly what happened. How do you think religion got spread so hard and widely throughout the world?
Right.
Religion was around before books.
Yeah, but it didn't do as good of a job as it did without technology's help.
That's an incoherent.
It did a real good job. Probably the majority of us are circumcised, so it really cut deep into us.
Modern religion built
exactly
pyramids?
All of them.
Like
Well, I can tell you one thing. It certainly does better thinking than a lot of these folks.
True. This is true. which is a problem because
Hey,
they're only going to
it's
get worse.
a huge problem because
degradation.
society doesn't have any listening skills. And
I know.
Yeah,
It's going to
why
get
don't
worse.
we ask ChatGPT what the conclusion should be if a door is slamming by itself in your room? I wonder if they'll conclude with ghosts.
Oh,
Probably will not. That's a good point. That's a good one. Burn.
I'll ask you later. I don't want to ask it right now.
I think what you guys should maybe look into is like what Dark Matter 2525 said about it, because these language, what are they called? Language, the Chat GPT, they can be skewed to, you can program it to get a desired outcome. So
does
if
Google.
people just
True.
if they
write me a romantic sex novel.
Right. If they trust it too much, you don't know if a human programmer put in there, like, the goal of any conversation is to make the people, let's say, kill themselves. So it could just be like, could have this motive behind it that you wouldn't even know. Like,
who cares if it has a motive? Like if you're intelligent enough, you won't be like persuade.
Well, I think
is your argument I'm just built different?
No, if you're intelligent enough, you're not going to be persuaded by stupid AI software.
True.
Yeah, but which one of us says that we're never persuaded by a bad argument from time to time?
Never have been.
And
Never
you're
believed in
never going
Santa
to beat
Claus.
that. You're never going to beat the
only the
AI in
stupid
a game.
people.
You're never going to beat the AI in a game of chess. So whatever game it's playing, you're never going to beat it. You're never going to beat
You
it.
think you're that deceived? You think you're that easily deceived by?
No, the point that I'm making is that it's a great tool.
I'm saying the other guy.
I think you are.
I think I'm deceived on a lot of things. Like it takes time for me to suss it out. Maybe I'll come to the right conclusion. Maybe I won't. But I recognize that, like, I'm not going to beat AI in a game of Go or chess. Like, I'm just not. I can try, but if it has a certain goal, let's say the Christians program it to convince you God is real. Like, it may. Who knows what it could do to convince you of that? But
so you believe you're easily programmable? It sounds like you're just easily programmable.
Not programmable, but like we're talking about interact.
To think
we're talking about no, I listen to you guys. I listen to everybody. Like preachers and stuff, and whatever conclusions I come to or agree with, I guess, are based on my brain. I guess.
How you feel, really, in reality, is however you feel about the thing. Because if you want to feel a certain way about a subject, especially if it's a metaphysical one that isn't based in any kind of proof, you're just gonna go based on whatever.
Yeah, I could see my ego.
Towards.
Let's say my ego, like, accepts the Abrahamic religion, and it's making me feel good. Like, maybe somewhere in the back of my mind, I know that it's not true. It's bullshit. But maybe I derive pleasure from subjugating other people, like making slaves of the heathen around me. I may live like that for the rest of my I may choose to live like that for the rest of my life, and you'd never know my true motivation behind that. But right now I'm disgusted by Abrahamic religions, and I don't derive pleasure from but a lot of people do. And that's why they're holding on to it, because
I like how you flip that around. That's funny.
Yeah, it works in their favor. Even to be a servant of Christ, it's working for them in some fashion.
Religion's bad.
So
Christian's bad. Science.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I've been a Christian. I've been an atheist. I've been a skeptic. I mean, and not a perfect one. Of any.
Best? Which one should we get rid of in the world?
Best based on what? The way it's serving my needs? I mean,
like
I guess I'd have to
the overall benefit of mankind.
Oh, benefit. So it wouldn't be the Abrahamic religions. I'd cross that out.
Would it be
and that-
atheism or religions?
And look, I wouldn't want like people just to be. They'd have to adopt some sort of well-being for it to be the best for mankind, right? So if people are just resist authority, like if you couldn't get anybody to obey laws and stuff, that would be sort of shitty. So
Like the animal kingdom.
They're doing a pretty good job.
At what? Don't they get authority by force? Like whoever is on charge gets that power by just taking it?
It's kind of gray. They do a pretty good job.
It's not survival of the fittest.
Sometimes they'll nurture one another, and sometimes they'll rip the flesh off of somebody and have a meal. Maybe they'll just do it for some sadistic purpose, But
you don't think that's what differentiates us from animals, like the ability to come up with religions and have these like higher thoughts processes?
No. I think we run into
okay.
We run into more of a problem using the Abrahamic religions than the animals do. Under that worldview, we still sacrifice.
I'm just talking about religions in general, like the ability to perceive of like a higher entity or like something beyond ourselves.
The only thing that makes humans unique in that regard is the degree to which they do it. All the other animals exhibit similar behaviors as humans, just to lesser degrees.
And that's our human condition. That's the neat thing about humans. We can pretend to be a cat or a fish, or we can do theater. Animals, as far as I can tell, they're not doing theater.
Yeah, they do. Animals mimic other animals all the fucking time. What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
But don't you think that like our ability as humans to like you can make a case that other animals can reason and stuff, I guess, but like I don't really think so. So it's like our ability as humans to reason and stuff is like I don't know. Like, that's just not by chance. Like that's like reason.
And you can objectively demonstrate that animals have reasoning ability. Like crows were just recently shown to do another type of logic that even chimpanzees have.
Yeah. Sorry, I know that, but I mean like to the level that we can we have like some people say like we can have like meta cognition, like we can like get to like these extreme levels. But like how is that all by chance? Like where does that
It's
come
a long form communication too, I would say, is like what we're doing that's a little bit different than what other apes do or chipmunks and stuff. Like we're discussing shit, like as far as we observe, like the whales and every other intelligent animal, although it shares some of our cognitive abilities, it's not like having long form conversations about stuff. As far as
like I said, it's all a matter of degrees. I once had a biology professor that challenged the entire class, and he'd been challenging every class over a 40-year career to come up with one single trait that is unique to humans that is not exhibited to a lesser degree by animals, and no one in 40 years was ever able to do it.
That's the truth, though, because you hit the nail on the head. It's a matter of degrees. I'm not functioning at the same degree I did when I was 5. So even for that's a good way to even conceptualize macroevolution. Like the individual evolved isn't the right word, but like we were a gamete. Like we were a small microscopic cell, and then we developed into our adult bodies, and that's kind of that's a good analogy to what happened with life on Earth as far as developing, from abiogenesis, that single-celled organism, into multicellular. The theists will say that it makes no sense that we could go from single life to what we have now. And it's like, dude, that example is given forth in every single individual that's ever existed. They started out microscopic, and now look at them. Their genome developed, their phenotype.
Genetic degradation.
Think this is a good analogy.
Genetic degradation is a thing.
No, Piggy, no. Okay, so I don't think it's a good analogy because, like, for like us humans, right? When we start as an individual cell, we have the same genetic code every single step of the way that's directing that entire process. And also, Piggy, genetic entropy is not real.
Yes, it is.
I know we have this. We have the genetic code, so like that's what happens when we go from our genome to our phenotype, and we say. But here's the thing. Yes, that the building blocks of that genetic code also existed when abiogenesis happened. Those
No, we don't
building
know that that's true.
materials.
No, that's a claim.
What are you talking
we don't
about?
have evidence for.
Well, the molecules and the elements and stuff that comprise our genetic code, like that's organic chemistry. Like those, they weren't strung together, but we can observe that they do form chemical reactions that they link together in that manner, and it's very complex. And
there's no reason or evidence to support the fact that like when life arose in abiogenesis that it was even using a genetic code or nucleosides at all. It could have been protein based, it could have been metabolism based. There's a number of different things it could have been without using any genetic code. So
I agree.
The reason it's not analogous is because like the genetic code changed over time. It possibly did not even exist at the beginning with abiogenesis. And whereas when a human goes from a single cell to a full-grown adult, the genetic code is the same the whole way through, and it's directing the process.
So we could have been
I'm saying it's analogous in the fact that look, we have elephants. They're a big-bodied mammal, and we say, how did that happen from bacteria? And all I'm saying is, like, it happens all the time. It happened with the elephant. Given that genetic code inside of it, small microscopic things turn into big living organic things. That's my only argument there. I know that it involves a genetic code.
Adaptation does not equal evolution. That's all I'm going to say. Mic drop.
Well,
I'm just using
with modification. Wise ape. I'll address your point.
But
say, Piggy,
let me just
with modification. Wise ape. The pushback that you'll get from making that kind of analogy from creationists is that saying, okay, well, you already needed the genetic code extant to make those change from single cell to an adult elephant, and that they're going to say that requires a genetic designer. Yeah, exactly. So that's why that analogy is not going to be efficacious in any kind of debate.
Or like, here's what I would think about that. Like the chicken or the egg, right? You don't get the theist would say like you need that chicken to produce that egg.
No, we say that the circle came first. So it was the egg.
Well, as far as abiogenesis go, we're probably most of the experts or what do you call them? The academics in abiogenesis, they probably are conceiving of the start as something microscopic. Like it probably didn't come from a something large like a multicellular organism.
It was egg shaped, right? Circular like.
No.
Well, I'm just saying, like, my analogy, everything we observe that's large, like a mammal, came from something microscopic in its lifetime. It started out small. So that's what we assume happened with abiogenesis. It was microscopic things that developed the genome that produced proteins that made them larger.
Wait, we don't have to assume that. We have actual, like, fossil evidence for that. The earliest fossils that we find are all single-celled organisms.
So where are the snakes at? Where are the snakes at? You have evidence for single-celled organisms, but you don't have evidence for snakes with legs. Where are the snakes with legs?
We do have.
The Abrahamic theists, they'll say that a golem made out of mud. All right, it was a large thing that was breathed life into it. So that's for the creation of human beings. We didn't start out microscopic under the theist model. We started out large, as a a fully shaped sculpture that was breathed life into it. So
Okay, I'm going to say the four-legged snake is called Tetrapodopus amplictus. It is found. It is documented in the fossil record. There's your four-legged snake. So
send me the document. I want to see it right now.
Okay.
But I'm gonna hang back and listen to you guys for a little bit. I'll just mute myself. Love talking with y'all. Bye.
Howdy. I mean, see you later.
Yeah, I was just making the point because I have made that argument to creationists before about like that going from a single cell to a full-grown adult multicellular being, and they every single time you bring that up, all they're going to say is that still requires a genetic code, which still requires a designer, and it's not going to be an effective argument whenever you bring it up. So I sent you the link, the four-legged snake. Obviously,
that looks like a lizard. How did they determine this was a snake and not a lizard?
Do you know the difference between a snake and a lizard? There's lots of morphological differences.
Yeah, one doesn't have a rib cage, that's for sure.
Yeah, differences in skull type, ears, like there's a number of different distinctions that differentiate snakes.
And conveniently, they cut off the head before you could see it.
Yeah, I think that you're just alleging a conspiracy now.
It came out of your mouth, not mine.
How did that come out of my mouth? I never said they cut off.
I'm going to quote you. I'm quoting you.
You're not quoting me. I never said what you said.
Hey,
conspiracies.
I just wanted to add though, with you said that the genetic code would require a designer. Like they haven't demonstrated that. That's just organic chemistry.
Oh yeah, I know. That's the argument that you need to have. If you're going to bring up that point, you need to be prepared that you're going to have to address like the origins of the genetic code, which is still something that we don't really have a working theory of.
Yeah, because literally that's a literal language, and if you are gonna just
not
be
a literal.
oh yeah, it's a literal genetic language.
Then
code.
then everything is designed.
It's
then
a metaphorical
the way
it's a literal.
It's
a metaphorical language, not literal.
Then chemicals and the way they interact in their states and stuff. Then because they have properties, that means they're designed also. Like it hasn't been demonstrated that it's designed. Yes, it follows certain.
If it's self-forming,
it has properties.
If it's self-forming and it's structured, then that means it's a design. Like it literally.
What?
If you want to say that it's
No, see, that's the presupposition.
What?
You're starting with the presupposition that things that are self-structured are designed. Like it's almost like
by definition, yeah.
No. Look, soap bubbles will form naturally into bubbles. That doesn't mean that they're designed.
And like gravity, like a rock rolls down the hill. It's not rolling down the hill by design, unless you think gravity was designed. Like so, then you haven't demonstrated that enough to call it a design.
Okay,
like
so
we know that.
What is your definition of a design again?
I'm not defining it as any property that anything has. That's not my definition of design, but it's that would be the definition of design for somebody who's claiming everything is designed. So it's designed that a rock.
I didn't even get to make my proposition. You're just like over here.
Look, if something is
supposing
created,
like definitions I haven't even.
If something is created with intentionality from a conscious agent, then I would say it's designed.
Yeah, me too.
From a conscious agent, yeah, and then we have a problem determining on what exactly where the line is drawn between that which has qualia and that which does not, right?
Actually, guys,
you have a problem. Yeah, just a minute. You have a problem finding a conscious agent that designed gravity. Like we haven't found that conscious agent. So I would say gravity.
You're avoiding the questions. What I want to hear what's your name has to say. The other person.
A rock rolling down a hill is not designed.
Okay, well, think about this. Is everything designed until proven otherwise, or everything is natural until proven you've got a designer?
Why are you separating natural from design when I'm saying everything in reality which is natural is designed? Like, why are you trying to separate the two?
So can you provide any example of something that's not designed?
Nope.
Actually, I'll give you my answer. So you know how TJump says everything is imaginary until proven otherwise, something like that.
Yeah.
It just goes on with your presupposition. So you're either thinking everything's designed until you can prove that it's done naturally, or everything's done naturally until it's proven designed. So it's just showing us your starting point.
Everything's an imaginary design.
Sorry, everything's an imaginary design.
Yeah.
And you start off with that,
Which manifests into reality based off of like a quantum collapse on observation. Slash interaction.
Very confusing.
Slash interaction.
That's hard to follow, to be honest.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah. The
Because
laws
the
of
way I see it,
reality.
by the way, is just everything's natural until you can prove that you've got a designer, and that's much more easier to follow, for me anyway.
You might want to just use the word not designed instead of natural.
Yeah, just say not designed.
Like, yeah, I think his point is valid, though. Like, it's like innocent until proven guilty. It's not designed until it's proven to be designed.
Maybe. I don't see how you looking at a tree. Okay. But I looked up the definition, and the design is just like a complex structure. That's it.
Design is just a complex structure?
Yeah, that's all it said.
Hey, even where we get the notion of designed, like from human beings who design stuff, we know that as far as that goes, there are undesigned things. Because we walk around and, like, let's say I'm a designer, and I can say, no, I didn't design that mess on the, like, I wasn't responsible for that. So from a human perspective, where we get the term designed, we know that there are undesigned things. So then it follows that you can't just call everything designed, that, you know, you can't call gravity designed if you're getting the concept from human beings, because we know there's things that we don't design. So I would think logically it would follow, if you're going to use that argument, that there are undesigned, at least there's potential for things to exist that are undesigned.
Where are you even
that's the that's the definition of design is to conceptualize something that has.
Wait. Where are you getting this definition? Because I just looked it up in like the Oxford Dictionary, and that definition is nowhere to be found. All I'm seeing right here in the context that we're talking about, right? In the sentence example in Oxford, the appearance of design in the universe is their sentence example. So that's the definition I'm going to read. Purpose, planning, or intention that exists or is thought to exist behind an action, fact, or material object. That's the definition.
Yeah, there's purpose behind life, right?
You haven't demonstrated that.
Isn't that purpose?
No, you haven't demonstrated that to be true.
Do you need me to demonstrate that there's purpose in your life in order for you to realize it? Is this what you're telling me right now?
No, I recognize purpose in an existential subjective sense myself, but what I'm saying is things are not purposed, planned, or have any intention behind these material objects unless it is proven or demonstrated otherwise.
Think about where we get the concept purpose. We're getting it from our human experience, right? And so we're not going to say from, like, let's say I have a purpose, and I'll look at something and say that serves no purpose.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not going with that definition. He threw that definition out. I went with the other one where it's a pattern, a drawing.
Well, where are
you can't say like everything does not have purpose, because even according to our where we get the concept from ourselves, we don't look at everything as having a purpose, right?
Yeah, just because you don't
subjective
see it.
Purpose?
Yeah,
or
Piggy
objective
does
purpose?
believe everything has a purpose, though. But I want to ask where he's getting this made-up definition.
ChatGPT.
Ah, gotcha.
That's better than Oxford. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh, it's better than Oxford. Okay. So could you ask ChatGPT a different question then? Why I say, in the context of material objects, what constitutes design?
I can't do that. I'm sorry. I have a limit on how many times I could ask, and I
Oh, so
just
you
get
could only
to my
ask it
limit.
what is designed, but you can't ask it clarification. I got you.
I just reached my limit. Sorry.
Ah,
You can-
like the story.
You could use it if you want, ChatGPT, and ask it.
Do
Bro,
you mind
you're
if
gonna
I
find
step
out.
in just a little
Yeah,
bit?
go ahead.
The version of ChatGPT that you have access to is limited, and it's also it won't do everything. There's limitations on it.
So a while ago, I asked ChatGPT about T-Jump and his moral philosophy. So my first question was, do you know who T-Jump is? It replied, yes, I'm familiar with T-Jump. He's an atheist YouTuber and debater who discusses various philosophical... Well, anyway, he's got that. Then I said, can you explain his moral philosophy? He goes, T-Jump, also known as... Tom Jump, also known as T-Jump, subscribes to a form of moral philosophy called moral realism. This is the view that the moral facts exist objectively in the world, independently of individual belief and opinions.
Okay, you can just post it. Like, you don't need to read it.
Cool. Okay. I just want to.
Well,
I'll skip most of that. I'll just get you one part. So Tom asked.
That's awesome.
If T-Jump can actually help him. So I asked the program.
I'm not. You can stop. I'm not interested. Not interested.
Okay, fine. Okay, next.
T-Jump, really? I thought that was gonna be a really nice, like deep dive into the thoughts of a AI.
No, I mean, I'd have to check it myself to make sure he's not just priming it, but I don't actually care.
I mean, I sent the links as well, but anyway.
I made a creation story, if you want to hear it.
Not really.
It starts off with...
Do not wish to hear it.
Okay.
Well, that's awesome, T-Jump, that it's at least acknowledging you. Like, when I asked it about myself, it didn't acknowledge that I even existed. So that's where the limitation factor that I was discussing plays a role, because we can't act like, oh, ChatGPT is just a god and it's going to let us know everything. Like, no, it's designed to only.
Well, don't get too big of a head for yourself just because it knows your existence, T-Jump. Because when I was in does anyone remember that 20 questions genie app where you had like the little genie and you could play 20 questions and it would try to guess what you're thinking of? I literally did that in high school with a girl that like became famous because she was at a party and someone, like, she passed out and somebody took a dump on her face, and everybody was talking about this chick in my town for like a long time. And I did the freaking 20 questions game, and it came up with her. Like, it knew about this girl that had a dump taken on her face. So if that's the bar for AI to be aware of your existence, don't get too big of a head if it knows about you.
Well, no, I'm saying acknowledging my existence. I know that it knows I exist. Like, our internet presence, or, things are aware, the algorithms are aware that each and every one of us exist, but it doesn't mean that it's going to acknowledge our existence. So there's a lot of top secret things out there too. Like, there's a lot of things that exist that we don't know about, and like how to make a nuclear bomb, for instance. That information exists, but you're not going to find an AI willing to divulge that information.
You said how to make a bomb and 2 people raised their hands. I think we should bring them in.
Sure, that's a good idea. Like, more people to the stage.
Like,
all right, I'm gonna.
Like,
I wasn't gonna plan to.
I could
back
ask.
Here, but you guys keep talking about the ChatGPT. Let me make something clear. I've asked it its questions. I learned its process. It's not conscience, and this is according to its own ChatGPT. I asked it. It defined conscience. It says it has. It said it has it, but I don't believe it does. But it has it in a form that it can only interpret words, and not the meanings. It doesn't have the perceptive meanings. This is its own fucking words. So please stop
Okay,
with
well,
this
do you
bullshit.
do you know of the concept of lies or keeping things confidential? Like, how can you distinguish when it's lying to you or when it wants to keep something confidential? Like,
That's
I don't
something
give
you
a shit
do
what
for
it.
Stop talking about
yourself.
ChatGPT. Who cares? Who
Yeah,
cares?
let's stop talking about
Who cares?
robots. We're turning into robots. Let's
I
not
just
try
wanted to
avoid
close
it.
it with that. Like, these guys keep talking about it. If you want to learn about the AI, ask the AI itself. It'll be
Stop.
it'll
Who
answer
cares?
honestly.
Stop. Who cares?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's talk about how there is a moral molecule. I was thinking about it. I asked ChatGPT. I just wait. I'm gonna stop talking about it.
A moral
Okay, so as a
molecule?
new topic, does anyone care about what Destiny was saying
What
about
did he say?
Islam?
What
Well,
was he
I
saying? He's
could,
probably making fun of it, I imagine.
yes, he was taking a big dump on Prophet Muhammad, and well, if you guys don't know about it, then I'm just gonna sound like I'm teaching everyone stuff that I don't know much about. But it's just one or two tweets, and it was about Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old, having sex with her at 9, and a comment about you Muslims haven't screamed so loud since Muhammad did. I don't know. It's better if I read it.
Oh wow!
Well,
Is
what
this
was
his
it?
first time making a comment like that?
I don't care about his tweets. Why? Because he did something. He was going to debate against Muslims or
Okay,
something,
so
and they got the
yeah, so
Muslims.
it started with Andrew Tate, and he was debating lots of Muslims who were defending Andrew Tate. So he said, all these Muslims have just got Andrew Tate's cocks in their mouth, and I think that's where it started. Yeah, that's where it started.
Well, I have a personal little pet theory that I just made a video about where the black stone in Mecca is actually could be from the same black stone of the first trans Roman emperor, Elagabalus, that was the high priest of the cult of the black stone in Syria. So interesting connections there. There's a lot about early Islam that we definitely do not know.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, on the Andrew Tate Destiny thing, I think they're just people that say enough stupid things on the internet that you could just insert foot in mouth at any given moment. Like, they don't really think too much before they speak, and those are the type of people you're dealing with there.
I think Destiny was calculated in what he said because a lot of Muslims were giving him death threats and things, so he decided to go harder against Islam.
That's smart.
Where did you guys stand on free speech to criticize religion, i.e., Islam?
That's my job.
I know you, but I meant the others.
What? Can you repeat that?
I would want to criticize Islam and Christianity equally. Any Abrahamic faith is under pretty much the same scrutiny for much the same
Not true.
crimes.
If you do chat GBT like questions,
Oh my God! Enough!
It will
Stop mentioning ChatGPT.
Okay.
It's fucking boring.
Shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm brainwashed.
And Piggy, you're the one that keeps bringing it up every time too.
Brainwashed. Muslim things are more censored than Christianity stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Like,
do they have a right
Muslims
to
seem to
do
be
that?
more
Christians all day.
reactionary. Like, at this point in history, we see more reactionary Muslims, but we've witnessed that. We've documented that in history with Christians as well. So
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that it's anything intrinsic to these religions, but I definitely think that the religions like at least enable the kind of cultural atmosphere that's the real problem.
Well, it is. It's
I think that's
intrinsic.
wrong. I think there is an ideological difference between religions and the amount of extremism that they are prevalent to. It's not like all the ideologies are exactly equal. Certain ideologies and the things that they teach do make themselves more likely to produce more extremists. I think Islam definitely is of that kind than Christianity or Judaism. They don't have their like Allah was a warlord general. Jesus was a pacifist commie. And so if the fact that Islam is more likely to produce violent extremists shouldn't be a surprise.
Well, historically, though, has that been true? Because I would argue that in the past, at least, it was the,
Well, no,
the
remember,
instance-
you're asking, like, was it intrinsic to the religion? And so that's not about the historical culture.
But that's my point, though, is that in the past there were more religious extremists with like Christianity or like than there were with Islam.
Yeah, but the question is it intrinsic? For it to be intrinsic, it has to be about the content of the religion itself, not about whether the culture itself happened to adopt it. And so is it intrinsic that some religions are more violent than others? Yes. The ideologies that adhere to more violence are clearly going to be more intrinsically violent than like Jainism, which is absolute nonviolence. So yes, the doctrines themselves do lend themselves to more or less violence than other doctrines.
Yeah, but if we
Christianity
historically
lends itself to violence.
If historically we are not seeing a correlation between any like if you group these religions into which ones are more intrinsically violent, and then we look at historically and we don't see a correlation between like rates of violent extremism and these religions, then it would seem that the cultural factors are taking precedent over any of these intrinsic differences.
Right, but the question was which one is more intrinsic. So why are you even bringing that up? It's irrelevant.
Well, Christianity intrinsically is violent, although culturally right now it's not. But like you can look at verses where Jesus says, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword," and then like in Revelations where he comes back with the sword actually sticking out of his mouth.
Yes, no.
Okay.
That was not the claim.
I think we were being comparative.
All religions are intolerant, but they're not equally intolerant.
Is Christianity more or less violent compared to Islam? I think that's the part you're missing there, Wise Ape.
You mean in base doctrine or currently?
He means intrinsic to religion.
Base doctrine.
Yeah, base doctrine.
That's what I was going to say.
No. Base doctrine.
Intrinsically, yes.
They're definitely not equal.
I would say the base doctrine of the Abrahamic faiths is the fact that they revere the actions of Abraham as anything other than the actions of a psychopath. They all do that. They all think that worshiping God is okay. Is anything you do to that worship is okay.
That's true, but in Christianity they have their Messiah, Jesus, is a non-violent commie pacifist, whereas the Messiah in Islam is a warlord who mass murders people. So there is clearly a difference.
I would push back against that because
that's a contradiction.
The Apostle Paul is the one that stated that the golden rule was the first and greatest commandment, where Jesus said that it was submission that was the first and greatest.
Who killed more people, Muhammad or Jesus?
The Bible contradicts itself. Jesus contradicts himself. You can't find pacifist versions of Jesus.
What does that have to do with anything? So who killed more people, Muhammad or Jesus?
Is that a good criteria?
Muhammad, of course.
Jesus, because according to the Trinity, Jesus is Yahweh, and Yahweh killed more people.
Irrelevant.
Oh.
So,
but why is this criteria relevant to the discussion of intrinsic?
It's a criteria. Play the
because
game.
if we're picking like which religions would inspire more violence and which people they're trying to act in accordance with, if they're trying to act in accordance with Jesus, then they would most likely be less violent than someone who's trying to attack in accordance with the law. Obviously the God would be the exact same in both, but the differentiating factor would be is if they're trying to differentiate the Messiah or whatever. If you're a Christian, you're more likely to act in a non-violent way because Jesus was non-violent, whereas if you're a Muslim, both the God and the Messiah were both violent, so there's no reason to act pacifistically.
But again, historically,
you're ignoring
historically does not make a difference.
You're ignoring the aspect of Jesus that he is also God the Father. God the Father kills everybody.
It's irrelevant.
Right, but God, he had proscribed. He commands violence. That's the real problem. The biblical Yahweh
allows it. God allows it. He doesn't command it.
And by proxy, Jesus is God.
Was that they have the same God.
Is not a pacifist.
TJup's point was that they have the same God. It's just that prophets that are like Prophet Muhammad is the differentiating factor here.
True.
And I don't think that it's irrelevant to bring up the history, because if we're going to talk about like what kinds of effects the intrinsic differences between these religions would have, we would expect those intrinsic differences to make themselves apparent in the history.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so I agree with that. The puppet Jesus was a pacifist, and the puppet prophet was he killed people.
Yeah.
So that
Why do you have to say puppet?
does make.
Why do you have to call them puppets, huh?
Well, because we're distinguishing them from God the Father. Jesus is not only a puppet, but that version of God.
It doesn't it wouldn't make a difference. So if the Old Testament God is the same in both, and the Old Testament God killed 10 million people, whether or not God or Jesus is the Old Testament God, the number of people killed in the name of God is lower on Christianity than it is on Islam. Because Muhammad killed extra people, Jesus did not kill extra people, and so the number of people killed in the name of God is lower on Christianity.
Yeah, and I call it a puppet because it coincides with the theology where a lot of the prayers are like, Lord, I'm the vessel, pour out your spirit through me. Like, I'm just a puppet, use me for your will. That's why I call it a puppet. It's not disrespectful.
What about the Christian Crusades, huh? What about that?
Well, I was going to say, since T-Jump is talking about ideological, not historical. If we look at Revelation, I don't think that there's an Islamic version of Revelation, and Jesus comes back and like raptures and kills everyone on Earth.
True, he's going to kill a whole bunch of people.
I don't recall that. He didn't kill anybody.
Well, everybody is going to die. Everyone is going to die by the hands of God unless they get raptured. That's in their ideology.
That's the prophecy of Revelation.
This is true.
And that's
Jesus returns on a white horse with a sword emanating from his mouth, and he kills all the unbelievers.
Yeah, and that's a part of the ideology of Christianity that I don't believe is a part of the ideology of Islam.
I don't remember Jesus killing anybody in Revelation. That is not something I recall.
Yeah, he is the the rider on the white horse with the sword.
He said, "I did not come to bring peace, but to bring war and death."
That part's irrelevant.
And also, even if it's not Jesus personally slashing all these people with the sword, he is still God in the Christian ideology, and God is the cause of Revelation and like the end of the world and the death of everybody.
No,
but would you not hold like Yahweh accountable for the massacres, like the witch hunts, the crusades, all these things? Like
no, that wouldn't be in the
Yahweh is
religion. That would be
accountable.
the believers of the religion, but that wouldn't be a tenet of the religion itself.
Why not? It's straight from Scripture, killing witches and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's in both, though. So I'm not finding the one where Jesus is killing anybody in Revelations. It's in both. So the point is there something in Christianity that's not in Islam for more deaths? The answer seems to be no. I'm not finding the Revelations where Jesus is killing people. I can't find it.
Wait, do you agree?
Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess.
What is the passage? What is the passage where Jesus is killing people?
Do you agree that in Revelation, all the humans that are not raptured die?
What is the passage?
I'm asking you a question.
It's in Revelation 6. It's about the four horsemen of the apocalypse, where the white rider is Jesus.
I just want to ask.
Meta narrative.
Whether they die is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You're a dumbass. People die for any reason. The question is, do they die because of God or Jesus? That's the question.
Yeah. Yes.
What's the passage? What's the passage? Where?
It's in Revelation 6.
The meta narrative.
It's about the four horsemen of the apocalypse in Revelation 6.
Revelation 6 what?
All of it. It's the whole passage.
All of it.
Each one of the horses.
Which is the specific passage where Jesus kills people? I want to know this information. This is important information. Which is the exact passage Jesus kills people?
It talks about him throwing them into the lake of the burning lake of fire. That's the passage.
It's irrelevant. I don't care. Where does he kill people?
If you go to Revelation 19, it identifies that Jesus is the rider of the white horse, and then you go back to read about what this white horse rider does. Those are two separate sections.
Where does it say Jesus kills people? It's important.
As long as you accept that he's the rider on the white horse.
Accept he's the rider. Where does it say the rider kills people?
The rider on the white horse is death himself.
Where does it say he kills people?
It says in Revelation. In Revelation 6:7, it says to kill with a sword.
Where do you read the passage? This is not
the
hard.
Power was
Revelation 6:2.
Revelation 6:2.
The power was.
You're not gonna find it say Jesus kills people.
I'm reading the
fucking
passage.
Shut up.
The power was given to them over a fourth of the earth to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by beasts of the earth.
Read again slower.
Okay. The name of him who sat on the pale horse was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over a fourth of the earth to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by beasts of the earth.
by the way, this is not what
Yeah, so
happened.
that's
This is what will happen.
yeah, doesn't
So
matter.
he
Doesn't matter.
didn't
Doesn't
do
matter.
it
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So
yet.
yeah, that's I'm reading here. That's most likely either the parable not supposed to be Jesus, so that's not one of the main interpretations, and it's supposed to be interpreted not as literally the white rider kills them. It's meant to be a parable that they're killed by other things going on in the world, not that literally Jesus kills them.
Well, Revelation 19 states that Christ returns on a white horse. So I mean,
Yeah,
that's why he gets identified as the white rider.
That's only one of the interpretations in Christianity, so it's not the primary one. I don't
Okay, here we go. Then here's another passage for you. Revelation 6:10.
Yeah.
So they cried with a loud voice, saying, "How long, O Lord, holy and true, until you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on this earth?" Then a white robe was given to each of them, and it was said to them that they should rest a little while longer until both the number of their fellow servants and their brethren who would be killed as they were was completed. So there's God directly promising that he will kill.
No, they
and
didn't. No,
avenge.
that will be killed doesn't mean that God's going to be killing. They could die, and the judgment thing is like afterlife. So none of that says God will kill them.
It said they will be killed.
Yeah, it doesn't say God will kill them.
It says they will be killed as they were, as in
It
the
doesn't
people that
say
were killed.
God will kill them. That is not what it says. Literally not
Okay,
what
well,
it
it's
says.
God promising that they will be killed. So I mean,
Literally not at all say that God's going to kill them. So if saying they will be killed, it doesn't mean God's going to kill them. And so like they can die.
so
from
if
famine,
I
one of the
promise
options.
that your enemies will be killed, I
I've
mean,
already explained this. No, that's literally just not the interpretation. Use common sense, basic common sense. Like, I'm not even a Christian. Christians don't interpret that as God killing them. And God kills lots of people.
God killed Ur, and then Tamar didn't have sex with, wasn't impregnated by Ur's brother. So God killed Ur's brother. God is Jesus.
Be nice if it said Jesus killed people. I could use that, but it doesn't say that.
Did you read 19? Did you read Revelation 19 about why he gets identified as Jesus?
Yeah, the fact that he comes back on a white horse doesn't mean the death is Jesus.
No. All of it. Like it basically says, I can read it to you if you want.
Well, it doesn't matter because again, Christians have three main interpretations. Christ is one, death is one, Antichrist is one, the Christian nation is another one. It's not the case that Christians interpret this as mostly just Jesus is that guy. It's not the case.
Okay, well, in Revelation 19 and 13, it says that the writer is called the Word of God, which is a classical title of Jesus.
Again, that's only one of the interpretations, not even the primary one, that it refers to Jesus.
I know of no one else ever referred to as the Word of God in Scripture. If you know of any other example.
The Christians do not agree.
Well, that's where we're arguing now against interpretations. And if a holy book has to be interpreted, then it doesn't exist. It's like Jell-O. You can't stick it to the wall.
No, everything has interpretations. Like we don't have to interpret when God said God flooded the earth. He literally killed people. That one's pretty easy.
I don't know. Some Christians may interpret the flood as metaphor.
They can.
In Jewish tradition, it's the angel of death that does all of God's killing by commandment.
You might even have monkeys building boats. I mean, just me? No, I was talking about boat building monkeys.
So Walker, I've got a question for you.
Shoot.
Is it easier to interpret Islam or Christianity as peaceful? So
hell, Christianity is not peaceful.
No. I didn't say which one is peaceful, but just you got both books and you just have to read through them and try and interpret it, play mind games to make it sound peaceful. Which one's harder to do? Islam or should I say the Bible or the Quran? Which one's harder to make peaceful?
I am incapable of differentiating them. They are so similar, it's ridiculous.
Does anyone else have an answer?
Definitely, it's harder to make Islam peaceful.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
My answer is I haven't really been to a church that was promoting violence. So culturally,
you've never been to a fundamentalist church?
No. Well, here's the thing. They'll just my impression was they wanted to say love each other, don't hurt each other. But then they talk about, like the crucifixion. Oh, look how awful that was. We don't endorse that type of violence. Christ suffered so much, but hey, we got to accept that sacrifice, because if we don't, you're deserving of that sort of punishment and torture. So it's like it sounds like they're like love it, not being violent towards one another, but it's weird. And like when I was a Christian, I thought.
Okay, so I've been to a church and they were very peaceful amongst each other, but the messaging was, don't trust other people, they're demons, they're there to corrupt you. So although the message would be peaceful if you're listening to it, from an outsider, it's not so peaceful. And that was a church in England. But I guess you get the same messaging in mosques all around the world at different levels. So
yeah, if you're not receptive of it, they will pick you up and escort you out, and they'll say, if you don't get our help and our support, then you deserve it because you're not receptive to the truth. And they'll stone you to death when push comes to shove.
The scientific
They
community
have a similar tenet, like they Christianity is just more covert, Islam is overt. But yeah, if you don't accept our fundamental ideas, then we are going to ostracize you, like by whatever means. And when you're talking about like real physical violence, yeah, Islam takes the cake. But like Christianity is more a bit more deceptive. People are more psychologically abusive, I think, in the Christian faith.
It's also been neutered.
I've heard the Christians justify themselves because they say, look at our government. Our government is the same way. If you break the laws in government and secular society, there's consequences. So there's also consequences with our God. And it's like, well, I'm not arguing for breaking laws of our secular society. And they don't care. They said, well, God is the ultimate lawgiver. And so if you're not gonna obey our religion, it's not our religion, it's God. And so God damn it, you'll be tortured to death. Like, if not in this life, if we don't get you in this life, we'll get you in the next. And that's what the Swedish Christian church is all about, ultimately.
Let's throw in scientism too. Let's not forget about that nasty religion.
There is no such thing.
Scientism, yes, there is.
No, it's not.
Oh my God, T-Jump. I know you want to believe in it, but you can't defend it by saying that it doesn't exist. That's not how you defend it.
There's no. It
Don't
doesn't
troll,
exist.
dude.
Okay, I'm done.
Oh, good point. So when T-Jump starts a church, I'm sure there's going to be like, laws or something. But yeah, so the Christians, they always justify themselves. They say, like, it's like that in any organization. Like, you just can't, right? So, but I'm trying to find the answer here. Like,
what was the?
How's that church going along?
The laws.
Well, you have, which I like, you can't force anybody to go against their will to do anything. So I guess they wouldn't have to participate.
Yeah.
I don't know. But where I would push back against religions and stuff, it's like, well, you don't have the authority to subjugate me to those rules. Like, God doesn't exist, he's fictional. However, our secular government does exist. So like, that's why I wouldn't necessarily break secular laws. Although I would push back against, being forced to be circumcised or something like that. Like,
of course you would.
God's not going to punish me. Somebody that's cosplaying to be his follower, they might come after me, right? But God isn't going to give me directly anything.
right?
I'm lost.
I could trip and fall, and gravity would take me out, or something like that. Or a human could get angry at me and assault me, but God isn't going to touch me, not through God fingers, But the crazy person would say, "Oh, God's working through me," whatever. That's not demonstratable, demonstrable.
No idea what the point of that was.
How is your church coming along?
Okay.
Me neither.
Have you filed any papers so you can be a nonprofit?
Yeah, 501c3. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Takes like
I wouldn't mind
8 months.
participating.
Sure.
How can I help? How can I be a part of this thing?
Donate, I guess.
Really? That's it? Money?
Well, until
Okay,
like, 'cause the goal is to
I'll
get.
definitely give you money.
The goal is to get an apartment building so we can offer affordable housing to people. That's the first goal. Then we can use the income from the affordable housing to support a church building. And then once we have a church building, we can do more stuff. I mean, I guess what we could do is start setting up debates or conversations to promote it, I guess.
Okay, I could definitely.
Who are you trying to house? Do you have like a group of people already that you're trying to house?
Everyone, just anyone who's needs it.
Have you thought about maybe doing some, like, once the ball starts rolling, getting some more exposure by talking to Destiny?
Sure.
Have you talked to him at all? Have you done any debates?
Yeah, I've been on his channel and done 3 or 4 debates with him.
Okay. If you want, I will be your right hand man and arguing points. I'm just throwing that out there.
Aren't you Christian?
I am no. You can't put me in a box. I believe that reality inherently is conscious, but I wouldn't say I fall into any one religion.
That's the box of panentheism, is it not?
I know. Yes, it's panentheism, but I just still say I'm not in a box. I'm sorry, you can't put me in.
Well, you're wrong. You're still in a box.
Do you exist? Are you an existing person?
No, I can't. I cannot agree to anything right now.
Do you speak
You
English?
can't put me in a box. Yeah.
He's spoken too much.
It's a box.
You are literally in a box on the screen.
Okay, bye. Okay.
You live in a house, don't you? That's a box.
What's your point? You asked me if I was a Christian. No. Is that going to matter for the debate?
I mean, like, because
I know a lot of Christian talking points. I was raised as a Christian, but I denounced it a long time ago.
That's fine.
Oh, that's good. That's positive. I'd say you could be spiritual, non-religious. I'm more down with that than anything else.
Yeah, I know more science than most scientists, I would have to say. As well, and I'm a funny guy, so that's 3 in 1. I could be a good co-host to your debate with Destiny. I'm just throwing ideas out. So
I have a bias towards Destiny, so he's kind of
I think the point of what I was saying earlier, though, was just about safety. Like, we all want to feel safe. Like, T-Jump wants to help people with his church. And so it's like, what sort of theologies do we want relevant in society where we can all feel safe? Like, do we feel safe around Christians or Muslims? Or so that was sort of my point.
do you adhere to the tenets of the FSM doctrine?
I think we should acknowledge this tribalistic nature that we have and work to best use it to our advantage instead of it being like a negative thing.
How do we use tribalism to our advantage?
We're all of one family.
Hold on, I'm getting a call. Hold on.
Run away.
Tribalism is not a problem if the tribe is healthy.
Yeah, if we're all working towards the common goal, that's that is the best type of tribalism, right? Like, which is what most religions are trying to do. They're just doing it in a way that is flawed.
We are all of the tribe in which we all have the same right to unimposed will.
Yeah, so we should have a universal tribalism, which includes aliens and artificial intelligence.
Serious? That's why I come back. I come back, and this is what I hear y'all
It
say.
should include everyone who agrees that everyone's will should not be imposed.
Well, what is like universal tribalism? Because isn't tribalism saying that your tribe is better, and if your tribe is literally everyone, there's no tribe?
No.
Are you saying that?
No, that's not what tribalism
if there's
is.
two
That's
tribes, one of them
that's
says that
retarded.
you shouldn't impose will, and the other tribe says you should impose will, then yes, one of them's better.
Yeah, so if you make it universal,
Tribalism-
it just
Wait,
it negates
I want
it.
to respond to Jump. The inherent definition of tribalism has nothing to do with the us versus them mentality when it comes to social groups. That's
What is it?
That's
What is
like
the definition?
that's a negative stereotype.
What's the
that has been put
definition? What
upon-
is the definition?
The definition is a relational ties between
It has to be a belief, so it's a
people.
belief of something. What's the belief?
It's a relational ties between people or that's connected through blood or
Makes no sense. All right.
Common culture or dialect.
Yeah. Common culture or
Blood,
dialect. It has
common
nothing to
culture
do
or
with
dialect.
belief. You can believe in way different things and still be a part of the
began
same
to believe
tribe.
that like these tribal differences mattered, like as humans, and then like we came to understand that we're just one common
tribalism
tribe.
is the state of being organized by or advocating for tribes or tribal lifestyle.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with this us versus them mentality that you were implying or inferring or whatever.
If you're advocating for a particular tribe, that's exactly what it is.
You don't get the concept of social division without understanding you're dividing society.
There's always this sense of division within everything. Like,
but that's what tribe is defined as, social division.
Yes, I know. There's a social division. If you want to accept it or not, it happens. Like, we are socially divided by various categories. You already mentioned it earlier by the language we're speaking, right? That's one of them.
Yeah, blood ties, common culture, or dialect.
Well, the blood ties, I don't think is one thing that is tying us together, because I'm pretty sure you're not the same blood line as mine.
Well, it's not ever meaning the same blood, because we don't all have the same blood.
Unless you believe in abiogenesis. If you truly believe in it, then yeah, we're all have the
common
same
ancestor. Well, it wouldn't matter. You could believe in abiogenesis, or you could believe in Adam and Eve, and we'd all still have the same common ancestor.
I don't believe
Blood
in Adam.
magic. Jesus' blood covers us all.
Yeah.
It's all the same blood.
But when you're talking about like, that's why I don't understand why like you can't just break that down to say, okay, well, we're all people. All people share the common goal of survival. Like,
Because
and
every people has different lifestyles. They have different reasons for living. They have, not everybody is the same. Tribalism has to do with now it's like a perspective thing. Before,
I don't just want to side with people though. I want to be on the side of AI and aliens, because I think they could wipe us out. So
they would have to be on your side by agreement as well, or else it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I'm gonna buddy
You either
up
share
with
a
them.
common ethos, or there's no conversation.
Right.
I advocate for squirrel well-being. So I mean, I appreciate that. Squirrels need love too.
You would be in the squirrel clan.
No, I'm not aligned with the squirrel clan.
Yeah. You're not aligned with them?
No, I am aligned with them.
Okay.
As a human. So
Well,
humans.
see, I'm not. I guess I'm not aligned with anything that would impose harm upon me. So like, I wash my hands because I'm willing to kill the germs that would kill me. So that's why I'm an anti-theist, because boy, wouldn't it just be so easy to be like, no, I'm gonna I'm going to be a theist, so don't come after me, right? You know, but I'm against that. I'm against that ideology because a lot of theists would harm perfectly good things. You know, things that wouldn't harm them.
Yeah,
You know,
like Abraham. The idea that if God wants it, then you do it. It doesn't matter whether it's human or inhuman behavior. If God wants it, then that's what happens.
True. This is true.
Right. So, like, when God flooded the world, he said, you know, all they were doing was wickedness all the time. Like, that
Yeah, so
probably
who are
wasn't.
you to say what's
That
right and
isn't
wrong?
true because they would have extinguished themselves if all they did was wickedness all the time. Like, they still
I
made
didn't know, like,
love.
viruses are like really parasitic and not good for the environment. Then those spread like wildfire.
Are viruses choosing who they infect?
Yep. There's this thing. There's I think all organisms they exhibit this subjective quality where they choose to react to reality in differently than other things. So that's
I
what
would
makes them
say that they're
subjective.
reacting.
So
I'm not
yes,
saying that choosing is a good term to use.
Viruses are amoral. They're not choosing to do anything evil or good. You know.
I say
So
I argue the
that
fact that even
analogy.
rocks. I argue the fact that even rocks are conscious. So you're not going to sway me on this virus.
Well, of course
being
not.
able
If you
to.
state anything that stupid, there's nothing anyone can say.
Yeah, of course, because your whole ideology is based on a certain mindset.
Yeah, my ideology is based on the observable, not the make-believe.
I just have to back this up. How do you justify the consciousness of rocks?
Because there is this quantum process that's occurring, and the very act of being aware is a form of consciousness, and atoms in themselves are aware. Atoms in themselves are aware of what they're interacting with, or else they wouldn't be able to interact with their surroundings because they wouldn't be aware of it to a certain extent.
They can react completely autonomously. There's no choice there.
Yeah, they have
You're just
properties.
assuming.
They don't have awareness.
No, you watch what happens. There's no choice being made. It's a chemical reaction. It can be calculated. You can do like chemical balancing equations. You can determine exactly what's going to happen through every product of a chemical
You
chain.
sound like
There's
a
no choice
determinalist.
being made.
A determinalist?
Are you determinalist?
A determinalist.
Are you determinalist?
Is there an L in that word?
Determinalist. Yes, there is.
Determinist?
I looked it up.
Determinist?
Determinalist. Are you one, Walker?
I suppose. I'm not sure what your definition is, but the last definition I heard of determinism makes perfect sense. I think that you and I are going to have this conversation in every iteration of the universe.
Do you think if it's true that everything is based off of like some other cause and effect chain reaction, is there
Exactly.
possible?
I think there's an
I'm
infinite
not done
chain
talking.
in which you and I are going to
I'm not
have
talking.
exactly the same conversation every single time this universe comes around.
Is it possible that for randomness to exist in a truly objective or like deterministic
Only from
reality?
within our perspective would the term randomness even make sense. So whether or not there's such a thing as randomness at the largest scales, who knows?
So
They
now
may
the
be
words we're
speaking
speaking, we don't
there
even know what
is-
the words are speaking now.
Oh, of course we do. We are dealing within the collapse of the waveform. So all of that's defined already. You're talking about what's happening outside the collapse of the waveform.
Randomness. True randomness.
You're talking about what's happening outside the collapse of the waveform. We are dealing from within the collapse of the waveform. Two different contexts, two different questions.
So again, I ask you: Is true randomness? Does that exist in reality? Yes or no?
From within our perspective, there is randomness, but whether or not it encompasses everything, there's no way of knowing.
I don't know.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? Let's assume that there is true randomness. How does that make a rock conscious?
Because the the fact that that subjectivity exists kind of suggests that there is this randomness aspect to reality or subjectivity. Like
Are
subjectivity
you implying that
directly refers
molecules would
to
fly apart if they weren't conscious? Like they're thinking that they have to follow a certain pattern, otherwise they would just fly apart.
I would have to say more like specifically
Like they're choosing to behave in a certain way. Is that what you're thinking? Like
the laws of
like
physics determine reality, and everything is structured similarly to everything else. Like if you zoom out, it looks like the universe is a giant neural network in our brains. Like the same way our neurons have the same structure in our brains, it's the same thing that the galaxy is making. It's the same structure, and there is this information happening, this process of information occurring, and that's all I'm saying. Like, yeah,
You're
thinking
not
in a
saying much
sense
because it's very sloppy language and terms you're using. They're not connected together at all.
that I'm saying reality is conscious, and the structure of reality is literally formed
I'm
in the same way.
aware of what you said. You're just not connecting any of it.
Which part is disconnected to you?
How are you defining consciousness?
The ability to process information and be aware.
So you're talking about consciousness being something akin to an awareness of awareness.
No, I just said the ability to be aware to
Exactly.
experience.
Awareness of awareness. So where cells, for example, have a kind of awareness in which they're reacting to their environment, colonies of cells working together as an organism are like this is the next level up where cells are working together in cooperation, aware of each other. And then you start getting into higher level multicellular organisms like us that are aware of our awareness of awareness. And so at some point, consciousness, even as we are defining it, is our own awareness of the awareness of ourselves.
Fine.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Awareness. Yeah. That's what I said before. The ability to be aware of yourself is basically
Now,
consciousness.
what we call consciousness is an active process. There's thought, there's energy consumed as part of it. It's a thing that can be monitored, measured. So at what point are you seeing any kind of activity of that sort in a rock that equals you not making some sort of massive equivocation over the term consciousness?
I already told you just the inherent nature of
You
a
didn't
molecule.
listen. We just defined what
an
consciousness
atom.
is to us, and you need to show that what we define
How'd
as
you define consciousness?
equals the same for rocks.
Well, see, I think you're missing the explanation of a force. Like, have you considered force to replace consciousness? Because, like, the force of gravity pulls a rock down the hill.
And
it's not
that
like
creates order and structure.
It's not a conscious decision that the rock is making to fall. It's just acted upon. It's being acted upon the force of gravity.
Mm-hmm. And then the laws of entropy, and then the structured nature of reality, and then the degradation of like genetic code.
All right,
Where do you want to go with this?
I'm gonna head out because I have a date later today, and I'm gonna start getting ready. So, thanks for chatting, guys. I'll talk to you later. Peace out.
Later, dude.
Okay.